Chapter 1 Konoha's Founding, Immortal Longevity Skill. Fire Country, Konoha Village. A simple but infinite potential small village built in this lush forest and mountains. Surrounded by woods and backed by the rock wall, the air is fresh. No matter from which point of view, this place is an excellent place of fertility. At this moment, in front of the village gate, a group of humans in different costumes gathered, and a smile appeared on everyone's face, full of expectation. Among them, two men headed up together and stared at the village card that had just been hung up. Konoha Village. Hashirama, why did you name the village Konoha? Among them, the black-haired man wearing black and red armor and exuding chili chakra asked faintly. Hashirama smiled happily and said, Konoha, it represents our will of fire. As for the meaning. His voice suddenly stopped, and his plain face turned to look at a tribe behind him. Changshen, can you guess what I think? Hashirama did not answer immediately, but asked the person behind him, who is also a fellow of the Senju family. Madara is also curious to cast her gaze. It should not be easy to get Hashirama's attention. I saw an elegant man near the wind in Yushu, staring at the three characters Konoha Village in a daze. As long as there is a place where leaves fly, there will be a fire. The shadow of the fire illuminates the village and allows new leaves to take root and sprout, so Konoha carries our flames. Senju came back to his senses, and smiled calmly. I wonder if I was right, brother Hashirama. Senju Changshen was still in the prosperous city a moment ago, practicing this unheard-of immortal cultivation technique. In the end, it was a fake exercise, and he had practiced himself to death. In retrospect, I have come to Konoha Village, and have integrated all the memories of Senju's longevity. Senju's longevity is both lucky and unfortunate. Fortunately, he passed through and didn't just belch. He can continue to start a new life, and he has come to when Konoha was founded. Unfortunately, although this body belongs to the Senju family, it is the only Senju family member who has no ninja talent. If it weren't for the patriarch Hashirama, who is full of love, Changshen would have been rejected and reviled by the Senju family a long time ago. This is also the reason why Senju Changshen wishes to honor Hashirama as his brother. The two do not have much blood relationship, but they are of the same family. Senju Changshen had to admit that Hashirama's ideas and thoughts are indeed full of love and peace. Instead, he was in the Uchiha family. With his talent, his life must have been poor, and he might even be pushed onto the battlefield and used as cannon fodder. After all, in the Senju family, there has never been a person with such a poor longevity talent as Senju. He is already 30 years old, and there is not as much chakra in his body as a child. Without the talent of a ninja, he started the road of reading and gradually became the highest literate person in the whole village. Because of this, Hashirama suddenly asked Changshen if he could guess Konoha, the meaning of the will to fire. Hashirama sees the problem more long-term than the family members. If you want to develop the village, you can't rely on ninjutsu alone. It also needs the assistance of a minded figure to make the village prosperous. In this period of war, it is so difficult to find a cultural person. Not to mention cultural people, there are not many reading books, people from all families are fighting. Even the kids who have just been able to refine chakra must go to the battlefield to fight immediately. It is conceivable that Senju Changshen who reads in the chaos of war is simply a rare species. Changshen's answer surprised Hashirama very much. He not only perfectly interpreted Hashirama's will to fire, but also expressed it in the simplest terms. Yes, Changshen is worthy of being the wise man of our clan. Hashirama nodded in relief, and even wondered if he should let Changshen be a Konoha think tank. The others seem to understand but not understand, and they have some insights. Madara looked at Changshen more coldly, then withdrew her gaze. However, Senju Changshen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He wants strength if he only has culture and farts. Being immortal in a ninja world? I'm afraid I don't even know how to die. Ding, the fancy sign-in system is successfully bound. This system can sign in at any place, once a day, and can sign in repeatedly. The first sign-in has a high probability of getting rich rewards, and the repeated sign-in has a very small probability of getting rich rewards. Check-in types are divided into location check-in, special check-in, plot check-in, performance art check-in. A string of mechanical sounds rang in his mind, awakening Senju Changsheng from his random thoughts. The system is here. God helps me too. Sign in now. Changsheng thought silently. Ding. Sign in successfully, congratulations on getting Immortal Longevity Gong. Immortality Longevity Kung Fu. It turned out to be a cultivating immortal Kung Fu. Senju Changsheng was ecstatic in his heart. He died in pursuit of cultivating immortality in his previous life. Unexpectedly, just after going through the rebirth, I got the real cultivation technique. As the mechanical sound in his mind fell, the content of the immortal longevity gong began to merge into his mind, forming a masterpiece scripture. Senju Changsheng can't wait to practice. What if he doesn't refine Chakra's talent? He cultivates immortality directly and becomes an immortal. Is he still afraid that the ninja will fail? In the Hokage world, the later battle is the battle of immortals. As for the so-called ninja, they are just cannon fodder. Today, Konoha village is established. Let us develop the village together, inherit the will of fire, and create peace. Create peace. Master Hashirama. Master Madara. Hashirama portrayed the future with bold words. The villagers of Konoha village were extremely excited and emotional, but Senju was absent-minded. After the ceremony held in the village, Senju Changsheng also followed the family forces and returned to Senju Pillar. Yes, the house is so big. The Senju family in the early stage is very prosperous. Senju Changsheng returned to the allocated house and murmured. Now Konoha village has just been established. Although it is a bit rudimentary, it has a small population, so it has a large area and each has a large house. The Senju family is powerful and the welfare is the best. The house is more than 200 square meters. He was the only one in the family, and he seemed a little lonely. According to the tribe, his parents had already died in the battlefield. Senju smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he was lonely in his heart, he was still excited about his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he began to read the immortal cultivation technique in his mind. Immortal longevity power. Reshaping limbs, rebirth from a drop of blood, immortal and immortal, forever. The first sentence of the exercises made Senju Changsheng's heart very restless. This is what he wants. The following content is the cultivation method of the exercise method, and the division of realm. The first state is called the condensing period. The so-called condensing is to absorb the aura of heaven and earth and transform it into one's own use. Chapter 2 Idol's Prison Guarding Force, Come and Be a Think Tank. In the Hokage world, there is absolutely no lack of aura. The natural energy absorbed by Sage Mode is actually the aura of heaven and earth. But whether it is Senju Hashirama, or Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto, the Sage Mode they use is actually only a temporary use of the natural energy of the heavens and the earth. Once the time has passed, the natural energy in the body, that is, aura, will dissipate, and Sage Mode will be automatically released. They cannot make natural energy permanent as their own power. Senju's longevity cultivation method uses this natural energy to permanently become its own power. Perhaps the results are not as fast as Sage Mode, but the win is eternal. This is a long and boring process. The condensing period is to condense these heaven and earth auras into the body, flowing and digesting in the meridians. There are a total of 10 levels in the condensing phase, and each breakthrough will bring about a significant improvement, whether it is the release of spiritual energy or physical strength. Senju Changsheng meditated cross-legged at home and began to feel the natural energy. The ambient sound outside seemed to be silent at this moment. Senja Changshen meditated for 2 full hours, motionless. In order to pursue immortal cultivation, he was able to endure boring and persevere. Suddenly, he felt a sense of coldness. In his meridians, there is an extra white trickle that emits a faint light. It began to flow slowly along the meridians, and it took nearly 10 minutes to finally run for a week. Finally fell into the danshan, and the aura turned into Senja's own strength. Boom! At this same moment, there seemed to be thunder in Senja Changshen's body, and a mysterious energy broke through a certain barrier. Cultivating immortals is difficult. As long as you have entered the first step, the road afterwards will naturally become smoother. Senja Changshen did not stop there, and continued to absorb the aura. His whole body exudes a majestic vitality, and even the plants in the house are becoming more emerald at this moment. A lot of spiritual energy poured into him, like a swallowing uzumaki. All rivers converge in the sea. The cells in the body were also cheering at this moment, and the whole body began to agitate. Condensed. My cells have become more active, that is to say, the speed at which I condense chakra has become faster. Senja Changshen looked happy. He didn't expect that the immortal longevity kungfu could not only improve his own realm and strength, but also increase the speed of chakra refining. What immortality longevity gong emphasizes is vitality. If vitality is to be tenacious, human cells must also be extremely powerful. The reason why he is slow in refining chakra is because the cells in the body are too calm, so the refining speed is slow as a tortoise. When Senja Changshen opened his eyes, the world in front of him seemed to become clearer. He could vaguely see the aura of the heavens and earth around him, and the whole world looked so splendid and dazzling. He immediately tried to refine chakra to see if his refinement speed increased. After a while, he finished chakra refinement, and the skill of immortality did not disappoint him. Although the improvement in chakra's refining speed is only slightly, not too significant. But don't forget, he is only getting angry now. As long as he continues to practice, the speed of chakra refining in the future will definitely continue to accelerate, and everyone will be shocked in the end. Senja Changshen realized that his counter-attack opportunity had come. He not only needs to practice the exercises, but also refines chakra. It is not a dream to double cultivation to become gods. Now Konoha has just been founded, and there are 2 gods, Hashirama and Madara, and it is safer than anywhere else. All kinds of wars are still erupting in the outside world, and Senja Changshen will not go outside to sign in. Although he possessed the immortal longevity kungfu, the chi condensation realm would only fight genin at best. He didn't dare to underestimate the strength of the ninja. Don't look at Hokage, most of the ninja fights seem to be ordinary, but the main force has not appeared on the stage. Real ninja fights, but they all throw nuclear bombs. For the next day, in addition to eating, Senja Changshen has been practicing. Even sleeping time is replaced by practice. By the next morning, he had already ascended to the 3rd stage of the condensed air state. Being able to practice so fast, in addition to talent reasons, the more important thing is the aura of the Hokage world. It is too rich. A world with spiritual energy but no immortal cultivators is simply a treasure of geomantic omen for Senju. System, Senjuzudi sign in. Ding, Senjuzudi signed in successfully. Congratulations on getting Shenxiang prison power. Physical exercises. Unlike the immortal longevity exercise, which cultivates spiritual energy, the godlike jail force is the exercise method that focuses on the physical body. In the Hokage world, it is called physique. Is this the rhythm for me to become a god in 3 cultivation? Senja Changshen was taken aback, and immediately laughed happily. With 2 exercises in hand, as long as he is given time to grow, he can hang it even with Sage of 6 Paths. Right here, the door outside the courtyard was knocked. Senja Changshen couldn't think of anyone who would look for him. He was usually at home, but he didn't have a visitor. Putting away the thought of continuing to cultivate, he opened the door with doubts. To his surprise, it was Patriarch Hashirama who came to him. The clansmen outside looked at Hashirama excitedly, with admiration in their eyes. Changsheng guessed that Hashirama should have become a Hokage under the recommendation of everyone. "Brother Hashirama? Is there anything wrong with you coming to see me?" Changsheng asked suspiciously. In the eyes of the other party, he was just an ordinary person, and he couldn't understand what Hashirama was looking for. Hashirama smiled kindly and said, "That's it? I have just become Konoha's Hokage under the love of the villagers, so I also want to plan for Konoha's future." With a solemn face, he said seriously, "I want you to be Konoha's think tank. I wonder if you want to. If there is Changsheng to assist him in organizing the village's internal affairs, and Madara to help him defend the village, Konoha's future will surely be prosperous." With these two being his left shoulder and right arm, Hashirama is full of expectations for the future, and the idea of peace is no longer a dream. After listening to Changsheng, he couldn't help opening his mouth, full of black lines. He felt that Hashirama seemed to misunderstand him. "Think tank?" This fool Liu Bei asked Zhuliang to see what was going on. Changsheng himself didn't know that he had the potential to be a think tank, and he blushed when he said it. "I've just been in the family for so many years." Why did Hashirama come to him suddenly? "That. Brother Hashirama, I'm just a civilian, I can't help you at all. As a ghost think tank, wouldn't it be impossible to bring up the 36 strategies of the previous life and the art of war of Sun Tzu? Even if there is a strategy of war, it will not be used. He is a man who wants to cultivate immortality, so he has no time to advise Konoha, and he doesn't know anything about Konoha's development." Chapter 3 Founder of Ninja Academy. Longevity, don't belittle yourself. Maybe the villagers don't understand the importance of culture and knowledge, but I know you very well. No one understands the importance of think tanks better than me. Hashirama stretched out his big hand, patted Changsheng's shoulder, and spoke earnestly. It seems that the cooperation between the two is about to open a legendary story. Hearing Changsheng straight to be a Kugan, the other party identified himself. "Who said he is now the only scholar among Konoha? The other villagers are either craftsmen or ninjas fighting. They really need an educated person to deal with the archives. If he doesn't agree today, then Hashirama will come to persuade him every day. What this guy believes can't be changed at all. Forget the think tank, Konoha develops or something. I recommend you to find Tobirama, he knows a lot. As for me, let me be a teacher. How about I open a ninja academy in the village?" Senju Changsheng looked helpless, and at the same time turned the subject slightly. The president of the ninja academy is also a senior Konoha, and is also an important link in future development. In this way, he can refuse to be an assistant to Hashirama and also have time to practice. The president of the ninja academy is definitely a rowing position, and all previous college presidents have been part-timers of Hokage. Senju Changsheng forcibly assumes the position of principal, just to be a showcase. Let the teacher come to teach, and Hokage will review the copy. Senju Changsheng is just an intermediary. He can even throw this message to others. However, with such deep thinking, Hashirama obviously did not notice. He was seriously thinking about the longevity proposal, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Not bad, not bad. It's amazing, you really belong to you. It is worthy of his fancy think tank, and the first step is to plan the future of the village. Konoha's will to fire, isn't it just the children? As long as the children are trained, the will of fire will burn forever and stand firm. Ha ha ha, it is worthy of longevity. Just do as you say, you will be the principal of the ninja academy from now on. Hashirama laughed and patted Changsheng's shoulders very affectionately. I'm going to ask someone to build a ninja academy now, and then you will come over to be the president of the academy. Okay, I will go. Senju Changshen nodded hurriedly. Having said that, Hashirama directly activated the body flicker technique, and his body suddenly disappeared from the place. He can't wait to go back and plan Konoha's future development. Finally flickered away. Senju Changshen breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to the house to continue practicing. In history, Ninja Academy, Konoha Police Force, Umbu, etc. They were all founded after taking office in second generation. I don't know whether his push will have a major impact on Konoha's future. After all, the butterfly effect, a small move is likely to change the future of others. Senju is too lazy to think about this. Instead of thinking about others, he should improve his cultivation. He wanted to improve his strength as much as possible before the First Ninja World War broke out. Don't look at Konoha's prosperity now, and soon after, Lord Madara will leave, and then the Battle of End Valley erupts, thus taking Hashirama away by the way. Konoha's two god tiers are gone, and Tobirama is left alone. In the First Ninja War, the Senju Tobirama of the second generation will also fall. It's so outrageous. Whether it is a village or a kingdom, once the peak is over, it will usher in a period of decline. After the First Ninja World War, Konoha's decay period. Senju Changshen didn't want to put his life on Konoha's protection. After Konoha lost the first generation and the second generation, the Senju family will also be devastated and gradually decline. As for the reason, Senju Changshen is not clear. It is probably related to the First Ninja War. Therefore, he has to become strong quickly, and only the strong can survive in this world. Senju exhaled for a long time, and began to try to cultivate the idol that he had just obtained. Idols control prisons, use chi to attract gods, use gods to form images, raise their hands and feet, and use the power of giant elephants. A particle is a pound of power, a human body, 840 million particles. All wake up, comparable to idols, turn rivers and seas, roar down the stars, pick the moon and swallow the sun, in a single thought. In general, it is strong enough to physically blast the plane. In front of this exercise, 8 inner gates is a scum. Senju Changshen would never practice 8 inner gates. That kind of thing kills 1,000 enemies and loses 800. Chicken ribs. Senju Changshen meditated cross-legged and began to extract human particles. The spiritual energy in the body began to surging at this moment, and the ears were accompanied by a loud rumbling, like the sea surging, and it came out. The phantom of the giant elephant appeared in its body, roaring freely, rippling faint ripples. A small particle was quickly refined by Senju Changshen, and he clearly felt that the physical strength had been significantly increased. Just a pound of power made him feel that every cell in his body was evolving. It is necessary to strengthen one's own cultivation so that the physical body can evolve faster. The refinement of human particles requires the use of chi to inspire the spirit, and the chi here refers to spiritual chi. The more aura, the faster the refinement. He was only condensing the third level of chi now. The speed of refining the particles was too slow, and he had to give priority to improving his realm cultivation level. As long as the cultivation base is high, not only will the speed of refining particles be faster, but the speed of refining chakra will also increase accordingly. After making up his mind, Senju Changshen entered the training again. For the next 10 days, he spent all his training and signing in, and he was not tired of it. Ding, the Senju station has successfully signed in. Congratulations on getting Water Attribute Chakra. Ding, Senju station sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting Thunder Attribute Chakra. Ding, Senju station sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting Chakra. Ding, Senju station sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting Body Replacement Technique. Ding, Senju station sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting Clone technique. Ding, Senju station sign-in is successful, congratulations on getting, body flicker technique. Ding, Senju station sign-in is successful, congratulations on getting, water-style de waterfall technique. At this moment, Senju is in the home of Changsheng. Senju's cultivation base has reached the condensing period and reached the 10 major completions. A large amount of spiritual energy lingered around him, and a white air current floated above his head, like steam rising. With the sound of breaking the shell, Senju Changsheng burst into powerful energy fluctuations all over his body, and his cultivation has entered the second stage of cultivation, foundation building. The foundation is also tenfold, which also represents Senju Changsheng's formal entry into the path of immortality. The farther you go, the slower your realm improvement will be. The foundation building and repairing base can already completely beat Jonin, and even Jonin can fight. The power given by the realm of immortal longevity Gong is somewhat different from the power of the ninja realm. Although the condensation period corresponds to Genin, the foundation period corresponds to Chunin. However, in the condensing period, Senju Changsheng can actually hang Genin without fear of Chunin. During the foundation period, Jonin could also fight. If you add Jonin skills and physical skills, Senju's longevity will be able to increase the strength of the battle. Chapter 4 Mind Sealing, Signing in for 12 years. In these more than 10 days, Senju Changsheng has not forgotten to sign in every day in addition to practicing. He signed in for a lot of rewards in the resident. He originally only had the fire attribute chakra. After signing in, he got the remaining 4 chakra attributes of wind, thunder, earth, and water. Now Senju Changsheng is already a wizard with 5 attributes, chakra. You know, there are only 1 or 2 chakra attributes in the average ninja. Those with better talents have 3 or 4. There are very few people who can possess the 5 chakra attributes, and they are basically talented. For example, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Heitake Kakashi who has blood will eyes, and Orochimaru, one of Sunin. At the same time, Senju Changsheng also obtained countless kinds of ninjutsu and elixirs by signing in. There are many kinds of medicines, such as the spirit-enhancing pills that can promote the absorption speed of his spiritual energy, the blood chi pills that replenish chi and blood, and the jinchuang pills that can restore his injuries. These pills helped him greatly, so he entered the foundation building period so quickly. As for the reward of ninjutsu, it is more heaven-defying, which directly saves him the process of memorizing gestures. Ninjutsu's Jian gestures seem to have been imprinted in his mind long ago and could not be forgotten. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Senju Changsheng's hands quickly formed seals. Although a little rusty, the speed was not slow. The most important thing was that there were no mistakes. The most important thing is not shaking hands. Jian is very strict, a slight deviation or shaking hands will form a semi-finished ninjutsu, which is directly invalidated. In an instant, Senju Changsheng felt that the chakra he had refined over the past few days was quickly exhausted. Boom! 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 The voice sounded one after another, and the whole room was suddenly filled with Senju Changsheng's clone. Each clone is smiling, the whole is intact, and there is nothing wrong with it. Perfect Jian. The ninjutsu directly rewarded by the system, no matter how difficult it is to learn, I can instantly master. The only flaw is that my hand speed is too slow, and it takes time to practice. It would be nice if I could complete the seal within a single thought. Senju Changsheng was generally satisfied with these ninjutsu rewards, and silently praised the system in his heart. He will not be too greedy and demanding. If his hand speed is slow, just practice more. He is not a lazy person. Is eternal life? The Ninja Academy is initially set up. Today is the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy. At this moment, Hashirama's voice came from outside again. Hearing the Ninja Academy, Senju's thought that Changsheng was about to sign in suddenly stopped. Signing in for the first time is a great chance to get rich rewards. Just now you can go to the Ninja Academy to sign in. Set up so soon? Let's go over and take a look. Senju Changsheng opened the door and walked out, and said casually. Seeing Changsheng again, Hashirama was taken aback, always feeling that the other party seemed a little younger. Maybe it's an illusion, it's really more sensitive the older you are. Hashirama shook his head, not thinking much. Hashirama and Changsheng briefly chatted, and then they came to the Ninja Academy together. The Ninja Academy that has just been established now looks extremely crude, all made of wood, without any concrete or steel bars. But it can shelter from the wind and rain. Some villagers and ninjas are working together to build concrete walls. No need to think about it, the Ninja Academy built right now is definitely built temporarily by Hashirama with wood style. However, Ninja Academy is still highly regarded. Senju Changsheng can be seen nearby, and a series of Konoha executives such as Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tobirama are talking and discussing. There are also many people nearby with a faint smile, nodding their heads frequently, like the leaders of the construction site supervisors. Almost all Konoha's high-level officials came here to discuss the follow-up arrangements and matters of the academy. It's just that Changsheng's mood at the moment is not here, and I can't wait to sign in. The system sign-in today is rewarded. He muttered silently, and the cold mechanical sound of the system resounded in his mind again. Ding! Ninja Academy sign-in is successful, congratulations on getting Mind Seal. Mental Knot Seal. Senju was stunned for a while, and then the introduction of the idea of knot printing came into his mind. Suddenly let him cry out. The so-called Mind Ji-yin is to recall the Ji-yin gesture in your head. If I need any action, I can directly form a seal in my mind to release ninjutsu. Changsheng Xiaojiyin's hand speed is slow, and what is lacking in the end? This is not just as simple as Jiyin Kui, it is simply a release without seal. When a ninja is fighting, the most taboo thing is to be unable to see clearly or see the other side's Jiyin gestures. This will greatly increase the difficulty of the battle in the enemy. With Mind Jiyin, Senju Changsheng directly omitted the Jiyin gesture, and the other party didn't know what ninjutsu he would release. Imagine that the two are facing each other. Suddenly, Senju's body flicker technique without warning came to the back of the opponent and instantly cast an A-level ninjutsu. Even the hottest ninja will be caught off guard. Changsheng was already excited about it, but he finally suppressed the excitement and exchanged ideas about Ninja Academy with Hashirama. And by the way, I got acquainted with Konoha's senior executives, and held the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy. With the announcement of Hashirama, Senju Changsheng officially became the principal of the Ninja Academy and the founder of the Ninja Academy. Time flies like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye, 12 years have passed. Ding! The Hokage office has successfully signed in. Congratulations, Flying Thunder God Technique. Ding! Hokage Rock signed in successfully, congratulations on getting Blood Succession Limits Wood Style. Ding! Umbu successfully signed in training. Congratulations on getting Seal of the Four Elephants. Ding! In 12 years, one well-known location after another has gradually emerged. Senju Changsheng signed in everywhere in Konoha village and received a lot of rewards. And sign in on the carved Hokage Rock, surprise awakening of the blood succession boundary wood style. Senju Changsheng's sign-in rewards also began to reward wood-style ninjutsu. He who cultivated spiritual energy, physical body, and chakra at the same time, his current strength, even the strong cage level, can also easily cope with it. 12 years' time has also allowed him to enter the Den condensing period from the foundation building period. Lifespan has grown to a full 1,000 years. Therefore, he is getting younger and younger. From a somewhat middle-aged appearance, he now looks like a young man in his early 20s. Fortunately, the time span is not too long, and the people in the village just feel that Senju Changsheng has become a high-level Konoha, and the days are nourishing. It's just better maintained. Now his physical particles have been refined from 1 to 100,000. In other words, the current Senju Changsheng can deal 100,000 katis of damage with one punch, and it is not counted as aura increase. This kind of power can only be received by cage level, except for physical practitioners. In addition, the chakra capacity in Senju's body has reached the Jonin level. Chapter 5: The End of the Ninja God. In just 12 years, with the 3 lines of fellow practitioners, being able to have the level of Jonin is already very good. He used to refine the speed of chakra, but after 30 years, there is not as much as a child. Now Senju Changsheng is in this Hokage world, and finally has a certain level of strength and is considered a strong man. If it weren't for the immortal aura that could cover chakra, his strength would have been seen by the Hyoga family. Senju Station, home of the patriarch. Senju Changsheng and Hashirama are sitting opposite each other, and Senju Changsheng is looking at each other solemnly. Cough cough cough. Longevity, I'm afraid I will be dying. Senju Hashirama's voice is hoarse, and his speech is extremely weak. The current Hashirama has long lost the demeanor of the ninja god. The old face and long snow-white hair are like a withered old man. When he coughed lightly, Kakuzu's mouth would overflow with blood. The Battle of End Valley still happens normally, just like the plot. Lord Madara was still dissatisfied and left Konoha, the Uchiha family. No one followed him. The sad Uchiha Madara, in order to avenge Konoha, and Hashirama broke out in the End Valley. Although Hashirama won, it was actually just a win. He now looks like a sequelae after fighting Madara. Fortunately, Tobirama took over the position of Hokage. Tobirama will come forward in any situation. Hashirama didn't dare to show his appearance to the public, for fear that the news of his dying might attract the coveting of other villages. Among Konoha, only high-level officials knew about this. However, in fact, other shinobu villages have already noticed something. The 4 great ninja villages have already deployed ninja troops near Konoha, and are on standby at any time. I'm only in my 40s, but now I look like an old man, but you are getting younger and younger. It's weird, ha ha ha. Hashirama's old face chuckled, as if there was something in the words. Senju Changsheng was silent, waiting quietly for the other party's follow-up. In fact, he also thought about whether to teach Hashirama the immortality and longevity. Maybe he could be saved. He even reminded Hashirama vaguely, but the other party refused with a smile. Changsheng couldn't understand what it was that could make the god of ninja give up his life. I don't have to look sad, my ideal has already been realized, and I'm very satisfied in this life. Hashirama smiled extremely coolly, without any fear of death. From now on Konoha, and Ninja Academy, I beg you. Senju Changsheng was qualified to be the principal of the academy when Konoha was founded. Although some were not very dedicated, he was very kind to the children. Seeing the children in the village laughing and laughing in the college, Hashirama is already content, and he thinks that he has done a very good job in Changsheng. Don't worry, I am also a member of Konoha, and Konoha has raised me for so many years. I won't let Konoha fall and disappear. Senju Changsheng took a deep breath and said with a light smile on his face. Over the years, with the permission of Hashirama, Changsheng enjoys a luxurious house and a high salary. He didn't want to lose such good living conditions. Also, help me take care of Tsunade. She is my only granddaughter. I hope you can accept her as a disciple, teach her cultural knowledge, and become a smart lady who is knowledgeable and respectful in the future and marry a good family. Hashirama's words caused Changsheng's mouth to twitch inadvertently. The future of Tsunade is probably completely different from Hashirama's imagination. Although it is still small, it is really cute. I promise you that I will teach her everything I have learned all my life. Senju Changsheng said seriously. As long as Tsunade is willing, he will teach her everything he knows. The premise is that Tsunade can learn all of his things, including various ninjutsu and exercises. Hashirama has taken good care of him in all aspects from before to now, so this is also a kind of return from Changsheng to Hashirama. After receiving the affirmative reply from Senju Changsheng, Hashirama's old face suddenly showed a gratified smile. But what followed was Hashirama's fast-passing life. This is the end of the wish, take the initiative to give up the last breath. Senju Changsheng immediately got up and pushed open the door. The expressions of Tobirama and others who were guarding the door changed suddenly, and they rushed into the house one by one. Hashirama. Master Hokage. Is it true that a generation of Hokage-sama he wants to? The Konoha executives rushed in anxiously, their expressions horrified. Hashirama smiled coolly at the crowd, then slowly closed his eyes. The god of a generation of ninjas ended his life. A few days later, Konoha held the first large-scale funeral in history, and the whole village mourned. As for whether the news of Hashirama's death will bring a crisis to Konoha, no one is thinking about this. Everyone just wants to hold a grand farewell ceremony for the founder of Konoha village, Hokage, the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. Da-da-da. The sky was gloomy, and the hazy drizzle hit the ground with a dull ticking sound. It seems that God is seeing off Senju Hashirama. The whole village put on black clothes, headed by Senju Tobirama, lined up to mourn in silence. Even Uzumaki Mito, who retired and suppressed Nine Tails, walked out of the sealing room and took the risk to see Hashirama off. Many former comrades in arms came forward to send flowers one by one. Senju Changsheng pulled Tsunade and sighed, the end of a generation of legends, even the god of ninjas is still immortal. No matter how powerful Hashirama and Madara are, ninjas are always ninjas. If they do not reach the six paths level, their injuries and longevity will still deprive them of their lives. Even sage of six paths cannot escape the erosion of time. The same is true for Senju's longevity. Even though he has a lifespan of 1,000 years in the period of alchemy, it is still not eternal. Only if he cultivates the immortality longevity kungfu to the day of great achievement, can he be immortal. The 2-year-old Tsunade cried very sadly in front of Hashirama's tombstone, and the small Kayang nose was crying red. Because of the fact that her parents have been working outside for many years, she has been accompanied by her grandfather Senju Hashirama for 2 years since her voice. Now that grandpa passed away, she was shocked. Senju Changsheng squatted down gently, and gently stroked her golden hair with his palms. Your grandfather still missed you in the end. What he wants most is to see you happy, not crying. From now on, I will accompany you. Little Tsunade sobbed a few times, raised her delicate little face, and asked in a low voice, really? Brother Changsheng didn't lie to me. Of course, come with me. Changsheng smiled kindly and led Tsunade to leave the cemetery. In Tsunade's worldview, the title is determined by appearance. Senju grew up too young, so Tsunade kept calling him brother. As everyone knows, Senju Changsheng in front of him is actually only a few years younger than his grandfather. Sign in. Ding, trigger the plot check-in. The first Ninja War plot check-in is successful, congratulations to get, armament hacking. Chapter 6 The First Ninja World War. Senju Changsheng took Tsunade back to his home and triggered the plot sign in. The last time the plot was checked in was the Battle of End Valley between Hashirama and Madara. Senju Changsheng got the Black Sword Kyushui from Pirate World. This was the second time he triggered the plot sign in, and the armed color he got was also from the Pirate World. Armament haki, it's not bad, I can take care of my black knife Kyushui. Originally, Senju Changsheng was still a little worried. He liked Black Sword Kyushui very much, but he didn't dare to use it for practice. The more I like something, the less I want it to show the slightest wear and tear. He was afraid that practicing swordsmanship would wear the blade. No matter how good a knife, After years of hacking, it will cause wear and tear. But if it is splitting the air, it will not produce any results, so Senju has not practiced swordsmanship for more than 10 years. Now with armament haki, I can finally use it as much as possible. It's a pity that during the years of signing in, I haven't got a swordsmanship, only Konoha swordsmanship can be practiced. The rewards he got when signing in were mostly ninjutsu, chakra attributes, and medicine. Now Senju has mastered thousands of types of ninjutsu, not only those that have appeared in Hokage ninjas, but also many weird daily ninjutsu. There are even sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu. These ninjutsu rewards can directly ignore the talents, and they will definitely be able to display them if they are obtained, but the first time to display them is relatively unfamiliar. Therefore, even if Senju does not have the talent for medical ninjutsu, the master also has a large amount of medical ninjutsu, which is comparable to the future Tsunade. You stay here obediently and don't run around, I'll be back soon after going out. Senju Changsheng smiled gently at Tsunade, and Tsunade nodded very obediently. Soon he disappeared from the spot in front of Tsunade. When he reappeared, he had come to the entrance of Konoha village, above one of the eaves. A special mark was carved under its feet, exuding a faint atmosphere of space. Yes, it is Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Changsheng fell to the ground vigorously and walked slowly outside the door. At this moment, nearly 2/3 of the ninjas in the village had gathered outside. In the sign-in just now, I mentioned the first ninja world, and the battle broke out today. Just after the funeral of Hashirama, Tobirama received a report from the ninja. 100 miles away from Konoha, the ninjas of the 4 great ninja villages appeared, and all of them had obvious intentions of attacking Konoha. Such news shocked Konoha. They really came, this group of Byakugan wolves. Hashirama sold the tail beasts to them at the beginning, but as soon as Hashirama walked away, their hind feet came to invade us. Senju Tobirama cursed with cold eyes. In that year, in order to resolve the issue of discussing the distribution of tail beasts, Hashirama invited the 4 shadows of various countries to participate in the unprecedented 5 Shadows Conference in history. Seeing the promise of peace, Hashirama was excited to lower his stance at the meeting and even offered to distribute tail beasts free of charge. However, under Tobirama's proposal, the tail beast was exchanged for money. It was because of the distribution of the tail beasts that Hokage concluded the first peace agreement in the ninja world, realizing a comprehensive peace on this land for the first time. But who knows, the 4 ninja villages are so greedy and Byakugan wolves. The so-called peace is nothing but false. They were afraid of Hashirama. Now that Hashirama is dead, everyone wants to come to Konoha. Tobirama was about to bring Konoha shinobi to gather at the gate of the village. His heart was extremely angry. He told the story of the year to inspire the ninjas to fight. Now the whole village is shrouded in haze, and the mood of the villagers has fallen into a trough. The fighting spirit of the ninjas is needed to make the villagers hopeful. Senju Changsheng didn't plan to participate in the Ninja World War, he just came to see Tobirama off. Tobirama is a super cage level ninja, even he can't beat the enemy, and the current longevity is definitely not beatable. It's just that Senju Changsheng knew that Tobirama might die this time, so he couldn't help but remind him. Maybe, can it be rescued? Tobirama! Senju Changsheng yelled softly. Tobirama, who was raising the morale of the ninja, turned his head and walked slowly when he saw Changsheng. Senju Changsheng's age is above Tobirama and below Hashirama. In addition, Senju Changxi founded the Ninja Academy, which has made a significant contribution to Konoha. Tobirama still respects Senju Changxi. You are here, don't worry, I will take good care of these children and return triumphantly. Tobirama thought that Changsheng was worried about the children of the Ninja Academy, so he directly set up the flag. Good guys. Changsheng's heart is just so good. He also wanted to come over and break Tobirama's death plot, but the other party preemptively set up a flag for him, which is really outrageous. Chang Sheng sighed and said with some speechlessness, I'm worried about you, you have to be more careful about Cloud Shinobi Village. They have internal conflicts. Even if they make a settlement, you must be careful not to be attacked. That's it, Chang Sheng has said everything. As for why it was not said that it was the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Rebellion, the main reason was that there would be changes in the future. What if it is someone else who rebels, or there are more powerful people? Chang Sheng didn't want Tobirama to keep all his vigilance on the Golden and Silver Horns. Avoid overturning. I see, don't worry about Chang Sheng. Tobirama nodded seriously. His appearance looks very cold, but his personality is actually quite good, not arrogant at all. Just remember it, and I believe that under your leadership, Konoha will surely be able to win. Senju Chang Sheng smiled. Soon, Tobirama returned to the front row of the team again and continued to improve the morale of the ninjas. Senju Chang Sheng also noticed two jonin with a special status. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. In this ninja war, in addition to the death of Tobirama, third Hokage was born among the two. Shimura Danzo lost the election because of hesitation and fear. At this point, he started a series of methods, for the sake of Hokage's position, to make trouble. Danzo, you'd better not make small moves, otherwise I don't mind doing it directly. Senju Chang Sheng stared at Shimura Danzo's back with a smile, and muttered. In his current capacity, no one would dare to kill a Danzo. As time goes by, Senju's position in Konoha is getting higher and higher. In addition to the status blessing of the president of the Ninja Academy, it is also related to Senju's longevity. In this period of war, there are very few people who can live to their 30s. Especially ninjas, some died in battle at a few years old. Only peace can increase the average age of the village, which is what Hashirama has always been looking forward to. Now in Konoha village, those who are older than Senju, except Uzumaki Mito, the rest are villagers who have survived for many years. Therefore, Senju's position in Konoha will only get higher and higher with the passage of time. Chapter 7 Accepting Tsunade as a Disciple, Tobirama's Hokage Legacy. After sending Tobirama off, Chang Sheng launched the Flying Thunder God technique again without anyone paying attention. In the blink of an eye, he returned home. Little Tsunade was really well behaved, quietly lying on Senju's desk, eating fruit. The obedient Tsunade is really cute, but it's a pity that he has become too violent and powerful when he grows up. Senju's eyes flickered, and he suddenly made up his mind. He wants to train Tsunade into a gentle and obedient Oni-san, not the violent strong woman in the original book. However, the violent gene in Tsunade's bones originated from her beautiful mother, and I don't know if she can get rid of the violent gene in her bones through training. Senju Chang Sheng met Tsunade's parents, and her father, like Hashirama, looks ordinary. But her mother is a beautiful blonde, whose appearance and personality are perfectly inherited by Tsunade. Tsunade, your grandfather entrusted me to take care of you, so I plan to accept you as a disciple and teach you all of my lifelong learning. Would you like to? Tsunade's parents perform tasks outside all year round, and basically never take care of her. Grandma Uzumaki Mito stays in the sealed room every day in order to suppress nine tails. Only others visited Mito, but Mito failed to get out of the sealing room. This is the same as Tsunagakuru's first generation one-tail Jinchuriki, which is very sad. Therefore, Tsunade's childhood was extremely lack of companionship. It was not until later that he worshipped Sarutobi Hiruzen as his teacher that he met Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Seeing Chang Sheng's return, Tsunade immediately ran over with small steps and hugged him. The current Tsunade is very dependent on Senju Chang Sheng, as if she is the only one to rely on. Then will you play with me? If possible, I will worship you as a teacher. Tsunade's big watery eyes stared at Chang Sheng, hoping that he would reply in the affirmative. In a child's perception, the person who can play with her is the most important. Certainly. Chang Sheng smiled and stroked her little head. So far, Tsunade officially worshipped Chang Sheng as a teacher. Although she still doesn't understand the bondage between the teacher and the apprentice, or what Senja Chang Sheng wants to teach her, she just wants someone to accompany her. But the relationship between the two has been sublimated at this moment. Invisible, there is an extra layer of fetters. At the same time that Senja Chang Sheng accepted Tsunade as his apprentice, the first ninja war broke out from the outside world. This battle lasted 2 years and Konoha suffered numerous casualties, among which the Senja clan suffered the most. Both generations of Konoha Hokage belong to the Senja clan, because they both guard Konoha very desperately. Konoha is the home of their Senja clan. Their desperation is also an important reason for the subsequent decline of the Senja family. A large number of people died, and there are not many people. What about inheritance? On the contrary, the Uchiha clan was obviously paddling on the battlefield, so there were fewer casualties. After 2 years of fierce fighting, Konoha village fought alone against the 4 major shinobi villages, repelled Tsunagakuer, and defeated Cloud Shinobi village strongly. Cloud Shinobi village offered to sign a peace agreement. No surrender, Konoha is too fierce. Senja Tobirama may not be as strong as Hashirama, but in terms of talent, he is definitely not weaker than Hashirama. Among Konoha's forbidden technique, most of them were created by him. What impure world reincarnation, shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique. With so many forbidden technique blessings, Senja Tobirama blasted all the shadows in other villages, and was called the highest speed in the ninja world by the world. Tobirama took Konoha troops to the negotiation site between the two countries to sign a peace agreement. 2 years later, he has not forgotten Senja Changshen's reminder that year, and is always vigilant about the surrounding situation. Perhaps it is because the Ninja Academy proposed by Senja Changsheng fits well with his ideas. Tobirama attaches great importance to Senja Changshen's words. Sure enough, during the negotiation, the ninja on Cloud Shinobi village suddenly violent and directly attacked his raikage. A revolutionary rebellion was set off, and the scene was once very chaotic. Konoha was also attacked as a result, and a chase began. Golden Horn and Silver Horn led Jonin's troops, and first killed all the people of Cloud Shinobi village who came to negotiate. Immediately there was a fight against the Konoha village crews, and the Six Paths ninja was in hand, so Konoha could only flee in embarrassment. No one thought that everything would be over, but ushered in such a sudden situation. Senja Tobirama, who blasted the 4 ninja villages, couldn't resist the weirdness of the Six Paths ninja. In the gloomy forest, 3 figures hiding in the dark, arguing in a low voice. The decoy task is my responsibility. You are Konoha's future, the young fire will, and you must continue to guard the village. Senja Tobirama took the initiative to say, his tone is beyond doubt. How can this be? You are Hokage, there is no ninja stronger than you in the village. Shimura Danzo yelled in panic, but Tobirama's cold face did not fluctuate. He didn't answer Danzo's words, but instead looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The outstanding young man in front of him is also his best apprentice. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not disappoint him, and did not hesitate or fear in the face of death. After he brought up the bait, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately took the lead, but Shimura Danzo was afraid to speak out. Little ape, remember my words, you have to protect those who can entrust the children of the next era, starting tomorrow. You are Hokage. Tobirama's words echoed in this gloomy wood. For a moment, the 3 fell silent. Danzo did not expect that one of his hesitations caused him to miss the position of Hokage he dreamed of. Sarutobi Hiruzen is more concerned about the meaning of the teacher Tobirama's words. Old teacher, do you want to? Sarutobi Hiruzen stammered. Senja Tobirama's icy face showed a chic smile, no longer wasting time, and he turned and rushed outside. Only 2 sluggish youths were left, and they were unable to return to their senses for a long time in the same place. "Master, save Grandpa second, please." What the three of them didn't notice was that on a big tree not far from them, there were two figures, one large and one small. It is the young Tsunade and Senju Changsheng. Sure enough, I still embarked on this path. Senju sighed helplessly. I thought that my reminder could bring different results to Tobirama, but I didn't expect that nothing could be changed. All right, are you going to stay here or stay with me? Senju Changsheng smiled and touched Tsunade's soft blonde hair. It feels really good. Of course it's with you. Master carries me on his back. Little Tsunade was happy, spread her white arms and lay directly on Changsheng's back. You can come, but after you go back, you have to practice the exercises with me. Tsunade smiled and nodded. How good he was. Senju Changsheng can't think of why such a cute Tsunade has changed so much when he grows up. Chapter 8 Rescue, The Birth of the Tree World. During these 2 years, Senju Changsheng was not in a hurry to let Tsunade learn too much, but first let her learn more than a year of knowledge and etiquette. In the last few days, it has finally begun to teach the undead longevity kung fu. As a result, Tsunade only meditated for less than half an hour, so he couldn't bear it. To be boring and not to experience the results of cultivation, it is better to refine chakra. The refinement of chakra can easily feel cell movement. However, it is difficult to get started with the cultivation technique of immortality. Longevity is also helpless. After all, Tsunade is just a 4-year-old loli. It is really difficult for her to sit still. Because of this, Tsunade's practice is very slow, but chakra is increasing. Senju Changsheng smiled and lifted Tsunade on his back, stomping lightly on the sole of his foot, walking through the darkness like a ghost. Soon, Changsheng followed the chakra fluctuations and came to the vicinity of Tobirama, operating the technique to lower his breath, and hiding in the darkness with Tsunade on his back. The concealment effect of the immortal longevity gong is very powerful. Even if it is a perception ninja, it is difficult to detect him. What's more, fighting is breaking out at this time, and no one will notice them at all. Senju Tobirama stepped on the water style as if stepping on a speedboat, gliding at high speed. Waves of water splashed, forming a spear of water quality in the air. One spear pierced out, and several bloodlines appeared one after another. The lives of several jonin were taken away. But Jonin was not the only one who chased him. The most relevant enemies are the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. They both hold 5-6 Paths Ninjas and 9 Tails Chakra. The strength is even above the Super Shadow. A Senju Tobirama is really unstoppable, and perhaps Hashirama can stand it up. Ha 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 ha. Today Hokage and Hokage will both die by the hands of our brothers. Yinjiao laughed arrogantly. From today onwards, the two brothers will be famous in the ninja world. Go to hell. The Golden Horn circulated the energy of 9 Tails Chakra in the body, and suddenly waved the feather fan. A 5 attribute chakra storm rose from the ground. Rumble. A mixed storm swept out. Tobirama's complexion changed slightly, and he hurriedly used the Flying Thunder God technique. His figure flashed directly to another place, and while avoiding the storm, he also pulled a long distance away. At this moment, the outer ninjas worked together to build a purple seal barrier, covering all tens of miles. This is a special sealing technique of ninjutsu in enclosed spaces, in order to prevent Tobirama from escaping with Flying Thunder God. The Golden Horn laughed and patted the orange-red jar in his hand. Senju Tobirama, let me call you, do you dare to respond? Hearing Jinjiao's words, Senju Changsheng almost staggered. The Golden Horns and Silver Horns of this world are quite similar to those in Journey to the West. They also hold the treasures of the immortals and do evil. Even the line just now is exactly the same. If it weren't for the existence of the 6 Paths Ninja, let alone killing Hokage and Hokage by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, I am afraid that any cage level can kill them. Helplessly, the Six Paths Ninja is in their hands, and the support of Nine Tails Chakra is released, making the two of them very tricky. It's not how much ninja hurts, but the ability of ninja is too weird. For example, Red Gourd can hold the severed Yanling, record the Yanling and seal it with it. When a person talks about keywords, does not speak for a long time, or speaks words with similar pronunciations to the keywords, they will all be sucked into the gourd. And the amber cleansing bottle that Golden Horn is holding now, as long as Tobirama responds to him, it will be sealed in the bottle. So what Golden Horn said just now was to induce Senju Tobirama to respond and seal it into the amber purifying bottle. Helpless Senju Tobirama has a cold personality and ignores them at all. He just keeps retreating in one direction. He knew he couldn't beat the two of them, so he had to find a way to escape, which was the best choice. Humph, it seems that he is a quiet guy, then we will let you speak, Silverhorn. Jinjiao let out a cold snort, then shouted. Yinjiao grinned, took out a 7-star sword the size of a fan, and slashed it out directly, bringing forth the sound of xiao xiao. At the same time, the Golden Horn also took out the golden rope and sent a golden light to Senju Tobirama. The 7-star sword can cut off and curse the opponent's speech spirit, and the golden rope is for the opponent to say their common words. Then Red Gourd can directly seal Tobirama. The 3 Six Paths Ninjas, including the golden rope, 7-star sword, and Red Gourd, are invincible. Even if Tobirama possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, it is difficult to escape the capture of the Hornet Rope. After the two sides fought for less than half an hour, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn used the 7-star sword to cut down the Yanling, and the Red Gourd successfully absorbed it. As long as Tobirama is put on a golden rope, it will be over. The two chased Tobirama and attacked all the way, and Tobirama was crumbling with blood all over his body. Second Grandpa. Tsunade looked worried. In any case, they were her relatives, and she was so nervous at this moment, for fear of Tobirama's death. Senju Changsheng followed all the way behind, and was not in a hurry to make a move. He had to seize the opportunity. By the way, kill the ninjas who established the enchantment one by one, and use shadow clone technique to replace them to prevent people from discovering something wrong. Changsheng didn't dare to rush out to save people at will. Although the Golden Horn and Silver Horn with Six Paths Ninja were not at the Six Paths level, they were still between Six Paths and Xiaoying. To save Tobirama from them, you need to catch the moment when the opponent loses consciousness. Boom! Tobirama's body hit the ground heavily, blood overflowing from his mouth, and the chakra in his body had already been exhausted. Unexpectedly, Senju Tobirama, would die in the hands of two trash. Tobirama snorted, his eyes filled with indifference and contempt. To die in the hands of such a person really insults his fame. Ha 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 ha. So what? My brothers have Six Paths Ninjas and will stand on the top of the ninja world in the future. You should feel honored. Silver Corner came to Tobirama's side and slapped it up. Tobirama, who was seriously injured, was slapped and fainted, and his breath was weak to ultimate. Brother, do we want to capture him alive and take it out to demonstrate? Yinjiao said arrogantly. Golden Horn immediately retorted and cursed, stupid, kill him directly to avoid trouble. If you want to demonstrate, just take his head. What the big brother said. Yinjiao smiled, and when he was about to cut Tobirama's head with the 7-star sword, there was a sound of breaking through the sky in vain. Fu! A figure fell from the sky and fell between the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn and Tobirama. The visitor was unremarkable in appearance, wearing black and red armor, but the pupils of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn suddenly shrank, and the heart stopped beating at this moment. Senju Hashirama. How is it possible, aren't you dead? Golden Horn exclaimed. The Golden Horn and the Silver Horn were frightened and then backed away. Senju Hashirama grinned and uttered the crisp voice of little Loli. If you want to kill my second grandfather, I asked my master if I agree, wood style the tree world is born. The hands of Senju Hashirama pretending to be imprinted, and the voice of the horny milk and the horny milk made the golden horn and silver horn come back to life. They were fooled. The one in front of him was just a kid who used transformation technique, not Senju Hashirama at all. The two golden horn and silver horn brothers were furious and were about to kill each other. In vain, the world is bleak. There was a huge chakra fluctuation in the sky, and the two suddenly looked up. I saw a dense tree roots covering the sky and faintly seeing the emerald green leaves drifting down. It was a dense forest, being suppressed at an astonishing speed. Damn it, it's wood style, how is this possible? Go, go. Jinjiao suddenly panicked, and his face paled in fright. They have no time to think about what is going on. Senju Hashirama is alive or dead, and the tree world in front of them is born, completely losing their courage to fight. Wood style birthday of the tree world. Senju Changsheng gave a soft sigh, and the Jian gesture flashed through his mind, completing it directly. A large number of chakras surging out of his hand, forming a lush tree world, quickly landed down. Rumble. The area of the tree boundary is wide, with a radius of 10 miles covered by the tree boundary. Accompanied by the loud noise, the two golden horn and silver horn couldn't escape the range of the tree boundary, and they were overwhelmed by dense tree roots. Senju's longevity has not yet ended, and he saw the blood surging all over his body, like a beast that had awakened. The golden colossal phantom suddenly appeared in the air, driving a huge force of 150,000 jin, and smashing heavily on the tree realm. Boom! A huge hole was exploded in the ground for 20 miles, the ground suddenly sank, and the seal barrier was also broken and dissipated at this moment. The tree in the middle is like the sky growing here, being uprooted by people. Wow, master, I want to learn this. Tsunade's face was full of admiration, and his big watery eyes glistened. The violent gene in her bones is just about to move. She feels that this violent aesthetic is the most suitable for her. The golden horns and silver horns buried below were shaken to shattered internal organs and blood spurted out under this tremendous force. Damn it, big brother, use the banana fan. Yin Jiao shouted through gritted teeth. Don't make a noise, I'm looking for it. Golden Horn yelled and crawled hard among the tree roots. The impact just made him accidentally lose the banana fan. He must find the banana fan to get out of the tree world with the silver horn. On the other side, Senju Changsheng used the body flicker technique and came to Tsunade's side and tapped her forehead. Girls can't be so violent at home, hold me tight, I will take your second grandfather away. Senju Changsheng reminded him, and Tsunade immediately understood. The first time he lifted the transformation technique, he climbed onto the back of Changsheng. Senju Changsheng grabbed the unconscious Tobirama and directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the chakra in his body was consumed directly. The three of them came to 100 miles away in an instant. Sure enough, Jonin chakra is still too few, not suitable for such a long teleport. Senju Changsheng gave a wry smile, took out a bottle of healing medicine from the system space and stuffed it into Tobirama's mouth. At the same time, a bright green medical ninjutsu light was released from his palm, temporarily sealing Tobirama's injury and stopping the blood. Immediately inspired by aura, Tsunade and Tobirama rushed to Konoha with Tsunade and Tobirama. Chapter 9 The End of World War I, The Mysterious Powerhouse of Konoha Village. A few days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo rushed back to Konoha with painful news. On the road, their hearts were so painful that Konoha's last patron saint fell. Under such a strong enemy, second Hokage has no chance of survival. But when they returned to Konoha village and reported the situation with tears, they greeted all the weird gazes of Konoha's senior management. How do you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was slightly startled, and the tears on his face did not dry up. He couldn't understand why these people in front of him were so cold-blooded, Hokage was dead, but they didn't react at all. Ahem, that's it, Master Second Hokage is not dead, on the contrary, he is now in Konoha's medical room, and he has not passed the danger. Udaten Koharu walked in from outside and explained. It turned out that the day before their return, Senju Tobirama, who was seriously injured, was sent back to the Konoha village's medical room. It is still unknown who rescued Tobirama. Happily, Tobirama saved his life under Konoha's medical treatment. The teacher is not dead. How is this possible? No, I mean great, really great. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in tears with joy, his nose twitched, and his speech became incoherent. No matter how many deceptive things he does in the future, his respect for his teacher Tobirama is beyond doubt. Led by Konoha Shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the medical room and saw the teacher who was still in a coma. With tears streaming down his face, he grasped Senju Tobirama's palms with trembling hands, mixed with mixed flavors in his heart. Shimura Danzo was expressionless and didn't know what he was thinking about. Hokage is not dead. I'm so lucky. I don't know who the hidden strong man who saved Hokage is. Mito Kato Homura, who wears green-rimmed glasses, exclaimed. At this moment, Konoha's medical room is already full of high-level Konoha people. Among them, Senju Jangsheng with a faint smile on his face, and Tsunade with a smirk. It's good for Tobirama to come back alive. Why bother to explore so much? No matter how you look at it, the person who saved Tobirama will definitely not be disadvantageous to Konoha. Senju Changsheng smiled and said. The others cast their eyes and nodded slightly. It's true. I don't know why the other party hides his identity. Is it to protect Konoha village silently? Yes, the ability to rescue Hokage-sama proves that this person is very powerful. If he protects us Konoha, who else would dare to offend us? The people around sighed and sighed, thanking them inwardly. Senju Changsheng smiled. Don't worry, he will guard Konoha all the time. After all, he took the little Tsunade and turned and left without stopping too much. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, recalling the meaning of Senju's longevity words. Nowadays, the cultural people, are they all mysterious in their speech? Well, everyone, let Hokage-sama rest a lot. Let's plan the follow-up. A group of Konoha shinobi murmured in a low voice and walked out of the medical room without interruption. In the First Ninja War, because the news of Hashirama's death was confirmed, the 4 great ninja villages became greedy and became Byakugan wolves and started the war. The Ninja World War, which lasted for 2 years, began. However, Konoha won the final victory with 1 enemy and 4. The leader of the 5 ninja villages, the dominance of Konoha village, stands still. Due to internal changes, Cloud Shinobi village broke out when a peace agreement was signed, and Second Raikage was killed. Tsunagakuer, led by Second Kazekage, became the first village to be blown up by Senju Tobirama, and had no choice but to leave with the ninja troops. Kirigakuer and Iwagakuer made Konoha's people a little bit dumbfounded. Originally, the 2 villages planned to take advantage of Cloud Shinobi's attack on Konoha, take advantage of the fire, and come to Amantis to catch the cicada and Oriole. Unexpectedly, the 2 villages clashed over the allocation of Konoha resources, and the 2 villages fought directly. In a fierce battle, Second Tsuchikage Wu and Second Mizukage Ghost Lamp Magic Moon, both died in this war in the name of Shadow. The 2 villages that had lost their shadows fell apart in an instant under Senju Tobirama's assault. This kind of childish result is contemptuous. In the end, Cloud Shinobi village faced Konoha alone, and it was bound to have no good results. Tobirama was soon blown up by Tobirama and offered to surrender and reconcile. On the day when the agreement was signed, there was a rebellion in Cloud Shinobi village, and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn led the ninjas to kill the people of Cloud Shinobi village and hunt down the Konoha shinobi. In the end, Raikage was killed instantly, and Cloud Shinobi village suffered numerous casualties. Second Hokage of Konoha village was rescued by the mysterious strong Konoha. It is said that the one who left Second Hokage was a strong man of the Senju clan who awakened wood style. Because a ninja was found in the battlefield, the breath of wood style remained nearby. Such news made all the 5 ninja kingdoms feel jealous. Senju Hashirama's wood style is so powerful that they still remember it so far. Therefore, the birth of a wood style strong has made other villages fearful. After Cloud Shinobi village took the stage at Third Hokage, the first time he came to apologize to Konoha, his attitude was extremely good. No one knows whether he is afraid of Second Hokage or the mysterious powerhouse of Konoha village. After the war, there was a long truce. Tobirama also woke up from a coma. Although his life was saved, he was extremely weak. The doctor advised him not to perform any chakra refinement. Because the cells in his body are no longer active, he needs to rest for a long time. Just as the war was over, he really didn't need to fight anymore. If the war is not over, Tobirama will definitely be the first to rush out and fight in the front row of the battlefield. Senju Tobirama, who woke up, still retired from the position of Hokage. He said that Sarutobi Hiruzen would become Hokage, and he did what he said. In his opinion, Sarutobi Hiruzen already has the conditions to become Hokage, both in terms of courage and processing ability. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to persuade him again and again, he couldn't stand Tobirama's persistence. In the end, he became the 3rd Hokage under the eyes of the whole village and Danzo's gloomy complexion. A period of peace for nearly 2 decades has arrived. Tsunade Sauce should learn from me. Senju Changsheng and Tsunade stand on Hokage Rock, looking down at the increasingly prosperous Konoha village. 20 years of peace? Master, how did you know? And, why do you want to hide your strength? Tsunade is like a curious baby, holding Changsheng's palm and shaking it. She wondered why she likes to be a low-key person because her master is so powerful. Moreover, she often heard Senju Changsheng say some inexplicable things, but later found out that these were all foreknowledges of the future. Such a powerful ability makes her feel that her master is even more mysterious. 20 years, it's just an approximation. It may be longer, or it may be faster. The ninja world is now scared by Konoha, but it doesn't mean they will be afraid in the future. People will always feel that they are full of wings and can challenge Konoha's majesty. When the Second Ninja War broke out, Senju Changsheng himself didn't know, it was probably more than 10 to 20 years. The ghost knew whether his action this time would delay or advance the Second Ninja World War. Moreover, in this world, it is not only the 5 ninja villages that are powerful, but there are countless cage levels and even super shadows hidden in the dark. Lord Madara is still waiting for Rinnegan to wake up, and Black Zetsu has started a huge layout. In the later stage of Hokage, the enemies are all strong people outside the 5 ninja villages. Don't look at the fact that the 5 ninja villages are playing very happily now, they are actually all pecking at each other. Senju Changsheng always smiled, and Feng Qingyun said calmly, as for why I hide my strength. He just doesn't want to work. If the people in Konoha village know their own strength, they will definitely be asked to participate in the war in the Second and Third World Wars. If you don't participate, you will definitely be criticized by the villagers. Don't underestimate the villagers' ability to hide. Konoha's White Fang was under the mouth of the villagers and committed suicide after being scolded. But if he participated in the war, it would take up his cultivation time too much. Konoha doesn't need his power. Konoha village is very powerful, and now there is a Tobirama alive. No matter what happens, Konoha can still stand tall. But no matter how such a thing is said, no one will believe it. And Senju Changsheng is just a Jonin now, not a super shadow. Ninja World Wars are all battles between super shadows, especially the farther back the battle, the more terrifying. All kinds of blood continuums will lose your face, and you will get cold if you are not careful. He would rather practice quietly in Konoha than to participate in any war. Anyway, Konoha is not as fragile as he thought, and it can even be said to be very powerful. As long as the enemy doesn't penetrate Konoha, Senju does not intend to make a move. He wants to quietly improve his strength, and wait until one day, scaring everyone to death. I have my own reasons for being a teacher, but don't worry, being a teacher will protect Konoha and Tsunade sauce too. Senju Changsheng replied with a mysterious face. As for how Tsunade feels, let her take care of it. Masters often don't speak well. Hearing that Master was going to protect her, Tsunade's delicate little face couldn't help but blush. Yeah, I will protect Master too. Little Tsunade said with a serious face. In her opinion, her master is just disdain to shoot. If you want him to make a move, you must first be able to slap the second grandfather's existence, otherwise it will be a sledgehammer. The second grandfather Tobirama shed tears silently. After listening to Tsunade's sworn words, Senju couldn't help but smile. When you were a child, Tsunade was really lively and cute. Don't become a violent man when you grow up. Senju Changsheng couldn't help praying in his heart. She is a good girl, why does she become such a violent and powerful girl when she grows up? Is it because Jiraiya and Orochimaru are both weird, so Tsunade has become weird too? Senju Changsheng smiled and shook his head. If you want to protect me, you must be stronger than me first. After all, he didn't say much, his eyes turned to Konoha again, blowing a cool breeze. Chapter 10. Time passed by quietly like a white horse. Senju was born in Konoha village and taught Tsunade for 10 years. Immortal longevity kung fu and idol's prison restoration were taught, and a lot of medical techniques and ninjutsu were taught to her. In 10 years, Konoha gave birth to a new generation of geniuses. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade have become the most powerful geniuses of the time. Among them, Jiraiya and Orochimaru worship Sarutobi Hiruzen as their teachers. But what makes the jaw drop shockingly is that Tsunade, who worshipped Senju Changsheng as his teacher, beat Orochimaru and Jiraiya to the ground. To the people of Konoha village, Senju Changsheng is just an ordinary person with some cultural knowledge. Therefore, Tsunade's strength is all attributed to her own talent, and third Hokage even came in person, wanting to accept Tsunade as a disciple. He even interviewed Senju Changsheng, but he failed in the end. 10 years later, Senju Changsheng is still the same as before, with a gentle smile on his face, and he looks handsome and free. Even Tobirama, who is 2 years younger than Senju Changsheng, has wrinkles on his face and looks a bit old. Therefore, Senju's youthful appearance has made countless people sigh. At first, some people called him Mr. Elder, jokingly called him immortal, echoing his name back and forth. But gradually, his name changed from Mr. Immortal to Mr. Immortal. From immortality to immortality, it fully demonstrates Konoha village's respect for him. Because every child will walk out of the Ninja Academy, and he is the principal of the Ninja Academy. Since Konoha was founded, it has been more than 20 years, and the Ninja Academy has already produced many batches of graduates. Ninja jobs have gradually begun to be replaced by a new generation. It can be said that nearly half of the ninjas now come out of his academy. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a student of Senju Changsheng, even if he has not taught anything. However, Senju Changsheng, who had been living in Konoha and even had a small family, suddenly left Konoha village with Tsunade. There are many reasons. After 10 years of precipitation, Senju's longevity has accumulated 6 levels of pill, but it is difficult to make progress. He needs to go to other places to sign in and get more resources to break through the cultivation base. The second is that the plot has changed. In the original book, Tsunade's younger brother Nawake was not born. Even Tsunade's parents don't know where they went, and they haven't returned yet. Senju Changsheng intends to sign in outside, and at the same time see if he can find Tsunade's parents. Even if Tsunade has no idea about the term parents, BG luck is good. Tsunade only met her parents once or twice in her childhood, and never saw them again, so she has no affection for her parents. On the contrary, Senju Changsheng has been with her for more than 10 years, and the status of Changsheng in her heart has surpassed her grandfather Hashirama. Hearing that master was going to travel outside, she followed without hesitation. The master and apprentice began to embark on a journey around the world, traveled all over the world, and saw the style of each ninja country. Another 7 years have passed in a hurry. Ding! Lei Guo signed in successfully. Congratulations on getting Thunder Breath. Ding! The country of water has successfully signed in. Congratulations on getting Breath of Water. Ding! Land of the Earth has successfully signed in. Congratulations on obtaining Blood Succession Limits Dust Escape. Ding! The Kingdom of Wind has successfully signed in. Congratulations on getting Blood Succession Limit Magnet Style. Ding! The Rainy Country has successfully signed in. Congratulations on obtaining Blood Succession Limit Being Done. Country of Fire, in an unknown inn. Senju Changshen's room is covered with seal barriers, shielding all interference inside and outside. He was full of blood and energy, like a surging wave, with a golden giant phantom concealed, galloping in the wave of blood and blood. Idols in prison, 500,000 particles. Idol's prison restraining force continues to improve, even chakra has reached cage level, but the immortality longevity skill is still stuck at the 10th pill formation. Isn't this too difficult? Senju Jiangsheng smiled wryly. He has a lifespan of 1,000 years in the pill formation stage, and once it breaks through the nasal infant stage, he will be able to have a lifespan of 5,000 years. However, it seemed that there was a huge distance between Danji and Yuan Ying. He had already completed the 10 major points of alchemy a year ago, and has yet to make a breakthrough. Even if the whole world ran to sign in, it still couldn't help him break through into Yuan Ying. What exactly is going on? Senju Changsheng rested his chin in his hands and looked thoughtful. Something must be wrong. Master, you are a person who can live 1,000 years old. You are not even 100 years old now. Why do you panic? I think you are too eager to break through. A slightly charming and mature female voice came from the back of Changsheng. Immediately after the back touched a softness and fragrance, a pair of white, slender arms wrapped around his neck, and long golden hair naturally fell from his side. Tsunade is now in his early 20s. She has grown from the once lively little loli to a slender and plump Oni-san. But Tsunade still likes to lie on Senju Changsheng's back like he did when he was a child, and he has never changed. At the request of Senju Changsheng, Tsunade had long waist-length hair, usually tied into a golden ponytail and fell behind his waist. Tsunade, dressed in a white robe, moves gently and elegantly, looking well-mannered and gentle. But Senju Changsheng knew that Tsunade's violent gene had already been awakened, and it was just the surface of her right now. Although Tsunade looked delicate in front of him, it was brutal in front of others. The increase in the power of the idol's prison guard, coupled with the suppression of the Tianshao feat, is enough to crush a medium-sized hill with one foot. Today's Tsunade is more violent and terrifying than the original. In the end, he lost to the violent gene, and Senju burst into tears. The only thing that made him gratified was that under his training and leadership, Tsunade did not become addicted to alcohol and gambling. This can be considered the only blessing, and it can be considered worthy of the promise made to Hashirama. Although it's a bit fierce to outsiders, just be gentle with him as a master. Too eager. Senju Changsheng was taken aback. Is he anxious? It seems a little bit. He has practiced for so many years, and chakra is only cage level, and the pill formation period is just corresponding to Jonin. Although during the period of cultivating immortality, you can hang all Jonin. But all this feels too slow for him. Naruto and Sasuke are both stuck, and they have reached cage level in more than 10 years. In special circumstances, they still exist at 6 paths. Seeing that I had cultivated for 40 years before cage level, the difference was too big, and I felt very shocked. Therefore, Senju always strives to improve and cultivates all the time. But after Tsunade's reminder, he suddenly woke up. In fact, his cultivation speed is already very fast, but he is a fellow practitioner of the 3 lines, rather than a separate chakra refinement. Now his overall strength is actually enough to match the Super Shadow powerhouse. The most important thing is that he still has a long lifespan, which can be slowly improved. His endpoint is definitely not just cage level. Even if he doesn't break through, he is still 1,000 years old, and he still has more than 900 years to practice. Are you still afraid that your cultivation level can't be improved? Thinking of this, the tense string in Senju Changshen's heart suddenly eased. Boom! In an instant, the aura of heaven and earth converged automatically, and the rich aura of 100 miles in a radius poured into his body at the same time. Chapter 11 returned to Konoha with a punch. The golden core located at the pubic area was rapidly spinning at this moment, bursting out of unprecedented brilliance. Click. The golden core broke a crack in vein, and a white luster bloomed inside, and the surging spiritual energy was like a tsunami, scouring the golden core over and over again, making the crack bigger and bigger. Boom! Under a thunderous bang, Jin Dan directly exploded, revealing a humanoid sitting on Dan Tian. Its appearance is exactly the same as Senju Changshen. Yushu is facing the wind, with a light smile on his face, his eyes are open and closed, and there are sharp glows rushing out. Yuan Ying Yizhong. The human form at the pubic area is the original infant of Senju. It turned out that it was not talent that had been bewildering him, but that his heart was too tight. This is not what an immortal person should have. The long-lived person has a long lifespan, long vigor, without arrogance or impetuosity, before they can live forever. One of the most taboos in the practice of immortality and longevity is anxiety and eagerness. The more eager, the more derailed the idea of longevity, which caused the progress of cultivation to stagnate. Now, under the inadvertent reminder of Tsunade, Senju made a mistake by accident, successfully let go of his anxiety, and made a breakthrough. Tsunade, who was lying on Senju Changshen's back, was stunned. She actually put her master into the nascent infant stage when she was lying down. Could this be the legendary man and woman together, can accelerate the progress of cultivation? Tsunade blinked her beautiful eyes, and a blush suddenly appeared on her delicate and pretty face, and his mind began to think about it. It seems that you have to hug Master more in the future, and perhaps you can continue to make breakthroughs, and breakthroughs. Perhaps he has followed Senju from childhood to most of his life. Tsunade looks mature on the surface, but still has a childlike innocence in his heart. He even contracted a trace, the same problem as Senju Jiangseng. That is the kind of mental activity that is very rich, with a little bit of sand sculpture. Finally broke through. I didn't expect that what bothered me turned out to be a knot in my heart. Senju Changsheng opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The comfort after the breakthrough made him feel very happy. At this moment, he feels that his aura can be manipulated at will, forming a big hand in the world of cultivating immortals, which can shatter mountains and rivers with one palm. Let's go, it's time to go back to Konoha. Senju Changsheng opened Tsunade's thin white arms and said with a calm expression. He has long been accustomed to Tsunade's intimate behavior. After all, she has held herself this way since she was a child. Is our trip over? Tsunade was a little bit reluctant, and the life outside was really wonderful. He traveled through the 5 great ninja kingdoms and saw all kinds of life and environments. The ninja world is very exciting. Each area has its own uniqueness, it is lingering. If you don't leave, the war will break out. Senju Changsheng smiled softly, not scaring her. During this period of time, Senju Changsheng paid special attention to the surrounding movements, and he could already feel that Rain Shinobi Village started to move around. The entire ninja world is surging in the undercurrent. Before long, Rain Shinobi Village will declare war on the major shinobi villages, and the Second Shinobi World War is about to break out. This will be an epic war, from World War II to World War III. There was only 1 year of peace in the middle, which was so short that none of the 5 ninja villages could breathe, and the losses were extremely heavy. A 20-year-long war will be declared by Rain Shinobi Village, which is exactly the beginning. Hearing of the war, Tsunade put a hippie smile away, and a solemn color appeared on her delicate and pretty face. She never doubted her master's words, saying that it would break out, then it would definitely break out. Tsunade has seen how many lives will be deprived of war since he was a child. Even her second grandfather, if it were not for Senju's salvation, would have to die in it. I see, let's go back now. Tsunade nodded earnestly. In a serious state, she has a unique charm. Senju Changsheng laughed slightly, and immediately after he packed his things, he took Tsunade and headed towards Konoha. Konoha Village. Since the First Ninja World War, Konoha's development has entered an outbreak period, and breakthroughs have been made in all aspects of technology. The construction of the village has also become more perfect and beautiful. Inside, there was peace and laughter. At this time, the 2 ninjas guarding the entrance of Konoha village chatted as usual. The 2 figures gradually approached from outside the village, and the 2 Konoha shinobi glanced at each other slightly. I saw a man in yusha facing the wind, walking side by side with a beautiful and plump woman. The 2 of them seemed to be descended from the world, handsome men and beautiful women. One of them, Konoha shinobi, ignored the beautiful scene and shouted, "Where is Konoha? What is it for Konoha?" "Huh? You're new here, don't even know my master, we are from Konoha village, let me go." Tsunade frowned slightly and said unceremoniously. She is Princess Konoha, and her grandfather and second grandfather are the first generation and the second generation. In Konoha village, no one has ever dared to stop her. If it weren't for the face of the other party in the same village, she would have ignored the guards and walked directly in. "Haha, you said yes, we have never seen you." The gatekeeper ninja sneered. There are always people who like to pretend to be residents of Konoha village and try to get in. This is no longer a matter of once or twice. Get out. Don't get old again. I'm going to beat you up. Tsunade suddenly remembered that her master was still on the sidelines and wanted some ladies, but she held back what she said. The surging chakra erupted from Tsunade's body, causing the ground to split like a spider web. The gatekeeper ninja also frowned, feeling that the other person was unkind. "Stop, wait for us to report and confirm." One of them dashed away and left, while the other guard stood in the middle of the door, guarding against Senju Changsheng and Tsunade. "Yes, law and order is okay, Sarutobi Hiruzen has some abilities." Senju Changsheng on the side commented with a smile in the tone of an old man. His age is indeed older than Sarutobi Hiruzen, and many years older, qualified to speak like this. "It turns out that Mr. Immortal is back. Of course you can go in, but this strange woman is not good enough." Suddenly, 3 figures teleported to the entrance of the village at the same time. One of them was the guard who had just gone to report, and the other 2 were 2 young men with black hair and white hair, as if black and white were impermanent. There were smiles on their faces, the white-haired youth smiling brightly in the sun, and the black-haired youth smiling very coldly. When the black-haired young man looked at Senju Changsheng, his eyes flickered slightly. He stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, as if thinking about something. It was the black-haired young man who spoke just now, with a cold and evil voice. "Damn, it's a beauty, a superb beauty." The white-haired youth drooled the moment he saw Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade was wearing a white loose robe, and her curvy figure made countless women secretly inferior. Bairuzi's slender arms embraced her chest, Tao cheeks smiling, and her red lips slightly hooked. Jiraiya? Orochimaru? You two still have the same virtues as before. Tsunade directly recognized the person in front of him and sneered. Ahem, you have grown so big, it's not right, you have admitted the wrong person, and if you want to enter Konoha village, you have to pass the level of both of us first. Jiraiya chuckled. He and Orochimaru had guessed who was back when the ninja reported. The two came here just to try Tsunade's strength. After all, they were both beaten by Tsunade before, and now they want to find their place. So I wanted to be beaten, I said it would complete you. Tsunade let out a violent cry, and the idols of the prison guarding force and the immortal long divine art were activated at the same time, and the three of chakra, reiki, and chi and blood burst out at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, there was no wind in the lush forest, and the violent energy formed a golden giant phantom, which roared up to the sky. With such a scene, Jiraiya suddenly took a few steps back, and recalled a certain dark past in his mind. Even Orochimaru, who has always been known for his calmness, has cold sweat on his forehead. Neither of them expected that Tsunade would explode with such terrifying power. Just looking at it from the momentum, they knew that they couldn't beat it. Well, I just made a joke just now. Boom. Before Jiraiya had finished speaking, a jet black fist was printed directly on his face. Under the gaze of the two shivering guards, Jiraiya's figure was like a kite flying off the line, flying upside down into Konoha village, crashing through 3 walls. Chapter 12. The Senju location was relocated. Orochimaru's already pale face suddenly became paler when he saw the power erupted from Tsunade's punch. Boom. Orochimaru couldn't finish saying the same thing, but was hit by Tsunade's fist attached to armament haki and flew out with the same power. The Tsunade in the original work is already strong, but now, under the cultivation of Senju Changsheng, it is even more terrifying. Yes, simply and neatly, without any extra moves? Senju Changsheng smiled and nodded in admiration before pacing into Konoha village. Tsunade snorted proudly, followed closely behind. As for the two guards, they were already sitting on the ground, their hearts throbbing, for fear that Tsunade would punch them too. Through the dialogue between the two sides, they already knew that the two people in front of them must be ninjas of Konoha village. Especially the name of Mr. Immortal, isn't it the principal of their ninja academy? I just heard Lord Orochimaru say that the other party seems to be Mr. Immortal. One of the guards stammered. If I remember correctly, the principal of our ninja academy seems to be the young man just now. The companion beside him was taken aback for a moment, and immediately took a breath. It seems to be true. Will we be punished? It is not a big deal to intercept Konoha's high-level officials and prevent them from entering the village, but they actually don't even remember the college principal, which is a bit unreasonable. Senju Chensiai's appearance and name are all hung on the Konoha history panel. Yes, not so. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly at the same time. Walking into Konoha, who has not been back in 7 years, the familiar scenes are a little nostalgic. Senju Changsheng and Tsunade went straight to Senju Station. The Umbu ninjas hiding in the dark had spotted them. One of them went to report the information, and the other stopped in front of them. Huh! Dear Mr. Immortal, Princess Tsunade. The ninja wearing the weird mask fell instantly and knelt down on one knee and said, the location of the Senju Station has changed a bit. Let me take you to the new Senju Station. The new Senju Station. Senju's brow furrowed. Why do you want to change his Senju clan's residence? Even if it changes, at least his consent must be obtained. Now there are not many members of the Senju clan, there are only a few old, weak, sick and disabled, all of whom have survived the First Ninja World War. Therefore, the Senju clan did not run for patriarch. Since Senju Jangxiai is a high-level Konoha and has a seniority above Tobirama, he still has some say in the family. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, without his consent, privately decided to move the Senju clan. There are still a lot of things in his house. Could it be that they were moved away at will? The more Senju Changsheng thinks about it, the more angry he gets. He has only left Konoha for 7 years, and he has begun to be ignored. How can this be tolerated? Where is my clan's original residence? What are you doing with it? Senju asked in a cold voice. It's like this, it's already occupied by Lord Danzo's root organization, so. Senju Changsheng didn't wait for Umbu Ninja to finish speaking, and walked around directly towards his house. This Shimura Danzo was looking for death, and hit him at the gunpoint, fearing that he was tired of his life. Tsunade also snorted coldly, "What is Danzo? I dare to occupy our territory privately." She has 2 generations of Hokage from the Senju clan, a small Danzo, dare to snatch their family's residence. The 2 of them had cold faces and were silent all the way to the so-called root organization site. 2 ninjas who also wore masks immediately jumped out, blocking the 2 Senju Changsheng. Konoha Forbidden Land, irrelevant personnel retreat. If the ninja of the root organization didn't know Senju Changsheng and Tsunade, their voice was so cold that there was no emotion at all, and they didn't care about their identities. "Give you 10 minutes, all get out of Senju Station." Senju Changsheng's eyes were cold, and his body exuded a beastly breath, and the 2 root tissue ninjas opposite felt a chill in their backs. But immediately realized that the other party was just an ordinary person, and the fear in his heart dissipated a bit. They were actually frightened by an ordinary person, which was a bit embarrassing. "Unrelated personnel push away, this is the wood leaf ban. Forbid FK, beat them up for me, and they will pay for the maintenance." Seeing that the other party couldn't understand people like a cerebral palsy, Senju lost his last patience. It is really toasting and not eating fine wine. It seems that his low-key, in exchange for only other people's s*x. Idle town prison. Tsunade yelled loudly when he heard the words, and a frightening breath erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, her fist came in an instant, driving a strong wind to swept out. The expressions of the 2 ninjas changed, and Jain hurriedly used the body replacement technique. But the speed of their knot printing was not as fast as Tsunade's fist, and the majestic aura seemed to be holding them with a big hand. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud noises, the 2 ninjas crashed directly into the house. All of a sudden, hundreds of figures jumped up from the Senju station, and fireballs all over the sky fell like meteorites. These brainwashed root organization ninjas don't care who the other party is, they only obey orders. Anyone who invades the root organization will be taken down. Senju Changsheng's body floated slightly to evade, and a large number of fireballs smashed by his side without touching the slightest flame. Tsunade's exquisite face showed unprecedented anger, and it was arrogant that someone was actually in Konoha who did something to her. She rushed directly into the crowd, like a human-shaped beast, with a golden elephant appearing behind it, smashing into a large group of ninjas. Rumble. Houses collapsed one after another, and the huge noise has completely shocked the entire Konoha village. Even 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed forward. "Stop it, don't fight anymore." Sarutobi Hiruzen sweated on his forehead and hurriedly yelled. "If we continue, I'm afraid this place will be broken into pieces." However, Tsunade was unmoved, still bursting out with terrifying aura and chakra. Groups of ninjas were embedded into the ground by him, and blood flowed all over the ground. "Principal Changsheng, please let Tsunade stop." Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that what he said was invalid for Tsunade, so he had no choice but to ask Senju Changsheng for help. In Konoha village, he is the only one who can make Tsunade obedient. "I said, little ape, should you tell me, why did you let the Senju clan move out without my consent? Is it your teacher Tobirama's idea?" Senju Changsheng obviously didn't intend to stop Tsunade so easily. If Sarutobi Hiruzen can't give him a satisfactory explanation, this place will be in ruins today. The teacher lives elsewhere and doesn't know about it. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen talks, the less emboldened. It was Danzo who asked the Senju family to relocate. He said that there are very few people in the Senju clan, and it takes up such a large area. After Danzo's prolonged lip service, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that what he said makes sense, and his teacher Tobirama also lives in other places to retreat. So Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to this matter. The old, weak, sick, and disabled of the Senju clan naturally have no ability to resist. Chapter 13 FK off, do you understand? Knowing that it was not Tobirama's instruction, Senju Changshen's smile became colder. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is still like the original, boosting Danzo's arrogance. Haha. So how do you solve this matter? Don't give me a satisfactory answer, you don't have to be Hokage, it's better not to doubt my ability. Senju said coldly. He has too many ways to get Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down. He is the highest ranking Konoha executive, and Tobirama will also listen to him. It really didn't work. Senju Changshen directly used force to pull him off the stage. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into embarrassment, but he didn't care about this most. Senju Changshen, as a senior Konoha, does have the right to speak, but it may not be easy to get him to step down. The sound of houses collapsing and the screams of ninjas echoed all around, which made him lose face. Principal Changshen? No, I should call you Mr. Immortal. Let me take care of my affairs. How about you let Tsunade stop first? At this moment, Shimura Danzo walked slowly, his right hand covered with bandages, with a righteous appearance. He looked at the fallen ninjas, his expression a little ugly. Tsunade-chan, come back first. Boom. After Tsunade hit another ninja directly, he landed next to Senju Changshen. Armament Haki retreated, revealing his white jade hands, and slightly tidied up some scattered hair. His movements were graceful and gentle, unlike just now. Is it Danzo? I want you to bring your people to me right now, get out of my Senju station, and send someone to repair the house here, and compensate for the mental damages of our clan, and personally invite the owner of my clan back. Senju Changshen walked to Danzo, who was turning blue and red, patted him on the shoulder lightly, and said with cold eyes, understand. As the voice fell, he pressed the hand on Danzo's shoulder and suddenly increased his strength a bit. Click. There was a sudden sound of broken bones, Danzo's face was painful, and his forehead was full of sweat. The pain on his shoulder made him nod hurriedly and said, listen, understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen also raised his brows slightly, and can crush a person's shoulders with his grip. Only those with strong physical skills can do it. It seems that Senju has lived for so many years, but he hasn't always stayed in place. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were a little serious, but he didn't take it too seriously. Physical exercises are always just physical exercises, and they can't accomplish any great things. At this point in the Hokage world, 8 inner gates have not yet appeared, so physical skills have not been paid too much attention. When Konoha's internal conflict was temporarily resolved, Senju Changshen took Tsunade and walked directly to the house. Danzo, who was standing behind, had very scary eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. Don't mess with him anymore. The position of the president of the Ninja Academy is not that simple. There are too many people behind him. Even my teacher is on his side. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood beside Danzo and whispered. Huh. Danzo said disapprovingly, it's just relying on the old to sell the old. A person who has no strength and a brain is not worthy to survive in this world of ninja. You. After all, ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen's later words, Danzo turned around and left. Many of the Konoha village residents who came to watch the scene looked at each other, talked a lot, and had all kinds of voices. Walking into the house, Senju Changshen quickly scanned around his eyes and found that nothing was missing, but an extra layer of accumulated dust. This shows that Danzo's occupation of Senju does not really think that the place is big, but has another purpose. If it is really because of the large demand for venues, how can so many spaces be vacated? And based on Senju Changshen's understanding of the original work, people like Danzo always do things secretly. His root organization is all built underground. Just because he can't see the light, how can he cultivate his influence in Senju Station in an open and honest manner? Master, what is the purpose of this Danzo? Do you have to occupy our Senju Station? Tsunade said seriously with a pretty face. Could it be that in their Senju Station, is there any great treasure that can't be achieved? Danzo would not hesitate to be an enemy of the Senju clan, so he wanted to occupy this place. Although the Senju clan is now beginning to decline, it does not mean that the Senju clan can bully at will. It's nothing more than strength. Your grandpa is so amazing. He is regarded as the god of ninjas in the ninja world. Countless people are looking forward to having such strength, including Danzo. Senju Changsheng said indifferently, he came to our Senju station, probably to search your grandfather's house, looking for leftover tissues or secrets. Hashirama has been buried, Danzo naturally dare not dig a grave, so he can only obtain Hashirama's cells in a compromised way. I don't know if Danzo has already cooperated with Orochimaru. Senju Changshen noticed Orochimaru's eyes just now. It was very wrong. Of course, Orochimaru was not greedy for his body, but wanted to spy on his youthful secrets. Orochimaru is also a person who pursues immortality. It is not surprising that he will make some amazing actions. This must be guarded against. If you want to live long, you must pay attention to every enemy, no matter how strong the opponent is. My grandpa is gone, are they still thinking about it? Tsunade was very surprised. I didn't expect that there are such perverts in the world. Don't talk about it, soldiers will come to cover the water and earth, and it will not be long before the world of ninja will usher in a huge hustle and bustle. I'm going to retreat. In the following calendars, if there is a war in the ninja world, you will be famous for being a teacher. Senju Jangseng's handsome face showed a chic smile, and Tsunade looked obsessed. The second and third ninja wars? It's nothing to do with him, there is no need for him to act. He saved Senju Tobirama, which is definitely the biggest variable in this war. It won't be long before second generation, third generation, and fourth Hokage will be on the battlefield at the same time. Calculating the time, it is estimated that Namikaze Minato is already born. In a few years, you will be able to graduate with excellent grades and then join the battle. At that time, let Tobirama teach Namikaze Minato, a fourth Hokage that is more powerful than second generation will be born. Konoha is so awesome, where does he still need to take action? Rather than worrying about the safety of Konoha village, it is better to improve one's own strength and strive to achieve super shadow strength before being born. Now his young appearance has begun to be paid attention to by many people. If he is not strong enough, he will inevitably fall into danger. I understand, Master, I will definitely pass on what you taught me and carry it forward on the battlefield. Then I won't disturb your old man, I'll go home first. Tsunade looked serious, and immediately got up to leave as if fleeing. Wait. Senju Changsheng gave a soft drink, and the nascent soul-level aura instantly enveloped the entire house, like a field magnetic field, confining Tsunade in place. Help me improve the hygiene here. Senju Changsheng smiled and said, don't even think about running, I already control the entire yard. After years of getting along, he knows Tsunade very well. This guy just doesn't want to help with hygiene. Sure enough, I still can't escape, the master is so cruel, he actually let me be a girl as a cow and a horse. Tsunade wailed, but due to the fierce power of eternal life, he obediently cleaned up. Chapter 14 The Real Eyes of the Damn Evil King. Konoha Village, Senju Station. Ding. Trigger the plot sign in, The second Ninja War sign-in is successful, congratulations to get, observation haki. Ding. Trigger the plot sign-in, and the third Ninja World War sign-in is successful. Congratulations on obtaining, True Eye of the Evil King. Senju Changsheng stood in the small courtyard at home, holding a black knife Kyushui. The blade, which was already dark, was now covered with a layer of dark and shiny armament haki, which looked even darker and sharper. Kang. The black knife Kyushui slashed out, and blue and white waves of water suddenly surged from the blade, and the clattering sound was crisp and sweet. The breath of water, the shape of wonton, hit the tide. Senju Changsheng also carried a knife, like a trickle of water, moving across the air. Puff puff. 30 puppets holding long knives were slashed by Senju's longevity water wave blade, and the puppets' heads smashed to the ground. These puppets are all cage level strength, obtained by Senju Changsheng sign-in. He closed all his own cultivation base and chakra, and even used only 10% of his physical strength, and directly killed 30 cage level puppets with water breathing. Even without aura and chakra, I can already kill cage level easily. Senju Changsheng looked at the black knife Kyushui in his hand and muttered. 20 years have passed since he returned to Konoha. The second Ninja World War has already started, and the third Ninja War has continued. Senju has never left Konoha village, and no enemy can enter Konoha village. The village is completely guarded by the ninjas, and there is peace in it. The bloody fight outside, the village is like a paradise, peacefully enjoying the time for 20 years. During the period, Konoha gave birth to Konoha Sunin, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. The trio stood out strong in World War II. They were promoted from cage level to super shadow, and promoted Konoha's reputation. Among them, Tsunade is the most famous, who once captured thousands of ninja army with one person, which made the ninja world frightened. Konoha is the title of the cradle of genius, and it has also begun to spread in the ninja world. Followed by the golden glitter Namikaze Minato, who used the flying thunder god technique to master Senju Tobirama. The two masters and apprentices once became Shinigami together. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, Senju Tobirama finally left this world completely due to life expectancy. Not only did Tobirama leave, but Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito also left. The position of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was also taken over by Uzumaki Kushina. There are also a large number of older generations in Konoha village who have also left the world. Most of them die of old age, and some of them died on the battlefield. The Senju clan is even more miserable, only Senju Changsheng and Tsunade master and apprentice are left. Those Senju people who are sick, young, and old, either die of illness or die of old age. Konoha's blood has been completely updated, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has removed the position of Hokage. As a civilian, Namikaze Minato successfully ascended 4th Hokage and became Konoha's mainstay. Now Konoha has reached its heyday. The older generation has Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the mainstay is Namikaze Minato. The younger generation has Kakashi and others who continue to pass on the will of fire. 20 years of war, not only did Konoha fail to decline, but instead became more prosperous. 20 years of gunpowder smoke, killed and injured countless people, consumed a lot of resources, and finally ushered in the end. All the 5 ninja countries signed a peace agreement, ending this chaotic war. Senju Changsheng has also entered the realm of heaven and human through a large number of sign-in rewards during these 2 decades. Life expectancy has soared to 15,000 years. By now, lifespan is nothing but a series of numbers to him, meaningless. After 50 years of cultivation, he has reached the realm of heaven and human, and his lifespan is as long as 10,000 years. This kind of cultivation speed, placed in the world of cultivating immortals, is definitely the existence of Hengu genius. 10 years of condensing energy, 100 years of foundation building, 1,000 years of pill formation, insight into Yu and Ying, and encounters with heaven and humans. According to the normal journey of cultivating immortals, it takes 10 years to condense the energy to perfection, 100 years to successfully build a foundation, and 1,000 years to bear the golden core. The reason is that you need your own perception. The length of time depends entirely on the individual. Some people may not be able to break into the Yuanying stage for a lifetime. The final heaven and human realm requires good fortune and adventure to have a chance. As a result, Senja Changsheng relied on generous sign-in rewards, and in 50 years, reached the heaven and human. This is a cultivation speed that is enough to scare everyone to death. Until the day when Senja's longevity practice is complete, he will be able to live forever in the world. Even if this world was shattered, he still survived. Thinking of this, Senja Changsheng felt a sorrow and vicissitudes of life, as if the world could no longer hold him. Because his lifespan is too long, it would be too boring to stay here all his life. At this moment, Senja Changsheng's eyes began to emit golden gleam, as if he could gain insight into the past, the present and the future, and manipulate everything in the world. Damn it, it's messing up with the reward. Senja Changsheng's expression was a bit embarrassing. All of this must start with the reward of the Third Ninja World War. The reward for the Second Ninja War is observation hacking. He is very satisfied with this reward, which can keep him on guard and prevent sneak attacks. But the third ninja reward made him feel embarrassed. True Eyes of the Evil King. Don't look at the name, it seems to be quite powerful. In fact, Senja Changsheng doesn't like this reward very much. It originated from the female protagonist who has a love relationship with the second disease. This person is an ordinary person, but suffers from a very serious second disease. The so-called True Eye of the Evil King is exactly what the heroine Xiaoniao Liuhua named by herself. As a result, the system actually rewarded him with such a broken thing, and once there was something slightly touched by S2, his pupils would emit golden light. Senja's longevity is hard to tell, this is simply a public sentence. Once he feels a little majestic in his heart, or ready to release handsome moves, his eyes will glow. It seems that the system is reminding him not to get in the second grade again. Of course, system products can't have such a tasteless function. Because the Evil King's True Eye is really powerful, it can improve the ability according to the second degree of the host. Any ability can be achieved, provided that the second grade is required. If this eye winner is Xiaoniao Liuhua, it is estimated that she can create the world. But Senja Changsheng doesn't have a second degree aura. He feels this is too shameful, so this ability is a useless product in his hands. Some even affect his ability. Oh, even if I die, Senja Changsheng, if I jump from here, I will never use the true eyes of you, the evil king. Senja Changsheng angrily put away the black knife Kyushui, adjusted his mentality, and walked outside. Chapter 15 Sign in for 50 years. He has been in Konoha house for 20 years, and few people have seen him outside. On the contrary, many people have heard of his name, because the whole Konoha village is spreading. Senja Changsheng is an immortal person. Some people even speculate that the person who rescued Senja Tobirama was their immortal Mr. Konoha. It's just that, over time, this speculation was overturned by various justified and well-founded things. Senja Changsheng walked out of the house. His house is already Konoha's largest. Those big houses that were once have been demolished and rebuilt. After all, with the development of Konoha, the population is increasing and the area of the village is limited. If you want to enjoy a big house, you must use a lot of credit and a huge amount of money to get it. He looked at the familiar and unfamiliar pedestrians around his eyes, without much reaction, as if he had already gotten used to it all. Huh? Not here. You are Mr. Immortal. In vain, someone took a breath and looked at Senja Changsheng and the house behind him in shock. I wonder if I confessed to the wrong person. But the other party did come out of this house, could it be a visitor? Since he has been living among the guys, Senju always wears a loose light blue robe, knee-length casual shorts, and black clogs under his feet. It seemed that it was unsightly to go out like this, so he reluctantly took out a white windbreaker and put it on his shoulders. Be as random as you want. However, the casual clothes and his indifferent smile are extremely harmonious, as if they are integrated with the village, and will not give people any discomfort. When he walked out the door, a bunch of villagers cast their gazes. They were taken aback first, and then they started talking in a low voice. Who is he? Is it the legendary Mr. Immortal? The principal of the Ninja Academy who has lived for 80 years. Oh my god, so young, will you admit your mistake? It's absolutely impossible to admit mistakes. I have been selling Odin here for many years. Only Tsunade-sama can enter and leave this house. No one else will visit. The uncle pushing the stall cart said proudly that he was the first person to recognize Senju Changsheng. Because he has been in the cart business for a long time, how could he admit it wrong? Really, someone can live to be 80 years old. It's incredible. Hasn't he witnessed the rise and death of Hokage and second Hokage? This is ninjutsu. I remembered Tsunade-sama has a kind of ninjutsu that can keep you young. A passing ninja said his guess. I feel so handsome. Is he really 80 years old? How do I feel that he is younger than me? Yeah, I'm so handsome, even if I'm 80 years old. Several spring-born girls blushed, their eyes dodged, and they gathered around and whispered. Senju Changsheng. It turns out that even in the ninja world, there are also creatures with good looks. He felt like an animal in a zoo, and was a little embarrassed and shy when a group of people watched and sighed. None of the villagers belong to the Senju clan, and the so-called Senju station has now become a street for others to take a walk. Only Senju Changsheng and Tsunade live in the huge Senju station. With Senju Changsheng's current cultivation base, even if the other party speaks quietly, he can hear every word of the other party very clearly. It's no wonder these people were too shocked. The time in his house was indeed a bit too long. Ahem. It's not a polite thing to talk in person like this, everyone. Senju made 2 long coughs, a handsome smile like a spring breeze, making the young women around them all red. No matter from the appearance, voice, or body shape, Senju Changsheng is a properly healthy young guy. This also made the people around him suspect that they might have admitted the wrong person. Reminded by Senju Changsheng, everyone apologized in embarrassment, and immediately got busy with their own affairs. Master? Are you finally able to give up? Senju Changsheng didn't go far before he met his apprentice Tsunade. Seeing his master coming out, Tsunade lightly covered his red lips, a little surprised. She is as young and beautiful as she once was, as she was 20 years ago. The only difference is that the dark purple diamond pattern of 100 healings mark, dotted on her forehead, exudes a different kind of charm. Tsunade was wearing a light green kimono, with golden hair still cut down to her waist, walking gracefully and beautifully. No matter how she looked like a wealthy daughter, she was educated and connotative. But the moment people around saw Tsunade, they all turned their heads away from fear and dared not look at each other. It's Tsunade-chan, I'm planning to come out for a stroll. You are? Senju Changsheng saw Tsunade carrying some fruit snacks, and a quiet girl standing beside him, couldn't help but ask curiously. Tsunade gave him a byakugan and said silently, "Isn't this going to find you? I didn't expect you to run out." She also brings fruit only when she visits her master. Even if she visits Hokage, she usually has nothing to do with her. I'm interested. Senju Changsheng laughed. He felt that his apprentice had confiscated his mistakes, and he was very sensible and grateful. No matter how she is to outsiders, Senju Changsheng will not mind. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my disciple Shizun. Tsunade said to Shizun again, this is my master, your master, Mr. Immortal of Konoha village, Senju Changsheng. Shizun is 17 years old this year and has been studying with Tsunade for 12 years. The relationship between her and Tsunade is just like that of Senju Changsheng and Tsunade, who have been with each other for most of the time. Ah, good master, my name is Shizun. Hearing that the handsome man in front of him is the master, Shizun hurried forward and greeted politely, a little agitated. Her voice was very small, even a little fearful, and her tone was very respectful. Senju Changsheng smiled and nodded in response. He had a good impression of the girl in front of him. It's rare for master to come out, so let me invite you to have barbecue. Tsunade hugged Senju Changsheng's arm, and didn't care what people around him thought of him, and directly took Changsheng towards the commercial street. I think you want to eat barbecue. Senju couldn't help but vomit. The two pulled away in front. Shizun elegantly followed in the rear, very obedient and well-behaved. To be honest, Senju Changsheng first wanted to train Tsunade into a girl like Shizun, but it's a pity that Tsunade's violent gene is too terrifying. Perhaps, from the beginning, you shouldn't have taught Tsunade's idols to guard against prison. The three of them walked into the barbecue restaurant and talked while eating. Shizun hardly spoke. Senju Changsheng and Tsunade were chatting during the whole process, and joyous laughter was heard from time to time. Tsunade's every move is such an elegant lady. Under the beautiful appearance, it attracts the surrounding customers to look at each other. The Tsunade-sama in front of you seems to be different from the rumored one? Why is it so beautiful and so quiet and elegant? Has this world changed? Chapter 16 The Night of Nine Tails Attacking the Village. Huh. Isn't this Tsunade-sama and Shizun? What a coincidence. A beautiful fair-skinned young woman with a baby in her arms walked in with two boys. Take the initiative to greet Tsunade and others. Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. It's Mikoto, why didn't you run out if you weren't staying at home? Hearing Mikoto's name, he immediately attracted the attention of Senju Changsheng. Isn't this the mother of Urjuze? Looking at the baby in the other's arms, if you guessed it correctly, it should be Suzuki just born. Amazing. The children in Hokage world don't have to go to confinement after life, just run out like this. Look at the two boys next to Mikoto. A smile was like a spring breeze, and he nodded politely to Senju Changsheng. The other has a stiff facial expression, and is looking at Senju Changsheng seriously. If Senju Changsheng guessed correctly, the two of them are probably Itaki and Shisui. Sure enough, Mikoto's next words also confirmed his thoughts. It's okay. Our ninja has good physique. I heard that Kushina was about to give birth and wanted to accompany her. I didn't expect to be sheltered. I just passed by here, so I brought Shisui and Itaka to have a barbecue. Mikoto's voice is very gentle, and the happy smile on his face is very kind. She looked at Senju Changsheng with beautiful eyes, and said softly, under Uchiha Mikoto, I wonder if this gentleman is. At this moment, Mikoto's heart was as shocked as the people around him. The man in front of him actually had a barbecue with Tsunade-sama. Could it be that Tsunade-sama's lover failed? My god, how sacred this person is, even Master Tsunade can suppress it. And Tsunade-sama's delicate posture is too beautiful, isn't it? My name is Senju Changsheng. Senju Changsheng smiled and his heart moved slightly. He just heard Mikoto say, Kushina is going to give birth. From this point of view, tonight is probably the night of Nine Tails attacking the village. He has lived in Konoha village for so many years, but he does not want the peace of Konoha village to be broken by the big fox all the time. Senju Changsheng decided to take the shot himself tonight, and if he can, he would catch Obito back by the way, and get back to the right. Konoha village is his place. Although he is unwilling to participate in the ninja war, it does not mean that he does not like Konoha. It turns out that you are Mr. Immortal. You seem to be in good spirits. It won't be a problem to live for 100 years. Mikoto was very surprised. She had always thought that Mr. Immortal was mentioned by others because of his age. But now when I look at it, I know that Senju's longevity is not just about long life, but also looks like an ordinary young man. Even his voice, expression, and speech are completely 20-year-old. Ha ha ha. I will live another 10,000 years without a problem. Senju Changsheng replied seemingly jokingly. Mikoto covered his mouth and chuckled, obviously not taking it seriously, wondering in his heart, is it 100 healings mark? But there is no 100 healings mark on his forehead. How did he do it? Why are you so young? Are you not an ordinary person? Why do I feel that you are more dangerous than Hokage? At this moment, Itachi suddenly stepped forward and asked, his expression extremely serious and solemn. He has never missed it? The smiling young man in front of him seems to have endless energy in his body, which is daunting. Itachi believes in his instincts, this person is definitely a terrifying existence. Mikoto's complexion changed. He didn't expect that Itachi, who had always been polite, would be so disrespectful to Mr. Immortal. The person in front of him is the same generation as Hokage, and he is also the founder of the Ninja Academy. His identity and seniority are both scary. To offend such a person, for the current Uchiha family, it is definitely worse. Hearing that, Senju was not angry, but looked at Uchiha Itachi with interest. Who knows? Itachi, come here. Mikoto, who was holding Suzuki, snapped. He took Itachi and Shisui to the side seat, and then began to criticize Itachi severely. Uchiha Itachi sat in a seat obediently and nodded his head to admit his mistake. Shisui on the side was silent, smiling from beginning to end. When Shisui and Itachi were eating barbecue, they would always look at Senju Changsheng from time to time, constantly looking at Senju Changsheng. The two have some understanding of each other, and their personalities are somewhat similar. They all have the same intuition, that is, Senju's longevity is very difficult. In fact, Senju Changsheng in the realm of heaven and human will indeed exude an invisible aura, as if it merged with the heaven and the earth, as if it were incarnation of the will of heaven. Therefore, Shisui and Itachi, who are naturally sensitive to energy fields, can naturally feel something from Senju. While they are looking at Senju Changsheng is also paying attention to them. These two guys are a new generation of Muyetian, but unfortunately their fate is a bit miserable, otherwise they must be Konoha's mainstay in the future. The culprit of the tragedy was naturally Shimura Danzo, who was involved in the whole thing. Senju Changsheng feels that it is time for him to see Danzo. If this guy is like the original, he will definitely get rid of this morning. After a delicious barbecue, Senju Changsheng, Tsunade, and Shizun went to the commercial district for nearly a day before returning home. I'm going to protect Kushina, master, would you like to go with me? Tsunade put down the fruits and snacks and asked casually. No, you go, I want to guard Konoha to prevent accidents. Senju Changsheng smiled and replied. He intends to catch Obito directly tonight, in order to prevent an accident. After all, there have been some changes in the plotline long ago, although the changes are not big, but the focus is on the details. In case someone else sneaks into Konoha, or if more than Obito comes, it will be very troublesome. After saying goodbye to Tsunade, Shizun also went to work on his own affairs. The sky gradually dimmed, and Kushina was about to give birth in a secret location full of sealed enchantments. But the rich Nine-Tails chakra still overflowed and filled the sky. Ordinary ninjas can't feel it, but powerful ninjas can clearly feel this evil chakra wave. Senju Changsheng, who had just taken a hot shower and walked out of the yard, saw a phantom Nine-Tails composed of chakra through the true eyes of the evil king. Although the evil king's true eyes are a bit pitted, what I have to say is, under normal conditions, the additional function of the evil king's true eye is still very practical. For example, you can see things that others can't see, you can see the distant scene very clearly, and you can see through any illusions and other functions. Well, it smells so good. But, tonight seems a little different. He seemed to smile, his eyes glowing with gold, and he put on a windbreaker, and he walked out of the house in casual clothes like that. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a ninja wearing a weird mask. He came to him and whispered, "Mr. Immortal, please, Lord Danzo, please." Haha. What is Danzo? How dare you let me go and find him? He has a brain twitch, are your brain twitched too? Senja Changsheng answered with a smile, her golden eyes like two golden red flames burning slowly. When he was in the yard just now, he found that there were a lot of root organization ninjas around him. The Comer is not good. If Mr. Immortal doesn't want to go with us, then we have to offend. With the indifferent voice of the ninja falling. In the streets, eaves, walls, and other places, ninja figures with masks appeared one after another, and the chakra waves of Chunin and Jonin exuded all over their bodies. In less than half a breath, dozens of ninjas were surrounded by Senja Changshen's home. In the eyes of others, Senja Changshen is just an ordinary person, while Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen think he is a ninja. It's already a lot of face for him to excite the teacher in such a way. Interesting, I haven't gone to find Danzo, your old dog, but I didn't expect you to come here by yourself. Senja Changsheng Feng Qingyun glanced lightly at the dark place, since it's here, don't be sneaky. If I can't find you. The old dog Danzo was hiding nearby. The so-called inviting him over was actually planning to attack halfway. As for the reason, it's not hard to guess, it's nothing more than a prying into the reason for his eternal youth. Da-da-da. Danzo was covered with bandages on his head and arms, and walked out of the darkness with another figure. Orochimaru. Both Danzo and Orochimaru are interested in Senja Jiangxi and want to know the secret of his longevity. However, Senja's longevity status is very high and cannot be discovered by others. In addition, Senja Changsheng is really too much. He hasn't walked out of Konoha in 20 years. There are so many people in the village that it is really difficult to start. But now it's different, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina is about to give birth. Every time Jinchuriki gave birth to a baby, the seal in his body would loosen. Therefore, 4th generation and 3rd Hokage brought a large number of Konoha shinobi to protect Kushina. Among Konoha's Sunin, Jiraiya went out to perform the mission but did not return, and Tsunade was also protecting Kushina. Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, as planned, successfully became the guards of Konoha village. Now Konoha is full of ninjas of the root organization, and only a few Umbu members remain, guarding them from a distance. All this can be said to be the right time and place. Mr. Immortal seems to be very confident of his own strength, but it's a pity that physique is physique after all, and in front of ninjutsu, it is still like a chicken. Shimura Danzo walked to Senja Changsheng with a flat voice while holding onto the crutches. In his opinion, Senja's longevity is only dependent on being an individual surgeon. But how can this be? After all, physical exercises are physical exercises, which are difficult to generalize. This is the world of ninjas, and ninjutsu is the strongest power. Shimura Danzo was disdainful and sneered at Senja Changsheng. The smile on Orochimaru's face was wicked, as if he were looking at prey. Come with us, Mr. Immortal. Orochimaru smiled darkly and said, perhaps this way, I can suffer less pain. Ha 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 ha. His laughter became more and more frantic, and the expression on his face gradually became distorted and ferocious, as if everything was in hand. Chapter 17, The Night of Killing the Dog. In front of Senja Changshen's house. Dozens of ninjas lie in ambush on all sides, surrounding the Senja residence. Senja Changsheng looked at Danzo and Orochimaru in front of him, and said indifferently, who told you that physical skills are weak, it's just your ignorance. Using physical skills alone, he was able to blast everyone present. Besides, he doesn't only have physical skills, he also has tens of thousands of ninjutsu in his body. Who gave them the courage to pretend to be forced? Haha. It's useless to say more, Mr. Immortal, please come with us. Danzo disagrees, and doesn't want to waste too much tongue with Senju Changshen here. He must take the other party away quickly to avoid trouble. As for the consequences after leaving with him, only he and Orochimaru know. If you don't want to die, get out quickly, or you too won't see the sun tomorrow. Senju Changshen said coldly. The moment his voice fell, the evil king's true eyes suddenly shined brightly. Senju Changshen's mouth twitched inadvertently, but he quickly put the embarrassment behind him. Now he has thoughts of killing people. If Danzo and Orochimaru are obsessed, they will all die here tonight. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru laughed wildly and said, "Your old man is afraid that he is demented, and he actually said such funny things." His laughter was full of arrogance and disdain, and his laughter was extremely weird. Huh, do it? Shimura Danzo had run out of patience. With a wave of his arm, dozens of root organization ninjas rushed up. Call out! Call out! Call out! At the same time, the ninjas fell next to Senju Changshen and surrounded him, like a gangster bullying ordinary people. Two of them stepped forward, reaching out to limit Senju's longevity mobility. Now that the decision to die is made, let's bury it here today, and it's time for Konoha to clean it up. Senju Changshen sneered, his fists attacked the joints of their arms with thunder and thunder. Two ninjas made a horrible sound. Senju Changshen flicked his fingers, and the two flew out uncontrollably, smashing the walls of the street. Immediately afterwards, he burst out with blood and energy, and the ground within a radius of a mile immediately shook as soon as he stepped on it. A wave of aura came from Senju Changshen's body, like a tornado bursting out, and the windbreaker was blown into a hunting noise. The dozens of root organization ninjas only felt that a wave of heat was spreading over them, and immediately their bodies took off. Boom! Danzo and Orochimaru looked stiff and looked a little sluggish. The earth turned over like an earth dragon, blown into powder by this majestic aura. Those ninjas who had been rushed to the ground by the spiritual energy were hit by the fragments of sand from the sharp shot before they were able to slow down, and dense small blood holes appeared all over their bodies. Everyone is killed. What's going on? This is ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu does this guy master? Is it so weird? Danzo lost his voice. Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly, and he realized something was wrong. Senju Changshen is too calm, and the power that broke out just now has exceeded his cognition. He had never seen such invisible power. In that short moment, he felt that he was standing in front of an invincible god, not an ordinary villager. Click. At this moment, the black sword Kyushui appeared in Senju Changshen's hand. With a light smile on his face, he slowly pulled out the dark long sword. Armament haki was stained with autumn water and glowed, and the reflection of the full moon in the sky appeared extremely sharp. Come on, don't say I won't give you a chance. As long as you can escape from Konoha village, I will leave you a way out. Senju Changshen grinned, the Ultra Cage level chakra and aura exploded at the same time, and the blood formed a golden giant tens of meters in size. Since practicing, he has never tried to explode with all his strength, and now he just took the two clowns in front of him to try his sword. Super Shadow. How is this possible? This guy is hidden deep enough. Danzo and Orochimaru are already sinking, and they finally realize what kind of monster they have provoked. It turns out that the mysterious powerhouse who rescued Senju Tobirama was Senju Jiangxiai. In this way, the two of them faced not only a super shadow powerhouse, but also a master wood style, even a monster even more terrifying than Hokage. Why are you stunned here? It seems that you guys think I'm bluffing. Senju Changshen shook his head slightly, and then a cold light flashed by. Pouch! A blood spattered out, and the two of them were taken aback at the same time. Immediately Danzo yelled bitterly, covering his severed right arm, his face extremely pale. What happened just now? This question flashed through their minds at the same time. Too fast. With the speed of Senju Changshen's knife just now, the two of them didn't catch any traces at all, and Danzo's arm broke directly. Orochimaru turned around very decisively and fled, turning his lower body into a python form, swimming towards the outside of the village at an alarming speed. His operation of directly selling Danzo made Senju a little dumbfounded. Is it so stubborn? Damn Orochimaru, he escaped by himself. Danzo bit and directly activated Izanagi. He also has a Sharingan in his right eye, and a Sharingan can activate Izanagi once to reset himself. In the blink of an eye, Danzo's broken arm had returned to his shoulder, no different from before. This is Sharingan's unique ability, and the price is to lose a Sharingan. Izanagi can record the state of the caster himself with Sharingan. Then within the effective time of the technique, any damage suffered by the caster, even the death of the caster, can be restored to the state recorded by Sharingan. To put it simply, it was to turn back one's own time, so Danzo's broken arm recovered again. Izanagi? It's just a few more lives, just cut it again. Senju smiled disdainfully, and then the black sword Kyushui waved out again. The breath of water, the shape of one, the water surface slash. Wow! The blue water waves rippled with white waves, and the black knife autumn water cleaved a beautiful wave in the air, and the sound of the water slapping was clear and pleasant. But this picture and sound, in the eyes of Shimura Danzo, are like Shinigami's slash, to take his life. Damn it! Careless, no flashes. Izanagi. Pouch. Danzo's head was thrown away, blood rippling with the waves. Izanagi activated it, and the picture changed in vain. Danzo appeared 100 meters away, his face alternated with blue and red. Unbeatable. This is the only thought in Danzo's mind. Facing Senju Changshen, he has no resistance at all. Every time the opponent attacked, he had to use Izanagi as the price to survive. Is this still FG? Protect me! Danzo shouted violently and threw a signal flare similar to a firework in his hand. The root organization ninjas of the entire Konoha village ran at the same time, blocking Senju Changshen without a brain. Chapter 18 Turning into Dust in the Roar. The ninjas of the root organization, after receiving Danzo's order, rushed towards Senju Changshen brainlessly, without fear of death. The so-called ninja training is actually the death soldier training. Your sin is enough to make you die 100 times. Senju Changshen's voice is flat, facing these root organization ninjas without any sympathy. Although they are still alive, their brains are already dead, and they are completely reduced to tool people. The breath of water, the shape of three, the flow dance. In an instant, Senju's longevity figure flashed continuously among the ninjas, leaving a beautiful blue and white wavy curve. Puff! 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 The heads of the 100 root organization ninjas were all thrown away, and the blood gradually stained the Senju resident. The rust-like blood smell was rich and disgusting. These ninjas hadn't even had time to release their ninjutsu, and their heads fell to the ground. Such a scene caused Danzo to sweat on his forehead and his legs and feet to flee extremely embarrassed. I suddenly regretted it. Even if you escape from Konoha village, I will still take your dog's life. Just a kilometer away from Danzo running out of Senju station, Senju Changshen's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ding 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 ding. A cold wind blew by, Danzo only felt cold in his lower body. Looking down, he saw that the ground in a radius of several hundred meters had condensed into ice, and his lower body had become an ice sculpture. This is the limit of blood succession. Danzo looked dazed and hurriedly used Izanagi to reset himself again. Izanagi 3 times in a row has already blinded him to 3 eyes. At this stage, Danzo has only collected 3 Sharingan in total. If he dies again, he will really be over. Shimura Danzo has never been so scared. He feels a deep sense of powerlessness, as if the Senju Changsheng in front of him is not a human being at all, but a god. He was facing a god, and he could only kneel to accept judgment. Is this being done? Are you a member of the Senju clan? Are you not using wood style? Why is being done? Shimura Danzo screamed like crazy. Haha. Ice done ice prison technique. Senju Changsheng didn't have any nodding movement, and walked freely in the leisure garden with Chiu Shui in his hand. At the same time, chakra condensed into an icy wind blowing past Danzo. A series of icicles rose from the ground, straight into the sky. It formed an ice cage around it, enveloping both of them. It's like entering a battlefield of life and death, there is no way to go. Sorry, I not only own wood style and Bing done, but also dust done can make you disappear in an instant. Senju Changsheng smiled indifferently, and at the same time raised his palm, dust escape primary realm peeling technique. An ant dared to jump in front of him, and he would definitely die without ashes. Hum. The dazzling white light burst out from his palm, like the beginning of the world, gorgeous and dazzling. No. You can't kill me. Danzo's face twisted and turned to face the ice prison to release fire-style ninjutsu, but how easy is it to break the ice prison created by Senju? The white light turned into a white cube in the palm of Senju Changsheng, and the bright light burst out, instantly drowning Danzo who was roaring. There is no one I can't kill. Senju Changsheng laughed. The entire night sky was illuminated by white light at this moment, as if it had turned from night to day. What happened? How did the sky become brighter? Is it a strange scene? The nearby villagers were all alarmed and ran out to watch. No, someone is fighting. What kind of ninjutsu is that? What a terrifying chakra wave. That person, I seem to have met this morning. It's Mr. Immortal, he really is a powerful ninja. Uchiha Itake's facial paralyzed expression finally fluctuated. He held Suzuki in his arms, stood with Shisui, and looked at Senju's direction in shock. The earthquake just now made many people feel strange, and now the fighting broke out in the village, directly alarming Konoha's remaining Umbu ninjas. Almost all Umbu ninjas are guarding the other side of the village, and some have already gone outside to protect Kushina, who has a hidden baby. This is also the reason why Danzo dared to be so rampant. Umbu ninjas are too few, and as long as they are not too moving, they will not be noticed. It's a pity that Danzo counts everything, but he didn't count it. The person he wanted to arrest was actually a real dragon. After the original world stripping technique dissipated, Danzo had completely turned into ashes, a cool breeze blew, and the ashes were blown out of sight. Danzo has solved it, it's time to settle accounts with Orochimaru. Senju Changsheng held a black knife Kyushui, and said calmly. This is their own choice. It is impossible for Senju Changsheng to just let Orochimaru go. Killing a trash Danzo is not enough to stand up. Kill Orochimaru, one of Sunin, to relieve his anger. With Senju's comprehensive strength, it is a respected existence anywhere. He is definitely standing on the top of the shinobi world. Unless a Six Paths class powerhouse is born, no one can beat it. Orochimaru, who is swimming like a snake, has fled from Senju Station all the way to the entrance of the village. Just as he was delighted in his heart and was about to escape from Konoha village, the figure standing guard at the door made his pupils suddenly shrink. Because the one standing at the door is not someone else, it is Senju Changsheng. He is still in the loose robe, casual shorts, and black clogs. He looks like an ordinary young man standing in front of his house looking at the scenery. Normal shit. Orochimaru stopped hurriedly, his back was cold, cold sweat was flowing. He has no time to think about how Senju Changsheng got here so quickly. Obviously, he was still fighting with Danzo behind him a moment before, and a dazzling white light broke out, but in the next second, he came to the gate of the village. Orochimaru can see that the person in front of him is definitely Senju Changsheng himself, not clone technique. Oh, I didn't expect it, I can still flying thunder god technique, and I planted the technique seal decades ago, ha ha ha. Senju Changsheng smiled and walked, as casually as a family chat. But every step of his advancement, in Orochimaru's eyes, increased the pressure. Dear Mr. Immortal, there has been no unpleasantness between you and me. I just accompany the old guy Danzo to take a look. Can you? One of Tang Tang's Sunin is now forced to beg for mercy respectfully, which is totally inconsistent with his previous style. There is no way, to be able to bend and stretch, to survive. Orochimaru is a man who pursues immortality, he cherishes his life very much. For example, who is the most stubborn person in the Hokage world? Senju Changsheng would like to call Orochimaru the strongest. Various body modifications and inventions made Orochimaru almost immortal, and with the so-called power of science, he can live forever in the world of tolerance. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking about? Just because you want to use me as an experimental subject, I won't let you go. Senju Changsheng smiled. Chapter 19. Hearing Senju Changxi's words, Orochimaru's complexion sank without any hesitation. He directly sealed his hands and slapped the ground suddenly. Hesitate and lose. Orochimaru is very decisive. In any case, he is one of the Sunin who used to shine in the ninja world. How can he be afraid of fighting? Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru is the strongest summoning beast. In the face of the mysterious and powerful Senju Changxi, Orochimaru did not dare to retain the slightest. Bang! A white smoke rose, and 100-meter-high purple python suddenly appeared in Konoha village, and the surrounding ninjas exclaimed. It's Orochimaru-sama's summoning beast. What happened? Who is he fighting with? That person seems to be the principal of our ninja academy. Why is he fighting with Orochimaru-sama, and is he not an ordinary person? Damn it! Captain, what should we do now? Are we going to stop it? The Umbu ninjas of Konoha village, at this moment do not know what to do. If the enemy is fighting Orochimaru, they must come forward as soon as possible, even as long as it is a lower status person, they will also go up and help Orochimaru contain the opponent first. But now fighting Orochimaru is Senju Changxi, the highest ranked Konoha village, which makes Umbu ninja difficult. Why did the two fight? Did one of them betray Konoha village? And most importantly, why is Mr. Immortal, who is an ordinary person, now releases the chakra fluctuations that make them fearful? What about ordinary people? Rumble. At this moment, another loud noise came from the other side. The scarlet moon and evil aura covered the entire Konoha, and everyone felt a chill in their bodies, and they couldn't help trembling slightly. Roar! 9 tails, which are as high as hundreds of feet, come to Konoha. The blood-red Mangekyo Sharinon flashed past 9 tails' pupils. There is no doubt that 9 tails has been controlled by Obito at this moment. 2 figures, one red and one gold, passed over 9 tails' heads. It was Obito, who was wearing a mask, and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Yes, it's 9 tails. Go over and save the civilians now. Captain Umbu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted. At this moment, the place where 9 tails is, but there are many residents, it is important to save people. As for Senju Changsheng and Orochimaru, they don't know the situation and can't intervene, so the best choice is to quickly find a way to deal with 9 tails and save more civilians. For a time, Konoha village was filled with fear. The villagers fled in panic, the ninjas fought hard to resist the ravages of 9 tails, houses collapsed, and the chakra storm destroyed an area. Konoha village has been attacked by 9 tails, don't you plan to suppress the tail beast? Orochimaru's wicked tongue licked the bloodline at the corner of his mouth flexibly, and beside him was the huge summoning beast Wan Snake. In just a few short breaths, Senju Changsheng fought Orochimaru for dozens of rounds. Senju's longevity is intact, even somewhat elegant and chic, like a handsome young man wandering in Konoha village. But Orochimaru and Wan Shi are already scarred, bloodline is flowing all over, there are multiple stab wounds on their bodies, and armament haki's slashing injuries cannot be cured for a long time. This also makes Orochimaru look extremely ugly. It's really going to be suppressed, but I can't let Ninetales run wild, it seems I need to be more serious. Senju Changsheng smiled casually, without any sense of tension or dignity, more like discussing something easy. His original purpose was to guard Konoha to prevent Ninetales from attacking the village and other accidents. Unexpectedly, at the same time that Ninetales attacked the village, an accident also occurred, that is, Orochimaru and Danzo attacked him. But the problem is not big. Senju Changsheng put the black sword Kyushui in the scabbard, but the attached armament haki did not fade away. Wan Snake, stop him, I will retreat first. Orochimaru had an ominous feeling in his heart again, and hurriedly shouted. You want me to stop this guy? I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Wan Shi opened his mouth and uttered words. It also feels pressure from Senju Changsheng. It is not easy to intercept such a person. When did such a guy pop up in the ninja world? Anyway, you can just delay it for me. Orochimaru yelled uncomfortably, then turned and ran without looking back. It seems that one snake is not enough, Orochimaru's hands are still printing, and the white smoke is accompanied by a series of muffled noises. Giant snakes and thousands of small snakes suddenly appeared, densely packed, and this area directly became a python paradise, making a sharp hissing noise. Wan Shi sighed, and immediately moved her huge body to stand in front of Senju Changsheng. It has the snake shelting technique, which can shed its skin and escape at a critical moment. If it weren't for this ability, it wouldn't dare to intercept Senju Changsheng. Are you sure you want to intercept me? Senju Changsheng looked weird. He didn't want to understand where 10,000 snakes came from. He wanted to stop him with a few stinky snakes. I'm afraid that only a few moves will be lost in seconds, right? Boy, I don't know where you come from, but you want to pass from me, I am afraid it will not be so easy. Wan Shi said calmly. Sizzle. Sizzle. Snake swarms came and surrounded Senju Changsheng, the dense pythons moved slowly, and the scalp of the person watching was numb. Wan Shi led a group of younger brothers, like bandits blocking the way, with great momentum. Senju Changsheng laughed, holding the handle of the master in his hand, there was thunder flashing all over his body, making a crackling sound. Orochimaru pitied you, but you are still working for them. Senju Changsheng smiled and shook his head, his eyes condensed, and the light and wind on his body turned in vain. Domineering, fierce and fierce. The terrifying energy crushed the ground inch by inch, flying sand and rocks. The blue thunder light is flowing all over the body, Senju Changsheng instantly incarnates thunder, and the dense thunder and lightning blooms with it as the center. The breath of thunder, the shape of three, the mosquito turns into thunder. Along with Senju Changsheng's soft shout, the black sword Kyushui drew his sword out, as fast as lightning, and thunder went away. Rumble. Thunder suddenly appeared, thunder raging, all the pythons around were submerged, and the howling sound resounded through the clouds at the same time, sharp and ear-piercing. A scorching smell permeated the leaves, and when the thunder light gradually dissipated, the corpses of pythons all over the ground were scorched by electricity, leaving only the dying snakes and giant snakes. How is it possible? Who the hell is this guy? Orochimaru wants to use my life in exchange for his chance to leave. Wan Shi finally realized that he should stop pitting himself. Just when it was about to use the snake sloughing technique, Senju Changsheng stepped out, leaped into the air, and drew the black sword again. The breath of thunder, the shape of one, the thunder flashes 180 consecutive times. Shit. Suddenly, Senju Changsheng turned into a thunder and lightning, and under the shocked gaze of the 10,000 snakes and the giant snakes, it instantly penetrated their bodies. Click. When they reappeared, Senju Changsheng had come behind them and completed the action of closing the knife. Fat, what happened? Wan Shi was taken aback for a moment, then looked back slightly, and suddenly a strong pain came from all over his body. Puff 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 puff. The huge bodies of the 10,000 snakes and the giant snakes exploded directly, and the blood was dripping down like rain. An aura transpired from Senju Changshen's body, blocking the rain of blood. I just took a shower, so I can't sweat and get my clothes dirty. Senju chuckled softly with long hands, her eyes glowing with golden light, and the windbreaker draped over her shoulders moved with the wind. Chapter 20 Falling from the sky, suppressed with one hand. It's too late to say it's fast, everything just happens within a few breaths. Under the blessing of Thunder Breath, Senju's longevity, speed and strength have reached an extremely terrifying height. The two-style swordsmanship was completed in just a few breaths. The speed was so fast that 10,000 snakes had no time to cast the snake sloughing technique, so they were directly cut into 180 pieces by Senju Changsheng and the giant snake. The rain of blood dyed this area even more scarlet, bloody, and shocking. As for the fleeing Orochimaru, before he ran 100 meters away, he heard the thunder in the rear, followed by a pouring rain of blood. His whole body was stained with the blood of his own summoning beast, and he became a blood man. Is this guy a monster? Orochimaru's voice trembled, his heart was shocked to the extreme, and even fear emerged. This is not the strength that Super Shadow's strength can resist at all. He regretted that he had let Danzo come by himself if he knew it, and it's alright, I'm afraid he will really be planted here tonight. Teacher. I'm looking for a teacher, he will definitely protect me, anyway, I haven't done anything, and he didn't find anything privately. Orochimaru seemed to have found a life-saving straw, and hurried to the direction where Ninetales was raging. Because his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen is fighting Ninetales there. It's naive to want to go. Senju Changsheng sneered. If Orochimaru were to run away again, he would just kill him with a piece of tofu. At the moment his voice fell, a shuriken was thrown from his palm and it swept past Orochimaru. Immediately after the Flying Thunder God technique was launched, Senju Changsheng suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru, his fist crossed armament haki, and the hammer fell with a heavy blow. Boom! Orochimaru's body smashed into the ground like a cannonball, exploding a large sand pit, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Senju Changshen's whole body chi and blood condensed the golden giant elephant, stomped down heavily, and gave Orochimaru a heavy blow again. Laugh! The black knife autumn water directly penetrated Orochimaru's heart, and blood flowed all over the place. But Orochimaru didn't die there. His two arms turned into pythons in vain, and he opened his mouth to bite Senju Changsheng. The poisonous fangs flashed cold and made people fearful. Between the sparks and the flint, Senju Changsheng was still calm, and the black knife Kyushui pulled out from Orochimaru, making a sharp sound in the air. The snake's head was broken and separated from the snake's body, but the snake's head still bit towards Senju. After the snake's head is cut off, it still has a short-term biting ability. Senju Changsheng had taken precautions against this a long time ago. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Call. He took a deep breath and suddenly spit out a fireball, instantly burning the snake head in front of him into Kurozumai, and hitting the ground with two puffs. Senju Chensei's ninjutsu doesn't require juju, just a flash of mind. Facing this kind of surprise skill, he has tens of thousands of ways to cope. The flame blackened the snake's head and also burned Orochimaru's body. He screamed and broke free of Senju Changshen's feet, rolling painfully on the ground, and his screams were incomparable. It's quite pretentious, it's so cool to make up for you. Senju never made any waves at Orochimaru's tearing scream. Such stupid acting skills were embarrassing. Suddenly, the black sword Kyushui drew his sword again, and a fierce sword aura swept out, driving a strong wind. Boom! Sword Chi whistled and cleaved a huge gully. Orochimaru, who was rolling on the floor, suddenly turned sideways, and dodged dangerously and dangerously. Orochimaru's heart is very bitter. Why doesn't this person play cards according to the routine? He's all like this, and he has to make up the knife. FK, do you want to be so awesome? Then Orochimaru's body turned into countless tiny black snakes, swimming in all directions. A large number of fine snakes burrowed into the soil at an alarming speed, leaving only a tattered garment left in place. Snake Avatar. Senju Changsheng had to admire Orochimaru's ability to escape, as expected. It can be used to turn a snake into a body, and it can be used to make a hole. His brows were slightly furrowed, the soles of his feet suddenly stomped, and he simultaneously used magnet style and earth style, causing the sand and stones under the ground to kill the snake town at the same time. The earth trembled slightly, and a large number of snakes were crushed to death by the sand and rocks underground. As for whether any snake escaped, Senju Changsheng is not known. He turned on observation haki all the time, but he didn't find any snakes alive. Forget it, Orochimaru can't make any waves anyway. Senju Changsheng sighed and gave up his intention to pursue it. Now Ninetales is raging in the village, and he must rush over to help. By the way, where did Minato and Obito fight? Senju Changsheng said silently. He looked around through the true eyes of the evil king. No matter which direction he saw the two of them, he probably ran far outside the village. Sure enough, there will be some changes in the future. Without Namikaze Minato nearby, if Ninetales releases Tailed Beast Bomb, no one will resist it. On the other side, Ninetales exudes evil chakra attributes. Every push of the palm can bring a large number of ninjas, causing countless deaths and injuries. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was severely injured and smashed into the air, covered in blood. The Umbu ninja corpse below is scattered, which can be described as very tragic. No, we can't resist Ninetales at all. Are we going to finish Konoha village? Come on, there are civilians in the back, we want to protect Konoha. The ninjas shouted loudly, but their morale was extremely low at the moment, because they couldn't stop Ninetales' pace at all. For a long time, the tail beasts were captured by Hashirama and Madara, and then suppressed by the seal technique and Jinchuriki. There are very few people in the ninja world who can confront the tail beast head-on. The Umbu ninjas were beaten back by Ninetales, and now they can no longer retreat. Because behind them is the refuge of the villagers, some civilians even probed out, looking at the 100-foot-high Ninetales with horror. Roar! Ninetales gave a long whistle, and the sound oscillated with strong shock waves, deafening. A jet-black-tailed beast bomb that was supposed to swallow everything, began to condense in its mouth, bursting out with a wave of energy like a ruin. Such a scene made the hearts of all the ninjas cold. Tailed beast bomb. It's over, our Konoha village is really over, where did Master Hokage go, please help us. Many ninjas shouted in fear, their faces gradually distorted. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seriously injured, was lying on the ground, and his complexion was ugly. If this tailed beast bomb is dropped, Konoha village will really be gone. The energy of the tailed beast bomb became more and more, and the ninjas under Ninetales tried to attack it, but they couldn't even scratch the fur. However, just as the tailed beast bomb was about to be condensed and completed, everyone was desperate. A figure leaped to the top of Ninetales like a god, driving golden light down from the sky. Sage Art Myojin Gate. The crisp voice is like the holy voice of the Savior, spreading everywhere. Boom 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 boom. One horizontal and two vertical columns form a red torii, which looks like a smashed sky and has different sizes, locking Ninetales' neck, arms, body, and Ninetales, respectively. Ninetales, which was condensing the tailed beast bomb, was directly hit by the Myoko, and the huge figure was crushed to the ground without any resistance. Chapter 21, The Immortal God. Ninetales' huge body was suppressed and fell on the ground, and his whole body was confined by the door of Ming Shen, unable to move. The tailed beast bomb, which was condensed to half, suddenly exploded in the sky, the surging energy exploded on the spot, and the heat wave swept out. But just as these energies were about to fall, a wave of spatial fluctuations formed ripples in the sky. Flying thunder, God guide mine. Rumble. With the loud noise outside Konoha village, the entire Konoha village is shaking. Hu. The aftermath of the tailed beast bomb was transferred to the outside by the space energy. The strong wind blew from hundreds of miles away, and the trees in the village swayed wildly. The villagers and ninjas all looked at the Ninetales that suddenly fell to the ground in front of them, the bright red Myojin gate, and the half-tailed beast bomb that exploded outside. They all thought they were finished, and the fall of the tailed beast bomb was when Konoha village was destroyed. But this sudden change made everyone unable to recover for a long time. This feeling of rebirth after disaster caused Konoha village to fall into silence. It's good to catch up. This year's Hokage is not good. At such a dangerous moment, I was not there. A lazy and casual voice broke the silence here. I saw Senju Changsheng fall onto Ninetales' head vigorously. The impact of the tailed beast bomb explosion made his windbreaker hunt and hunt. Senju Changsheng's relaxed and freehand appearance completely stunned everyone in Konoha village. Being rescued at the moment of life and death is not enough to shock the people of Konoha village. But it is true that the one who saves people has always been considered to be only Senju, who has a long lifespan without a trace of ninja talent, so that everyone's brain circuits have not had time to turn. In particular, Senju Changsheng still suppressed Ninetales so easily and transferred the damage of tailed beast bomb. The mysterious and powerful ninjutsu is awe-inspiring. No, Mr. Immortal. It turned out to be Mr. Immortal, so does Konoha still have an existence comparable to Hokage? Oh my god, we are not dead, great, we are not dead. It's Mr. Immortal, the principal of the longevity of the Ninja Academy. FK, is our principal so awesome? Finally, under the first voice of the villagers, the entire Konoha village boiled. Fall from the sky, suppress Ninetales. Senju Changsheng was like a god descending from heaven, saving them all at the most desperate moment. Arriving in time, everyone in the village cheered. Mr. Immortal, the new god of ninja, god of immortality. The girls screamed, like crazy girls chasing stars. Senju was ashamed of hearing it. He is really strong, Shisui, have you seen what ninjutsu Mr. Immortal used just now? Uchiha Itachi held the newborn Sasuke, stood beside Mikoto and Shisui, and asked seriously. Shisui, who has always been smiling, is also full of dignity and awe at this moment. No, but I guess that the transfer of tailed beast bomb should be space ninjutsu. There is also this red torii, which seems to be a means of Hokage for generations. I did not expect that the strongest in Konoha village is not Hokage, but Mr. Immortal. Hearing that, Uchiha Itachi stared in awe at Senju Changsheng's figure, and said seriously to Shisui, Brother Shisui, I want to worship him as a teacher. Senju is long-lived and strong and has a long lifespan, always in that calm look. He doesn't seem to have much concept of life, but he seems to have seen the essence of life. This is what Itachi has always wanted to explore, and he feels that Senju Changsheng can tell him the answer. Shisui on the side was taken aback for a moment, and then the gentle smile of the past reappeared. Mr. Immortal's acceptance standard, I am afraid it will be very high. I will meet the standards. Uchiha Itachi replied with a serious face. As the two talked in awe, Namikaze Minato, who ran outside, finally rushed back. Among those who rushed back were Tsunade with anxious faces and Kushina with weakness. Namikaze Minato blames himself very much. He fought the masked man for a long time and gradually moved away from Konoha village. He woke up in vain. This is a plan to adjust the tiger away from the mountain. So he ran back to Kushina in a hurry, only to find that Tsunade was protecting Kushina and his son's safety without any accidents. Until this moment, Namikaze Minato finally remembered the village. Just when he was about to return with Flying Thunder God technique, he found that the mark he had left was destroyed. In desperation, he could only use Flying Thunder God to rush back to Konoha. Hearing the terrifying violent noise outside the village, Namikaze Minato felt self-blame and guilty in his heart. In fact, his Flying Thunder God mark was affected and destroyed by Senju Changsheng when he was hunting down Orochimaru. When Namikaze Minato finally hurried back, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. The broken Konoha is not the point is the huge nine tails that was suppressed by the Myojin Gate and immovable. Who is it that actually possesses such a powerful force? Sure enough, the master made the shot. Tsunade walked with Kushina on his back, with a faint smile on his face, staring at Senju Changsheng with gleaming beautiful eyes. Master! Namikaze Minato was taken aback, and immediately reacted, "You mean Mr. Immortal of the Senju clan? Isn't he an ordinary villager?" "Huh, who said that my master is an ordinary person, and all my skills are taught by my master?" Tsunade snorted coldly, looking very angry, even the ground under his feet cracked a few traces. This group of people is really foolish enough to think that an ordinary person can be 80 years old and look like a young man? How can this be? Even ninjas want to stay young and beautiful, they need 100 healings mark to do it, let alone an ordinary person. Namikaze Minato shrank his head. Didn't he listen to what others said? Okay, it's a good thing that Nine Tails is suppressed. Let's go and seal Nine Tails. Kushina, who was lying on Tsunade's back, said with a weak voice. You are so weak, I'm afraid I can't stand Nine Tails chakra. Namikaze Minato looked worried and hesitated to let Kushina accept Nine Tails chakra. Relax, with my master, everything is not a problem. After all, Tsunade jumped directly towards Nine Tails with Kushina on his back. The three of them came to Senju Changsheng at the same time. At this moment, Senju Changsheng is surrounded by tens of thousands of people, and he is loved by the whole village. Some even gave flowers and splashes, tears of gratitude. Everyone who listens to the ninjas will only leave this place. We are going to seal the tail beast. Seeing Tsunade and others arrived, Senju Changsheng immediately smiled at the villagers. After hearing Mr. Immortal's speech, the villagers were very cooperative and obedient, but there were still many villagers who remained enthusiastic and reluctant to give up. After a while, the villagers finally left the scene in an orderly manner. Chapter 22 Sign In. 10,000 Realms Chat Group. After the villagers retired, only a few Umbu ninjas, Senju Changsheng, and others were left here. Mr. Immortal has long admired his name. I am 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato introduced himself with a kind face. Since becoming Hokage, he has never had a face-to-face exchange with Senju Changsheng, and it is the first time the two have met each other. This is my wife Kushina, but she is very weak now. I wonder if Mr. Immortal has any way to deal with it? He went straight to the subject, without any nonsense. Nine Tails is still lying on the side at the moment, how can there be so much time to chat? If you want to chat, you need to get Nine Tails first and then chat slowly. It's okay, come on, after taking this dolly, the amount is wrong, it is this chi-chi pill, I promise to live and live immediately. Senju Changsheng smiled happily, took out the chi-chi pill from the system space and handed it over. The method of fetching things from the air made Namikaze Minato's eyes condensed, and then nodded to take it. In order to show his trust in Senju, Minato simply opened the medicine bottle and smelled it. Without staying too much, he handed it to his wife Kushina. A pill was swallowed from her red lips into her abdomen, and Kushina's beautiful eyes suddenly stared. The cells of the whole body were agitated at this moment, an unprecedented comfort that almost made her utter a sound. As if wandering in the ocean, every inch of skin and muscle in his body was massaged. Well, such a powerful pill, I feel the cells all over my body are cheering for joy. Kushina finally couldn't help making a weird noise, and Senju almost thought that she had taken the wrong medicine. But her subsequent words successfully distracted others' attention. That is, my master has a lot of pill, with various effects. Tsunade said proudly, as if the pill was hers. It's not too late, now reseal Nine Tails. Senju Changsheng said lightly. He stood there, didn't mean to do anything at all, motioned to Namikaze Minato a few times. Minato then reacted, laughed awkwardly, and immediately began to seal the tail beast. Although Senju Changsheng also understands the method of sealing, he is not a worker, so how could he do it himself? Naturally, let Minato do it himself. Nine Tails' huge head was pressed on the ground by Senju's longevity, and his eyes revealed unwillingness. But no matter how it urges chakra, it can't break away half a point, and can only let Namikaze Minato perform the sealing technique. At this moment, Kushina has returned to its heyday, and it is not a problem at all to become a Nine Tails container again. Click it. Silver chains are wrapped around Nine Tails, Kushina and Minato are sealed at the same time, and the majestic chakra energy fills the world. Nine Tails was unwilling to roar, but his output did not depend on roaring. In just a few moments, Nine Tails was sealed back into Kushina's body. The tragedy of Nine Tails' attack on the village knight was not staged again because of the existence of Senju. Naruto's parents were saved. System sign in. Senju Changsheng has not forgotten to sign in. When eating barbecue this morning, he learned that tonight will be an important plot point. So he specially kept the sign-in reward for now. Ding. Trigger the plot check-in. Nine Tails successfully checked in the night of the village raid. Congratulations on getting 10,000 Worlds chat group. Ding. Tony Stark joined the chat group. Ding. Tanjiro Chiaoman joined the chat group. Ding. Porgas D Ace joined the chat group. Ding. Inzul Christine joined the chat group. A series of noises in his mind caused Senju Changsheng to fall into a sluggishness. I didn't expect that after I had the sign-in system, I actually got the legendary 10,000 Realms chat group. Looking at the four familiar names, the memories of the previous life can't help but come to mind, and scenes of the past resurface. For a time, Senju Changsheng's heart is mixed. He couldn't tell whether it was joy or loneliness. Master, what's wrong with you? Tsunade's white jade hand swayed in front of him, and Senju Changsheng came back to his senses. Both Kushina and Namikaze Minato were standing in front of him, and it seemed that they had said something just now, but unfortunately they were distracted and didn't hear them at all. Nothing, go home. Senju Changsheng smiled and shook his head, turned around and left. Tsunade followed her with her curvaceous steps like a good girl. At the same time, the chat group in Senju Changsheng's mind is already in full swing. All people are questioning and inquiring. On the familiar chat interface, a series of messages pass through. Tony Stark is Iron Man. He comes from the Marvel world and is a mortal being like a god. Kyaman Tanjiro comes from the blade of Demon Slayer, and Senju's breathing method for longevity comes from his world. Porgas D Ace is the world of One Piece, the brother of the protagonist Luffy, who is capable of Maramara fruit. Senju Changsheng's sights, hearings, and armament haki are from the world of One Piece. These two people can be considered to have such a slight connection with themselves. As for Inzur Gong, Senju tried to remember for a long time before finally remembering. Isn't this guy the Bone King? The strongest king in the game world who fights wits and courage with the air is a pity that is a nonsense. In the Wanja chat group. Tony Stark so, the world we live in is completely different? Is it a parallel world? Still. Inzul Christine, yes, Mr. Tony, according to my guess, this is the case. As for whether the answer is as I thought, I will wait for the group leader to come out to prove it. Porgas D Ace, okay, I believe what you said for the time being, this is not Devil Fruit's ability. Tanjiro Kyaman, I don't understand at all. On the way home from Senja Changshen, in this short period of time, the four people in the group have gone from questioning each other, to half-belief, to a little bit of trust. Finally began to speculate together, the origin of the 10,000 Realms chat group. There is no need for Senja Changshen to come out to explain, they know that each other is from another world. Such bold guesses are all based on the analysis of Bone King and Tony. One is a whole imaginary and brain supplement, and the other is a real schoolmaster. Senja Changshen did not rush to speak in the group, but chose to view the information in the group. He is the owner of this group, probably because the 10,000 Worlds chat group is his reward, so he became the owner of the group. There are a lot of functions in the group, such as upload and download functions. Group members can upload their own things and download other people's things. But uploading is free, downloading requires points, and points are different for items of different value. The ability of the own master can be uploaded directly, and the item needs to be transferred into the chat group by the entity. There is also a task release function, the content of the task is determined by the group owner. As the group owner, Senja Changshen not only has the ability to post tasks, but also has the right to travel through. As for who to take to cross, it is all up to him, the group owner. What's more, the group owner does not need any points to upload the things uploaded by the group members, and they can download them directly for free. Old Permission Dog. Chapter 23, Outstanding Group Members. There is also a live broadcast function in the Wanja chat group. The right to turn on this function is given to the group members by the group owner. As for other functions, they are all grayed out at the moment, and they will not be activated until the 10,000 Realms chat group is active. There are also some small functions, such as taking screenshots and taking pictures, which can be used freely. After reading the group information, Senja's heart, which had been silent for many years, finally became restless again. 50 years of signing in, plus the 30 years before the crossing, 80 years have passed. Do you know how he lived for 80 years? Sign in, practice, break through, become stronger. Otherwise, he can't feel any fun. But now all this will change. The 10,000 Realms chat group, through the function. Seeing this, Senja couldn't recognize the laugh, and he could finally travel to other worlds to see more wonderful things. Ahem. Calm. Calm. Senja Changshen took a few deep breaths, thinking about it, and decided to appear as a little more mysterious. In any case, he is the owner of this group, and the 10,000 Worlds chat group is the reward he received for signing in. He must make good use of this reward to let the group members work for him. Senja Changshen, hello, Tony and Ins are right, you are from different worlds. As for the reason, Senja Changshen, because it is a bit complicated, I won't go into details. Anyway, the 10,000 Realms chat group will not be disadvantageous to you, but will give you a lot of benefits. Senja Changshen, my name is Senja Changshen, and I am in the ninja world. You can also call me Mr. Immortal. I have the ability to travel through your world. If anyone needs my help, you can call me at any time. Senja Changshen, of course, it's not free. Senja Changshen, each of you can upload your own things in exchange for points, or you can use points to download other people's things. As for more functions, just leave it to you to explore. Having said that, Senja Changshen directly started uploading ninjutsu to demonstrate to the group members. Ding. Senja Changshen uploaded the chakra extraction method. Ding. Senja Changshen uploaded body replacement technique. Ding. Senja Changshen uploaded fire style great fireball technique. Ding. Senja Changshen uploaded lightning style rakery. Nearly 100 kinds of ninjutsu were uploaded by Senja Changshen. He is the master who has tens of thousands of types of ninjutsu, but he is afraid that the members of the group will look at him, so he didn't pass so many. But at this moment, the 4 members in other worlds have been dazzled by this 100 kinds of ninjutsu. Tony Stark, the host, is really a quick talker. Although it is a bit magical, I think it is not impossible to achieve. I feel that this is a kind of AR technology that is implanted in my mind. Tony Stark glanced at the message Senja Changsheng just uploaded, and continued to send the message. Tony Stark, is this ninjutsu? I'll download it now and have a look. Kyaman Tanjiro, this is too much, right? Wait until I finish approving firewood, and then I'll look at it when I go back. Poor gas Ace, I don't have time to watch it now, after all, I have to be busy. Judging from the name, I feel like ninjutsu is very powerful. Although they said they were busy now, they were still secretly trying to download. As a result, when they clicked down, the group prompts that the points are insufficient. They realized that they had no points at all, so they uploaded things to the group one after another. Ding. Tony Stark uploaded a valuable computer. Ding. Tony Stark uploaded a super luxury sports car. Ding. Poor gas Ace uploaded armament hacking. Ding. Poor gas Ace uploaded observation hacking. Ding. Tanjiro, the stove door, uploaded a wood chopping axe. Ding. Tanjiro at the stove door uploaded 20 caddies of firewood. At this time, Inzurgong fell into silence instead. He did not expect this chat group to actually have transmission capabilities. But he still feels that there is something unclear about this thing. It's better to wait and see if this person named Tony refines the so-called chakra. Will there be any side effects? Wait a moment. What if this Tony is a support? The flames in Inzul Christine's eye sockets were slightly beating, his bone fingers tapped the thrown handguard, and he murmured, "It's better to think more carefully." Seeing the news uploaded by the group members, Senja Changsheng opened his mouth, full of black lines. What the hell? How come they are nothing messy things? Are people so poor nowadays? What about steel armor? What about devil fruit? Where's the breath of the sun? And those world-class props of Bone King? Ace's stuff is at least useful, but Senja Changsheng got it through sign-in a long time ago. Uploading it is the same as not uploading it. Tony's computer can only play a standalone game here, to relieve his boredom a little bit. As for sports cars, he has no interest at all. If it were the last life, he might be very excited. But for him, this thing is no different from a bicycle, it's too slow. In the end, Tanjiro's wood chopping axe and firewood are too excellent, right? It seems that Tanjiro's side, the plot hasn't opened yet. If Kamen Tanjiro has become a member of the ghost killing team, what should be uploaded is his own breath of water or breath of the sun. Senja Changsheng sighed, and after downloading Tony's computer, he quit the chat group. These people are so poor, they have nothing. For a while, Senja Changsheng felt that the 10,000 Realms chat group was not very popular. For these group members to contribute something valuable, it takes some time to develop. Tony and Tanjiro's is that the plot hasn't started yet, and neither of them has started their magnificent lives. As for the timeline of Bone King and Ace, we need to communicate more to judge in the future. Senja Changsheng picked up the computer he had just obtained, plugged it in and turned it on. The familiar and somewhat unfamiliar interface made him startled. After a simple folder check, Tony installed a lot of games, novels, and movies on the computer. Tony also knows that the essence of computers is entertainment. "Ah, what are you, master?" A fragrance came. Tsunade leaned directly on Senja Changsheng, and asked curiously, "Why don't you stay home and stay with me?" Senja Changsheng felt very speechless. He didn't pay attention to the group chat just now. At this moment, he realized that Tsunade had followed him back home. "I'm afraid that you will be lonely, Master, so I accompany you. Tsunade replied naturally. How can the apprentice accompany the master in the middle of the night? Senju Changsheng has a weird face. Isn't Tsunade greedy for him? Okay, whatever you want, just watch the movie with me. I happen to get the computer uploaded by Tony to see some movies. He hasn't watched a movie for many years. Senju Changsheng clicked on a few folders casually, glanced at the embarrassing video name on it. He did not hesitate to go back and look for the next file. As a result, I flipped through more than 30 folders in a row, and the movies in them were all action blockbusters. After turning over for more than half an hour, Senju Changsheng was shocked. He can only sigh, he deserves to be Mr. Big Shit. These tens of thousands of movies are actually all action blockbusters. How do you look at this? Could it be that Tsunade walked away so that he could not see it secretly? Isn't it about looking at things? Why is it still not good? Tsunade's exquisite face leaned over, making him look tight, but fortunately, she couldn't understand the English on the video. Never watch it, I want to sleep when I'm sleepy, go back. Senju Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 24 Tsunade secretly watching small movies. Senju's unnatural expression made Tsunade, who was familiar with him, puzzled. No, it's a bit late, and the road at night is not safe. I slept here tonight. Tsunade yawned, and Mei Mao looked at the computer that was not turned off from time to time. Senju Changsheng didn't care either. Since childhood, Tsunade always likes to find all kinds of excuses to stay in his house and sleep. He took out the bed and put it down, and fell asleep. The body naturally revolves with the immortal longevity gong, and while absorbing the spiritual energy, it enters the dreamland. Tsunade skillfully took out his own bed and put it down next to Senju Changsheng, pretending to sleep. After an unknown period of time, she opened her eyes in vain and stood up quietly. When she came to the computer, she started to try the operation. Not long after, she opened the previous folders one by one. Let me see what it is that actually made Master temporarily change his mind. Tsunade's curiosity at this moment has been overwhelming. Although it is the first time she has come into contact with computers, she is not the kind of primitive people. There are many black technologies in Konoha village, many of which are similar to equipment, but this type of equipment is currently rare in civilian use. Tsunade looked at it twice and got started, and then he knew how to control it. When she clicked on the video inside, she was puzzled at first. She didn't understand why a picture of an ordinary character should be hidden. But with the unfolding of the plot, Tsunade also gradually blushed and his body became hot. She finally knew why her master didn't want to open it, because it turned out that there was such a thing inside. Master is really annoying. If he hides this kind of thing, isn't he thinking about it? But think about it, my master has kept his body like jade for so many years. As an apprentice, shouldn't I help master resolve loneliness? Tsunade looked at the screen on the computer, and gradually began to think about it. Moreover, Tony's computer monitor has its own stereo, which made Tsunade panicked and excited. Fortunately, the default voice is low. Tsunade guessed that his master might not wake up. As everyone knows, Senju was aware of it the moment she got up. As a strong man in the celestial and human realm, how could he not notice the movement around him? But now it's so embarrassing, I can't help but pretend to sleep, hoping that Tsunade will be ashamed to close the video and go to bed as soon as possible. As a result, Tsunade saw that it was done. Senju couldn't bear it anymore, so he got up. He was afraid that if he continued, Tsunade would be obsessed with such unhealthy videos. I said, Tsunade sauce, you can't watch this thing more. Senju Changsheng got up and said seriously. But when he cast his gaze on the computer screen, he was slightly startled and found that he had returned to the computer desktop and there was nothing. Tsunade just stared at the computer desktop as if nothing had happened. Senju Changsheng. FK, it was only one night, Did Tsunade figure out the shortcut keys? Actually know how to return to the computer desktop in an instant? Master is awake. I was thinking about making breakfast for you, so I was curious to take a look at this machine of yours. I still don't know how to control it. I definitely didn't move it. Tsunade's voice trembled slightly, his delicate face flushed, and his posture was a little bit shy. Senja Changsheng clearly heard the rapid beating of her heart, and she was extremely nervous at first sight. After thinking about it, forget it, this kind of embarrassing thing, pretend that nothing happened. Senja Changsheng sighed and said, then hurry up, as a teacher, you are about to starve to death. Please don't touch my computer in the future. This thing is not good. Hearing that, Tsunade nodded obediently, and the steps he got up and walked were a little vain. Senja Changsheng glanced at Tony's computer, and directly chose to shut it down, unplug the power supply, and recover the system space. This thing can't be used for Tsunade to play anymore. The ghost knows whether Tsunade will learn some of the plots in it and make a sneak attack on himself or something. Senja Changshen's feelings for Tsunade are not clear to him himself. Maybe it's the master-disciple relationship, maybe it's the elders and juniors, or maybe it's something else. The two have been together for too long, and he himself has no definition. It is estimated that Tsunade has no definition of this. After all, the relationship between the two is sometimes like a master and disciple, and sometimes not like a master and disciple. Not long after, Tsunade came over with a refreshing fragrant food, her hair wet, her body exuding a charming fragrance. Looking at the steamed buns and noodles she brought, they looked extremely delicious, exquisite in appearance, and appetizing. Not bad, it's much faster than before. Not only did I come back after buying breakfast, I also took a shower. Senja Changsheng smiled. Tsunade makes breakfast? Make a snakeskin breakfast, not dark dishes. I'm not afraid that Master will be hungry. In order to let Master have breakfast faster, I bought a heart earlier. Tsunade hummed slightly. Senja Changsheng smiled and shook his head. Can you make love sooner if you buy it? After all, the two of them ate breakfast talking and laughing, and the scene was harmonious and warm. This is the daily life of the master and apprentice. But just after eating a few bites, this warm picture was broken by the knock on the door outside the yard. Who, knock on the door early in the morning? Tsunade said with an unhappy expression. It's too much to have someone come to destroy the two-person world between her and the master. Senja Changsheng said indifferently, third generation and fourth generation, probably because of yesterday's events. What happened yesterday? I killed Danzo and Orakai. Senja Changshen's voice echoed in the room. Tsunade's steps just about to get up and go out were in vain, and the picture seemed to have entered a static state. For a while, the room was silent. His words really scared Tsunade. Danzo and Orochimaru are both Konoha's people, one is Konoha's high-level staff, and the other is one of Sunin who has contributed a lot. Go open the door. Senja Changsheng said calmly, continuing to eat the noodles in the bowl. Tsunade took a deep breath and said solemnly, Master, I'm afraid this matter is not so easy to be kind. Hee, they can't trouble me. Senja Changsheng chuckled slightly. Immediately, Tsunade walked to the yard and opened the door to see a group of high-level Konohas standing outside. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato are here. Hiruzen and Minato come in, where do the others go from? Senja Changshen's cold voice came from inside the house, which was beyond doubt and rebuttal. The rest of the executives opened their mouths, but Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped what they wanted to say. He and Namikaze Minato walked into the house with serious faces and looked at Senja Changsheng who was eating breakfast, and didn't know how to speak for a while. Tsunade sat next to Senja Changsheng. No matter what the master did, she chose to support him unconditionally. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has not recovered from his injuries, is covered in bandages and even has an arm hanging on his chest. He coughed slightly and said bluntly, "Mr. Immortal, I respect your strength and seniority, but I still want to ask about my assistant Chimera Danzo and my disciple Orochimaru." His voice was a bit heavy, specifically emphasizing the identities of these two people. They had a lot to do with him, and he wanted Senju to give a reasonable explanation. Humph. Senju Changsheng gave a cold snort, and his pupils became golden and bright. Chen Bei, how do I act in Senju Changsheng? Do I need to explain to you? Don't forget who you and me are. I almost said the wrong line. I'm from the same era as Hashirama. Konoha was founded. I was also present. Instead of doubting my character, I would like to talk about how many scandals you helped Danzo cover up. Senju Changshen's tone was as cold as ultimate. If it weren't for you to be in the light now, you at this moment would also be dead. As his voice fell, the temperature of the entire room seemed to drop sharply. Chapter 25, Awesome, 7 times last night. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato are chilling like falling into an ice cave. Neither of them expected that Senju, who had been smiling all the time, would be so strong. They didn't give them any chance to question at all. But when I turned around, it seemed to make some sense. Senju Changsheng belongs to the Senju family, and he has lived here since the first year of Konoha's establishment. How could he intentionally harm the people in Konoha village? It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen is unacceptable. Danzo may have some problems, but Orochimaru doesn't. He couldn't understand why Senju Changsheng would also do something with Orochimaru. Mr. Immortal, please don't get me wrong. We are not here to inquire, we just want to know what mistake Orochimaru and Danzo made, and to understand the situation. Namikaze Minato smiled and made rounds, and the atmosphere in the house was slightly eased. Regardless of his calm appearance, his back is actually wet with sweat. Senju Changsheng combined with the aura of the heavens and humans, the pressure is too terrifying. Just like the awakened dragon, it will take their lives in the next second. Danzo, if you have any questions, you can directly ask the third-generation item next to you. It is impossible for him not to know. As for Orochimaru, it is very simple. He cooperated with Danzo and did something to me, so I killed them. He wanted to kill, the reason is that simple, no more reasons are needed. Anyone who dares to act on him will die. Senju Changsheng lightly said, "Okay, go back if nothing happens, don't disturb me to rest." He waved his hand and made a gesture of seeing off the guests. Tsunade immediately went to the yard and opened the gate, letting the two of them leave quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen paled and followed Namikaze Minato, who smiled wryly, and left Senju's home. The two of them came here without having a hot buttocks, and they were about to get up and leave. It was a surprising result. But how can this be? Senju's longevity is higher than both of them in terms of seniority, status, or strength. Rather than being embarrassed here, it's better to go back and investigate. Master, let me go and take a look, and you must be innocent. Tsunade, who was standing at the door, said seriously, and left as if running away. Senju Changsheng couldn't laugh or cry. The reason why she ran away in such a hurry was not because she was scared by Senju's overbearing. But seeing that the computer was put away, Tsunade realized that he had been caught watching a small movie last night. So this hurried to escape. Not long after Tsunade left, the gate of the yard was knocked again. Senju Jangxia used observation haki to investigate and found that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were visiting. He waved his palm slightly, an aura radiated from his hand, and the door outside opened directly. Itachi and Shisui looked at each other, and then walked in together. "Is there anything you two want to do with me?" Inside the cool room, Senju Changsheng poured tea for the two of them separately, and said calmly. He would not really treat the two children in front of him as children. The children in Konoha village are very precocious, and some of them have very high levels of thought. Itaki and Shisui were a little restrained, took a sip of tea respectfully, and fell into a brief silence. It's such a respected Mr. Immortal, I want to worship you as a teacher, I don't know if I can. Uchiha Itaka said with a small face extremely serious. Senju Changshen couldn't help raising his brows slightly when he heard the words. Obviously, he didn't expect Itaka would want to worship him as a teacher. To be honest, Senju Changshen hadn't thought about this problem, and the sudden apprenticeship made him unable to respond. Itaka is very talented. If he is cultivated, he will soon become the top combat power of Konoha village. But Itaka has many problems. The Itaka in the original book is a super Brakan, and he obeyed Danzo's words and killed the whole family directly for Konoha. Finally, Suzuki was deliberately burdened with hatred, and only after he turned on Mangekyo Sharinan, he told him the truth and helped Suzuki turn on eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. It seemed that the extermination was a deliberate plan designed by Itaka to let his brother start the eternal Mangekyo. Although it was correct to protect Konoha, the killing of the whole clan made Senju a little repulsive. This is no longer a question of right or wrong, but a question of the kindness to parents, and even more about Itaka's three views. Itaka's character and behavior have always been controversial. From different perspectives, there will be different understandings. Is it right or wrong? Who can say it clearly? Is Konoha more important, or family? Mr. Immortal, can you listen to me? Seeing that Senju was silent for a long time, Shisui, who was sitting aside, suddenly said. Say. Changshen nodded gently. Shisui continued, Itaka's talent is very good, and at the same time he has Konoha in his heart, but his judgment on what is right or wrong is somewhat unhuman. His words seemed to not want Itaka to become Changshen's apprentice, but then his tone changed. But you can rest assured that I can make up for this and help him make the right choice. Shisui deserves to be a precocious child. Just from Senju's longevity, he can see the other side's scruples. And Senju Changshen was really moved by Shisui's words. Now that Danzo is dead, Shisui will not embark on the tragedy he once had. He is still half of Itaka's mentor, and he is indeed capable of guiding Itaka's future and thoughts. Most importantly, Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinan is something that changes the will of others. As long as Shisui's three views remain correct, Itaka will no longer be a problem. Senju Changshen was not concerned about Itaka's strength, but worried that Itaka would be crazy when he was not here. Okay, you succeeded in persuading me. Senju Changshen smiled kindly, and said to Itaka, who was a little surprised by the side, but you have to listen to Shisui's advice from now on. Starting tomorrow, come to me at noon every day. I will teach you different things every day, not only ninjutsu, but also cultural knowledge. If no one opens the door, you go back and train yourself. Do you understand? Cultural knowledge is mainly to cultivate one's thoughts and three views. Although Shisui was on the side to make up for Itaka's shortcomings, Senju would not leave everything to others. I see, thank you, teacher. Itaka immediately got up and bowed respectfully, his tone serious and respectful. Okay, let's go back today. Senju Changshen waved his hand, and Shisui left his house with Itaka with a smile. Having nothing to do, Senju Changshen once again boarded the 10,000 Realms chat group. The chat history in the group has become 99+, and it is full of a lot of sharing chats, especially Tony Stark, who is extremely excited. Tony Stark, the effect of this chakra extraction is very good. I love chakra extraction too much. Although I can't release ninjutsu, I succeeded 7 times last night. Kyaman Tanjiro, what 7 times? By the way, I am going home, and I will try it later. Porgas d'Ace. Porgas d'Ace at, I saw you say that you went home yesterday, why haven't you come home yet? Is the flow of time in each of our worlds different? Vomit blood. Ace couldn't stand Tony's driving, so he chose to ignore it. Tanjiro Kyaman, no, it was too late yesterday. Our world can't go out at night, so I spent the night in someone else's house. Now I'm going home, let's get off first. Poor Gasti Ace, what a strange world, I can't go out at night. Inzul Christine at Star K, is it really effective? Describe your feelings in detail. Tony Star K, feeling. Unexpectedly, Inz, you actually have such a habit, so let me just say it briefly. It is really cool. I had an appointment with 7 beautiful girls last night. Tony's following words are all a lot of insulting and gentle words, described in extremely detailed, looking at everyone in the group. Senju Changsheng can only sigh, he deserves to be Mr. Big Shit. Others asked him how Chukra refined his feelings, but he described the situation last night. But compared to these, Senju Changsheng is more concerned about what Tanjiro Kyaman said just now. He spends the night outside. Isn't this the beginning of the plot? Doesn't it mean that his family is now? Thinking of this, Senju Changsheng couldn't help sighing. He didn't expect the plot to happen so suddenly. However, even if he told Tanjiro Kyaman, he was unable to protect his family. In the past, he was only sent to death. The one who killed Tanjiro's family, but the big boss of the Demon Slayer world Oni Wutsuji Mime. The reason must be traced back to Tanjiro's father. Senju Changsheng at, if you encounter any problems, you can contact me. He didn't ask for anything in return from Tanjiro Kyaman. After all, Tanjiro Kyaman is now penniless, and he doesn't even have breathing methods. Although the master takes the breath of the day left by his father, he doesn't know that it is breathing or how to use it now. The main reason why he was willing to take the initiative to help Tanjiro was that Senju Changsheng didn't calculate this step accurately. If he guessed it in advance, he would be able to descend into the world of ghost destruction and help his family block the ghost Mitsuji Mime. I don't know whether armament haki can kill ghosts. Senju murmured. After he sent this message, he didn't get Tanjiro's reply, but Tony was very excited. Tony Star K, dear Mr. Immortal, you are finally here. The chakra extraction you gave is really great. Is there anything I can help you with? Senju Changsheng smiled and replied, you like it, just hope that in the future I will go to your world, and you can treat me well. Tony is a super rich man in the Marvel universe, and most importantly, it is a modern city, which carries a trace of Senju's longevity. He would definitely go to Marvel World, and even thought about whether to live there for a while. However, if this is the case, Konoha village is a little bit too much to let go, especially the good student Tsunade. Tony Star K, oh, it would be great if you could come. I am absolutely warmly welcome. I can give you whatever you want, as long as money can solve it. Tony Star K, Tony, have nothing but money. Poor Gasti Ace, ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, Mr. Tony is still a rich man. Inzul Christine, Mr. Immortal has the ability to pass through. I wonder if you can come and see in my world. I want to meet you face to face with Mr. Immortal. Inzur Gong, who had been diving for more than a long time, finally came out and bubbling. The reason for asking Senju to travel through is to confirm whether the other party really has this ability. Even though it was speculated yesterday that this is a chat group connecting the 10,000 realms, Inzur Gong still remained cautious and questioning. Be careful to get the 10,000 years ship. Senju Changsheng, yes, of course, but each crossing is a long journey for me. If it is not an important matter, our meeting can actually be postponed. His Senju lived for thousands of miles, just to see a moving bone? He Inzul Christine does not have such a big face yet. To be honest, Senju Changsheng really wants to try Inzur Gong's strength, and he doesn't know who will win or lose if he fights with the opponent. Chapter 26 Tanjiro's Request for Help. Inzul Christine, that's a pity, I really look forward to meeting Mr. Immortal. Having said that, in the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Inzurgong pinched his bones and chin, and fell into thinking. He even called the butler Demi-Yugos, and in a hypothetical way, instead of talking about the matter, look at his views on the matter. Demi-Yugos pushed his glasses, his eyes shone brightly and said, "Is this the test of the great Insama? If so, let me talk about my opinion. If there really is such a chat group, in my opinion, the strength of this group leader may already be able to control thousands of worlds, and there must be no need to lie. If this person does not have such power, how can it be possible to bring people from different worlds together to communicate?" Demi-Yugos pushed his glasses again, more confident as he spoke. "In my opinion, this Mr. Immortal is a god who plays the world. He will randomly select the lucky ones and help them, and Master Ins must be one of the lucky ones. Of course, no matter what kind of god it is, in front of Insama, it is nothing more than a chicken dog." Demi's words are justified and well-founded, and he even analyzed every detail in an incomparable way, and he didn't forget to flatter him in the end. Hearing Inzurgong was sluggish, and said inwardly, "What? Was it so, God? Couldn't Mr. Immortal be able to kill me in an instant? Damn, this world is really dangerous, a powerful enemy. It's too much. Well, your analysis is very good, step down." Although panicked in his heart, Inzurgong still looked like an old dog, and his voice was steady and indifferent, signaling him to retreat. Brother Demi bowed respectfully and backed away, then turned and left. "It seems that we need to have a good relationship with Mr. Immortal. In case I encounter an overwhelmingly strong man when I enter the ground, maybe I can let Mr. Immortal help save me." Inzul Christine was very happy in his heart. Unexpectedly, he was actually a lucky guy, his skull suddenly giggled. One more whole card. Now he has more confidence in marching on the ground. Senja Changsheng sat in the courtyard of his home, eating fruit while watching the group chatting. Seeing that these guys drive is not the main thing, the most important thing is to wait for the news from Tanjiro Zaemon. Wanting to travel to another world is not something that can be done casually. There is another condition, that is, the consent of the members of the group. From the moment they enter the group, they are the representative messengers of their own world, controlling the open authority of the world. After they agree, Senja can control their world authority and travel freely. Ding! Inzul Christine uploaded the Necromancy Encyclopedia. Tony Stark, magic. This thing is just a legend on my side. Does magic really exist? Poor gas Ace, Mr. Ins is finally willing to upload something. Are you planning to download ninjutsu? Inzul Christine, ha ha ha. I didn't upload it before, just because I was sorting out the information of necromantic magic, not because I didn't trust Mr. Immortal's ninjutsu. A message reminded Senja Changshen's heart. Finally came something that he thought was good, is Bone King letting go of his inner vigilance. It's really rare for this guy who can fight wits and courage with the air to trust the 10,000 Realms chat group so quickly. To make the Bone King put down his vigilance, Demi-Yugos definitely helped him reason. Demi-Yugos' brain supplement ability is also very exaggerated, but unlike the Bone King, his brain supplement direction is to speculate on the strong side. And what the Bone King brain supplements is to speculate in a dangerous direction. Demi-Yugos is really as stable as an old dog, while Inzul Christine is as stable as an old dog on the outside, but he is panicked in his heart. Senja couldn't wait to use the permissions and downloaded the necromantic magic for free. A bunch of magic tricks about reincarnation, resurrection, manipulation, and summoning suddenly flooded into my mind. Although he doesn't use it very much, he doesn't have enough skills. Even if you can't learn it, it's good to know about it. Just in case one day meets an opponent like the Bone King, avoid being caught by the opponent. Tanjiro Kyaman, Mr. Immortal, please come and help me. Tony Stark. Tony Stark, what's wrong with this? Poor Ghastly Ace, it seems that Mr. Tanjiro is in trouble. Ghost destroys the world. The heavy snow flew, and the vast expanse of snow was white. In the cold woods, Tanjiro ran fast with his sister Nidose on his back. He was so tired that he gasped for breath. The cold breath is sucked into the lungs from the nose, and the pain caused is unbearable. Just when he returned home, there was a scene that made Tanjiro despair. The mother and sisters in the family all died tragically. The corpses piled up in the house and the blood flowed all over the place, making him almost desperate and crazy. If it hadn't been for finding that Uduza was still alive and giving him the last hope, he might have gone completely mad. On the way down the mountain to find someone for treatment, Tanjiro suddenly remembered that he still had a chat group, and the group leader seemed to be a powerful existence. He also said that he can travel through the world, maybe he can come over and save his sister. Thinking of this, he directly sent a help message in the 10,000 Realms chat group. But at this moment, the sister on the back woke up suddenly and opened her mouth to bite his flesh and blood. His sister's unfamiliar behavior made him feel heartache. After some entanglement, he finally awakened his sister a little bit of sanity, and Tanjiro took the opportunity to stun her sister. Send a message to the chat group in a hurry. Tanjiro Kyaman, I have encountered an accident in my family, and now there is only one sister left, but she seems to have lost her mind. Kyaman Tanjiro, please, Mr. Immortal, you must have a way, right, and my family, they. Speaking of this, Tanjiro's tears kept rolling, and it was clear that everyone had a good time yesterday, but today there is a difference between life and death. Senja Changshen, don't panic, you are happy now, I am crossing your world for the first time, and I need to use you as the coordinates to let me feel your position. Senja Changshen, there will always be a solution to your sister's situation. Even the family members who have died are enough to be resurrected. For others, death may be a farewell. But there is a king of the undead in the group, Necromancer in Zurgong. To him, it was just a matter of resurrection magic. Tony Stark, can the dead be resurrected? Can this really be done? Poor Ghastly Ace, I have never heard of it before, and this is the first time I have heard of it. Inzul Christine, ha 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 ha. Mr. Immortal is right, the resurrection can indeed be done, and it happens to have the means of resurrection below. Tony Stark. Poor Ghastly Ace. Chapter 27. Inzurgong's words not only shocked Tony and Ace, but also shocked Tanjiro. Then there was ecstasy, and the body quivered with excitement. Tanjiro Kyaman, really, that's great, Lord Inz, please save my family, they all died at home this morning. I still don't know who the murderer is. Poor Ghastly Ace, it's cruel, who is it that actually did such a damaging thing? Tony Stark, oh, I didn't expect it, no wonder Tanjiro was so anxious and panicked. Inzul Christine, don't worry, I have the ability to resurrect them, provided that Mr. Immortal can take me there. Senja Changshen, I am past now. As for the resurrection, I will talk about it later. Relax. The most important thing right now is to go first. Senja Changshen can't wait. This is his first time traveling through other worlds. There is a little excitement. Immediately, he clicked on the traversal function in the group in his mind, and the target was Tanjiro, the stove door. A signal similar to a request suddenly appeared in Tanjiro's consciousness. At the moment he confirmed, a figure rushed from the side, holding a long knife and slashing towards his sister Nidose. Tanjiro was so scared that he slid forward and rolled down the slope with his sister. At this moment, he raised his head to see the other side's appearance. It was a handsome young man with an indifferent face. The sea blue knife in his hand was engraved with the words devil killing. You, who are you doing what? Are you Mr. Immortal? Why do you want to hurt my sister? Tanjiro's voice was almost a roar, his anger reached ultimate. Tanjiro subconsciously thought that this was the immortal Mr. Immortal who had been transferred. After all, he had just agreed, and his sister was attacked in the next second. Mr. Immortal? What is that? Yoshiyuki Tomioka glanced at Yubines expressionlessly. The sun wheel pointed at the other side, and said coldly, I'm here to kill ghosts, please get out of the way. Ghost? What the hell, this is my sister, don't you want to hurt my sister? Tanjiro shouted sharply. He did not allow anyone to hurt his only surviving sister. It's a pity that Yoshiyuki Tomioka ignored these and directly dealt with Tanjiro. Whether it is power or speed, Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who has the breath of water, surpasses Tanjiro in every respect. After a fight, Tanjiro was kicked by Tomioka Yoshiyuki and hit a tree. Tomioka Yiyong took a deep breath, running the breath of water. On the sea blue knife body, a blue-white water ripple suddenly appeared. With a melodious clattering sound, a graceful and smooth curve was drawn in the air, and it slashed towards the snow neck of Yubines' swan. No, stop! Tanjiro shouted in despair. Just between the electric light and flint, several illusory curves suddenly appeared in the air, gradually interweaving to form a physical figure, standing beside Naitoza. The appearance of the visitor is Yusha facing the wind, and his expression is calm and light, with a black and purple long knife tied around his waist. He dresses very casually, especially the shorts that are only worn on the beach, and the clogs shoes that are only used at home, seem incompatible with this piece of snow. At the moment when Yoshiyuki Tomioka's sunwheel sword was about to be cut off, Senju Changsheng also drew out the black sword Kyushui. Ding! There was a sonorous whistling sound, and a little starlight sparks from the blade. Yoshiyuki Tomioka felt a heavy force, was shocked to step back several steps, adjusted his breathing for several seconds, and finally stabilized his trembling hands. Who are you? Tomioka Yiyong said with a look of surprise. The young man in front of him, who seemed to be his own age, easily accepted the breathing sword he had just done, and his arms were numb. How can this be? Even in the ghost-killing team, there are no such powerful peers, right? Is this person also a ghost? In the Ghost Slayer world, most ghosts look strange and ugly, but some ghosts with strong bloodlines look very close to humans. Oh, forgot to change clothes? Senju Changsheng touched his head, as if he hadn't heard Tomioka's words. He smiled bitterly by himself. Wearing shorts and short sleeves in the winter is almost like a neurosis. Fortunately, there are no beautiful women nearby, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Are you Mr. Immortal? Tanjiro, who was in pain all over the floor, shouted in surprise. I will never admit my mistake this time. This sudden young man with strange costumes is definitely Mr. Immortal in the 10,000 Realms chat group. He is really here. I don't care who you are, let me go, my sword only kills ghosts, not people. Tomioka said coldly. He felt that the person in front of him was very strong, and it might be difficult to defeat him. But he is a member of the ghost-killing team. His task is to kill ghosts. How can he not kill ghosts in front of his eyes? Senju Changsheng smiled. The black knife Kyushui in his hand didn't mean to take it back at all. Sorry, you can't kill her today, at least you can't do it when I'm here. Tomioka Yoshiyuki is not a bad person, so Senju Changsheng can speak so well. Instead, it's a villain here, and the head has fallen to the ground at this moment. At this time, Yoshiyuki Tomioka also fell silent, staring at the easygoing Senju Changsheng with his eyes, and finally made up his mind. Since your excellency insists on blocking, then I'm not welcome. Yoshiyuki Tomioka took a deep breath and adjusted the rhythm of his breathing, as if he was turning into water alone. The moisture in the air was under his control. The breath of water, the shape of 7, the rain ripple stab. Tomioka Yoshiyuki yelled softly, and he approached Senju Changsheng with a knife. Call. A knife pierced out, without any bells and whistles, simple and crude, piercing through the air in the air, and there were ripples near the blade. However, Yoshiyuki Tomioka is always cold on the outside and soft on the inside. Although he performed breathing moves at Senja Changsheng, the place where he pierced was not critical. Senja Changsheng smiled lightly, and the black knife Kiyoshui swiped his hand, and the sound of splashing water suddenly sounded. The blue and white waves fluctuate, forming a beautiful coastline. The breath of water. How is it possible? Tomioka Yiyong's face was startled, and the solace of his feet rushed to a halt, rubbing a scratch on the snow, and his sunken knife turned from a thorn to a slash. The breath of water, the type 2, the water wheel. Forcibly changed tricks. Tomioka Yiyong is worthy of being the water column of the ghost-killing team. His understanding and application of water breathing has reached the level of adapting to one's heart. The waves cut by the two collided at the same time, as if two tsunamis hit, forming a magnificent picture. Tanjiro, who was lying on his side, could even feel the stinging impact of rain. This was the first time he had seen the power system of this world. Bang! 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 The impact of waves is a symbol of the collision of swords. The speed of the two is so fast that Tanjiro can only vaguely see the slight flames of the two long knives. Obviously it was a water wave attack, but a spark of gold and iron cried out. Who are you and why do we breathe in the water? Yoshiyuki Tomioka became more and more frightened, and couldn't help but ask. Senja Changsheng smiled lightly, if you beat me, I'll tell you. If that's the case, then it's offended, breath of water, shape of picking one, nigh. Whirring. In an instant, as if there was a hurricane blowing, a rippled road spread out from the foot of Tomioka Yoshiyuki, as if a field opened up. The blue water lines pierced through the air, swept in all directions towards Senja Changsheng with sharp sword aura. This is the strongest blow of Tomioka Yiyong, no one can survive his blow. The reason why he dare to treat Senja Changsheng this way is because he feels that Senja Changsheng's strength is far above him. This trick must not kill the opponent, but it can seriously hurt the opponent. If his thoughts were known to Senja Changsheng, he would surely laugh out loud. Senja Changsheng at this moment, but even 10% of his power is useless. In this plane, he is invincible. A breathing move, just wanting to hurt him badly, is undoubtedly whimsical. Is this your strongest move? It disappoints me a bit. Senja's life is long and light, and the breathing rhythm between his breath changes in vain, from the breath of water to the breath of thunder. In an instant, a large amount of thunder radiated from under his feet. In the next second, Senja Chensei has turned into a flash, and under the shock of Tomioka Yoshiyuki, it flashed from the front to behind him. The breath of thunder, the shape of one, a thunderbolt. Ding! There was a crisp sound, like a gust of wind. Tomioka's Yiyong water domain was directly shattered, and the same shattered, as well as the sunwheel knife in his hand. Hey, what the hell is going on? Yoshiyuki Tomioka's pupils shrank slightly, and only the hilt of the long knife in his hand was left, and his heart was shocked to ultimate. It's amazing, is this the strength of Mr. Immortal? It is really strong. Tanjiro, the door, admired. Give up, you can't beat me, and this ghost is a bit special, but she still has human reason and is expected to be resurrected. Senja Changsheng turned around and threw out heavy news directly. At this time, not only Tomioka Yoshiyuki was stunned, but Tanjiro, who was lying on the ground, was also excited. Yes, my sister is sensible, you can't move my sister. Tanjiro hurriedly shouted. After Tomioka was silent again for a while, he said coldly, this matter needs my teacher's decision. I don't have to kill, but I want to take her away. He knew that he couldn't beat Senja Changsheng at all. Although the attacking power of the opponent's moves was not strong, he was extremely insulting. It's just an old man playing a naughty boy, so I just accompany him here to play tricks casually. No, I have to be with my sister. Tanjiro became nervous again when he heard that his sister was about to be taken away. Don't fight, Tanjiro will take his sister with you when the time comes, but before that, there is one more thing to do. Senju Changsheng gave a faint smile, turned around and picked up Nidose, and released a simple medical ninjutsu to Tanjiro. Although Tanjiro was an ordinary person, his physical fitness was extremely high, and a simple medical ninjutsu directly made him get up again. The bizarre performance of the two made Tomioka Yiyong's face a little more solemn. Mr. Immortal, where are we going? Why are my sister and I going with him? Tanjiro glanced at the Nidose in Senju's arms, he was relieved, and couldn't help asking. Chapter 28 Superposition Resurrection Magic. Of course I will go back and resurrect your family first. As for why you want to go with him. If you don't want to avenge your family, you don't have to go. Senju Jiangxi's light description made Tanjiro plunge into ecstasy. On the side, Tomioka Yiyong looked weird. Resurrection? How is this possible? Senju Changsheng carried your beans on his back, Yoshiyuki Tomioka followed behind, led by Tanjiro, and walked home. System sign in. Senju Changsheng said silently. Ding. Successful sign in to the ghost world, congratulations on obtaining, Breath of the Moon. Moon breath, not bad. Senju Changsheng murmured. The reason why he was willing to come and help unconditionally, in addition to wanting the authority to open the world, was also to sign in by the way. As long as Tanjiro's family is resurrected, Senju Changsheng can leave directly. Rintaki Kinji is a good master who can understand Tanjiro, and Tanjiro's past was not a bad thing. At Rintaki Sakenji, Tanjiro will also start his path to become a ghost swordsman. From then on, the world of ghosts will begin to move towards the story of Swan. But that will be a long time later. If Tanjiro really can't fight, you can call yourself to help. But next time you come to the Ghost Destroyer world, Senju Changsheng must be charged. He just got the Breath of the Moon, this inferior version of the Breath of the Day, let him feel the wonder of breathing. The Breath of the Sun is the initial breath, and the Breath of Water, the Breath of Thunder, etc., are just branches of the Breath of the Sun. Just the Breath of the Moon made Senju feel a different experience for longevity, which also made him look forward to the Breath of the Sun. Soon, the three of them arrived at Tanji Lang's house. Before entering the door, there was a pungent bloody smell. Even Tomioka Yiyong frowned and felt a little uncomfortable. Tanjiro once again saw the blurry picture in front of him, his heart felt like colic, and his eyes were moist again. Take your sister, I'll go in and have a look, don't both of you come in. Senju Changsheng gave Nidose to Hua Tanjiro, and immediately walked into the blood-filled house alone. He was thinking, should he try to use necromantic magic himself, or let the Bone King come and help? The Bone King must come here without fail, but if Senju Changsheng casts the resurrection magic, it is not known. I knew I had to try my magic talent first before I came here. Senju Changsheng was a little embarrassed. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to try first. In any case, he is now a strong man in the celestial and human realm, and he is quite confident in himself. It really doesn't work, it's a big deal to release the true eyes of the evil king to change everything. Senju Changsheng took a deep breath, calmed down, and began to recall the spell and release method of the resurrection magic. The so-called magical energy is actually to absorb the energy of nature to form a magical array and generate corresponding magical effects. Whether it is the natural energy of the ninja world, the spiritual energy in the cultivation of immortals, or the magical energy of the magician, they are actually gifts from the world. It can almost be said that the source is one, but the method of using this energy is different. Senju Changsheng can vaguely see through the true eyes of the evil king that the soul of Tanjiro's family has not yet dispersed, and it is the best time to resurrect. If even the soul is completely dissipated, I am afraid I really want the Bone King to come and help himself. At the moment when he urged the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into a whirlpool and converged to Tanji Lang's house, like a sea of rivers and rivers. Senju chanted the spell, unconsciously emitting a faint golden light in his eyes, and began to draw magical energy from his fingertips, drawing an emerald green magic array in the void. He is not in Zurgong, so he can't perform magic in seconds, and this is not his strong point. During Senju Jiangxi's time to portray magic, Tanjiro outside walked around nervously, not knowing whether it was agitated or worried. Tanjiro became even more anxious after Yoshiyori Tomioka told him about Yerbine's situation. He directly boarded the 10,000 Realms chat group and began to share the matter with the group members. Tanjiro Kyaman, Mr. Immortal has saved my sister, but my sister has become a ghost, is she still saved? Inzur Christine, become a ghost? It doesn't seem to be a big problem, right? The existence in the tomb of the Bone King was all dead, more terrifying than ghosts. Tanjiro Kamen, now Mr. Immortal is helping my family resurrect. I am very nervous now. After my family is alive, will they also become ghosts? Tony Stark, believe in the power of Mr. Immortal, there is nothing he can't do. Poor Gas Ace, Mr. Immortal actually has the ability to traverse, really amazing. Inzul Christine, no need to be nervous, it's just a small resurrection magic thing. With the ability of Mr. Immortal, it is absolutely easy. Inzul Christine, your family will never become ghosts after they are resurrected. Kamen Tanjiro, really, so I feel more at ease. The two have completely different understandings of ghosts, but they got to the right point by mistake. Sitting on the throne, Inzur Gong took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, as Demi Yugo said, Mr. Immortal is a god who walks on earth. Fortunately, I didn't make an enemy with him, so I settled the relationship ahead of time. Tanjiro Kyaman, the emerald green light is emerging inside my house, and a pattern seems to appear. Is this Mr. In's resurrection magic? Picture. Tanjiro attached a photo of the scene after the text. He discovered that there is actually a camera function in the group, which can directly take pictures of things in front of him and upload them to the group. Seeing this, Inzurgan was so startled that the jaw of the skeleton almost fell off. Isn't it his necromantic magic? How long has it just been uploaded to the group before being learned by Mr. Immortal? This is too scary. And judging from the magic pattern, isn't this FK super resurrection magic? Mr. Immortal possesses super-level magical energy and possesses such a powerful magic talent. It is truly amazing. In the stove door home, Senju Changsheng fully condensed his spiritual energy, making this magic circle resplendent and full of vitality. The cruel Tomioka Yoshihide outside was also shocked by the emerald green light here, his mouth opened wide and his eyes dull. At Tanji Lang's house, the blood and corpses on the ground began to sink slowly into the magic circle. Senju Changsheng snapped his fingers crisply and yelled, "Go!" Clatter! The light of the emerald magic circle burst out suddenly, forming 5 small magics and rising up. 5 silhouettes suddenly appeared, and they were taken aback at the same time, and the 3 little boys even hit the ground. The fear in their eyes had not yet dissipated. Tanjiro's mother, Kyaman Kwai, holding her little daughter, Kanomon Hanako, looked blankly at the familiar scene around her. Senju Changsheng couldn't help but complain, this is too capable of giving birth to so many children. Tanjiro's father's weakness back then might have something else hidden. Isn't this our home? Aren't we dead? Zayaman Hwaza whispered timidly. This is in the real world. Senju Changsheng smiled and opened the door immediately. The icy wind blows out, and the 5 of them finally feel a sense of reality. Chapter 29 The Shock of the Bone King. The door was opened by Senju Chinsei, and Tanjiro was still in a daze. There was also a sluggish Tomioka Yoshihide. Seeing the 5 people who were intact, he couldn't help but be startled and said, there is actually a means of resurrection in this world. Brother Tanji Lang. Tanjiro. Mom Koichi cried out in a daze. Hanako. Mother. Lyotai. Takeo. Shigeru. Seeing his family who had come back alive, Tanjiro ran into the house staggeringly with tears in his arms and hugged his family. The familiar taste makes Tanjiro feel that he is dreaming, everything is so unreal. It's too magical. What he has experienced today has caused a series of shocks to his spirit. First is the tragic death of the family, then Nidouza turns into a ghost, then Mr. Immortal travels and descends, and then the family resurrects. This big wave of ups and downs is simply more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Tanjiro and his family didn't turn on the lights, so they hugged each other, reluctant to let go, taking turns narrating what happened to each other. Last night, a strange man suddenly broke in, cold and terrifying, and powerful. He killed people when he saw him, and he was merciless. All of Tanjiro's family are ordinary people, and naturally they have no resistance, and they don't even have the ability to escape. The opponent is a person with special abilities, and even controls the entire house, so he can't get out no matter how he runs. Can only be brutally slaughtered by the opponent in panic. Could it be? Ghost Mitsuji is not miserable. Yoshiyuki Tomioka looked shocked, and shouted emotionally, "You have actually seen Onaiwutsuji Maime. Tell me what he looks like. Kaiwutsuji is miserable? Is this the murderer who killed my family?" Tanjiro said with an angry face. The two were emotionally excited. Tomioka Yiyong kept asking Tanjiro's family, and Tanjiro asked Tomioka Yiyong. The ghost-killing team has been looking for the ghost dance Tsuji Wume, but only one name is known. So far no one has seen the true face of Giwutsuji Wume. Now that I got the news here, how could this make Tomioka Yoshihide not excited? Listening to the noise in the room, Senju Changsheng ignored it, and didn't mean to interrupt. He didn't bother to participate in this topic. Senju Changsheng sat alone in the courtyard and yawned comfortably as he watched the setting sun gradually go down. Fingertips condensed aura, depicting a defensive magic circle and necromantic summoning circle here. If Oniwutsujimura comes over again, these two large formations will be triggered and will be sensed by Senju. Of course, Giwutsuji Musei shouldn't be so boring and ran over again. That Tanjiro, I'll go back first. Then you can bring your own beans and follow this guy to find the master. If you want revenge, you can't be too weak. Senju Changsheng patted his butt and was about to leave. Tanjiro's mother walked lightly, bowed slightly to Senju Changsheng, and said softly, "Thank you for your help to our family. We have nothing to repay. You can take these local specialties with you. It's a little bit of our care." She gently walked to the side and took out a hand-woven bamboo basket with many local specialties on it. I have to say that Tanjiro's mother is indeed a charming beauty. Whether it is character or appearance, it belongs to the kind of a good wife and a good mother. He was able to wake up from the joy of resurrection so quickly, and became the only person in the house who noticed that Senju was about to leave. Senju Changsheng thanked him and took it. "I have received your thoughts. Remember to remind Tanjiro then, I'm leaving." Tanjiro was still in high spirits at the moment, and he didn't hear Senju Changsheng's departure at all. Koichi smiled softly, nodded slightly, and waved goodbye to Senju. Senju Changsheng directly turned on the crossing function in the group, and his body gradually faded and disappeared. After returning to the Hokage world, night gradually fell. At present, the time flow seems to be synchronized in the world where several people in the 10,000 Worlds chat group live. Even if there is a deviation, it should not be large. Kaiyaman Tanjiro, I'm really sorry, Mr. Immortal, I haven't noticed you after all, I'm so sorry. Apologizing emoji. Poor gas ace, ha 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 ha. It seems that Mr. Tanjiro is very excited, so it seems that his family has been successfully resurrected. He is indeed Mr. Immortal. Tony Stark, let me just say, there is nothing that Mr. Immortal can't do. Today's Tony is almost immortal. After refining chakra, he feels that he is physically strong. If it weren't for chakra's existence, he would never be able to do it 7 times a night. Inzul Christine, Mr. Immortal is really powerful. It is so easy to display our supernatural magic here. Isn't Mr. Immortal also a powerful magician? Senja Changshen, no, our world only has ninjutsu, and it's my first time to use magic, ha ha ha. Inzul Christine. Senja Changshen's words caused a great impact on the Bone King. The first time you cast it is superposition magic, if you practice more, wouldn't it be better than him? Inzul Christine started to panic again. Inzur Gong, there is only ninjutsu in the world of Mr. Immortal. Was this 10,000 world chat group also created by ninjutsu? Senja Changshen, no, although the world I live in only has ninjutsu, but my master has more than that. Senja Changshen does not intend to conceal it. In the future, various people will be added to the group. He must take advantage of the present to gain his reputation and convince the group members that he exists as the group leader, so that he can make good use of the group members to work for him. Although he can travel through the other side's world, some things are really troublesome to find. For example, devil fruit that appears randomly, infinite gems in the Marvel world, etc. There are others that you can't even find, such as Tanjiro's Hikari breath. This kind of lost thing can only be learned by uploading it to the group through Tanjiro. There are also various treasures from different worlds. It is impossible for Senja Changshen to go and find it personally, and let the group members go to help find it, and sit back and enjoy the success by himself. And to make these people willing, we must first let these people trust him to have this ability. In addition to relying on one's own strength, the best effect is actually the assistance of group members. Senja Changshen is now cultivating group members and making them fear themselves. When the new group members come in, the group members can blow him higher than the sky without him being on the stage. In this way, he can let the group members open their own world authority. Inzur Christine, more than that. It seems that the strength of Mr. Immortal is far beyond my imagination. Tony Stark, just finished another big deal. I really want to invite Mr. Immortal to have a drink right away. Poor Gas Ace, it turns out that Mr. Tony likes to drink too, and the pirates here also love fine wine. Tony Stark, I seem to be a fellow, I hope I can taste it with you next time. In vain, half of Tony's words, there is no follow-up. It was like talking, and it was automatically sent to the chat group. The chat information of the chat group can be sent out with a flash in your mind. Tony's situation is more like an unexpected situation, subconsciously sending a message, and then losing consciousness. After a long time, I didn't see him bubbling again. Kyaman Tanjiro? Tanjiro Kamen, why didn't Mr. Stark speak anymore? Poor Gas Ace, what is the situation? Is there any accident on Stark? Senja Changshen, who has been peeping on the screen, was also taken aback. An accident? He turned his head and thought. Just now, Mr. Shidaji seemed to say that he had just finished a big business, shouldn't it be arms sales? Combined with this sudden jam, is the beginning of the story of Iron Man 1. Senja Changshen, Tony may have encountered something, and he should get back to the news in a few days, so don't be too anxious. After all, he also withdrew from the 10,000 Realms chat group and stopped staying too much. I'm afraid it will take a few days for Tony to wake up. The night has completely shrouded. Senju was not idle, sitting cross-legged, and began to fully absorb the spiritual energy to practice. Although he broke into the realm of heaven and man, his end is more than that. If he slackens, the road to eternal life will also be stagnant. Chapter 30 The Longevity of Versailles. The next morning, Senja Changshen woke up from his practice, and his observation Haki sensed that Itaki had been standing outside the door for a long time. He didn't follow in until Tsunade came. "Good morning, teacher." Itaki is very respectful, sincere, and not artificial. What Senju has to admit is that Itaki's attitude towards elders and leaders is really good. Even in the face of people like Danzo, he can obtain the satisfaction and approval of the other party, and he is simply a model hitman. The boss likes this kind of person the most. He is efficient in his work, and his words and deeds are also very good. Senju Changsheng will accept Itaki as a disciple. In addition to his aptitude, he also has a fancy working spirit. Senju, who has signed in and won the chat group, will only spend less time in Konoha in the future. He has to sign in other worlds to get more generous rewards. He has been to the ninja world, and the rest is just repeated sign-in, and the probability of getting rich rewards is greatly reduced. So he needs a strong and agile person to help guard Konoha during his absence. Namikaze Minato alone is far from enough. He can't be busy with so many things. As for Tsunade, oh, don't talk about it. Once Tsunade knew that he could travel through other worlds, his first reaction was definitely yelling to go. Guarding Konoha? Keeping a fart, can guarding Konoha have fun? Since he and Tsunade are the only two of the Senju clan, Tsunade has gradually lost the same feelings for Konoha. Once the Senju clan was the overlord of Konoha, it is not an exaggeration to say that Konoha is the Senju clan. Although no one has said that, Tsunade feels more or less in his heart. Therefore, the Senju clan did not lag behind, and Konoha also began to become more like Hashirama's desired effect, accommodating a large number of family members, and was no longer Konoha of the Senju clan. Tsunade has also lost the blood of protecting Konoha. To her, she doesn't feel any more if she doesn't protect Konoha, as long as she is with the master. Senju Changsheng took a deep breath and smiled lightly. Don't be too restrictive, I like to get along directly. From today, you have to learn two things from me. One is cultural knowledge, which is compulsory. The second kind is to improve the strength. Because my master has too many things, it will cause miscellaneous and inexact miserable conditions for others. To avoid this situation, I need you to choose what you want to learn. Things. Versailles was old as soon as he opened his mouth. But Itaka didn't think his teacher's words were pretending to be compelling. On the contrary, he felt that Senju's longevity became more and more unfathomable. With the abilities listed by Senju Changsheng, Itaki also gradually fell into shock. Ninjutsu, sage art, chi training, physical training, swordsmanship, breathing techniques. The dazzling array of abilities is enough to form a long table for reference. After thinking about it for a moment, Itaka was the first to aim at the power of immortality. After listening to Senju Changsheng's introduction, he already knew why his teacher was so young when he was 80 years old. It turned out that he didn't feel anything at 80 when he was 80 years old. At the thought of this, Itaki unexpectedly aroused a sense of fear in his heart. He can't see through his teacher, but the teacher can see him through. Moreover, Senju Changsheng's strength is so terrifying now. With that long lifespan, how strong will he become in the future? In this regard, Itaka could only feel weak in his heart, and became more and more in awe of Senju. In the following days, Senju Changsheng officially began to cultivate the abilities of Itaka, not only to tap his potential, but also to cultivate his three views and thoughts. He didn't want the disciple he cultivated to finally gouge his eyes and awaken Sasuke to the eternal Mangekyo. Although the immortal longevity technique allows him to grow out after removing his eyes, it is unclear whether it will grow out of Mangekyo. Wait a moment. FK, it seems that Itaka might actually do this. Senju Changsheng suddenly exclaimed. For the Super Brakan Itaka, it is really possible for him to sacrifice his Mangekyo to let Sasuke awaken the eternal Mangekyo behavior. The Itaka in the original book couldn't grow eyes, he had already done so, and now he could grow eyes, Wouldn't it be bolder? Oh, let's take a step and see. Senju sighed helplessly. Also on this day, Mr. Stark in the 10,000 Realms chat group finally went online. Tony Stark, ladies and gentlemen, it's my turn to need rescue this time. Tanjiro Kyaman, Mr. Stark, what happened to you? I haven't seen you for several days. Tony Stark, well, it's a long story. I was kidnapped and I really need the help of Mr. Immortal. Tony Stark at Senju, is Mr. Immortal here? I wonder if you can come and save me. If you can come and save me. Cigarettes, beer, sports cars, beauties, as long as they can be solved with money, I can give them to you. Tanjiro Kyaman, hiss. Unexpectedly, with Mr. Stark's wealth and status, someone would dare to kidnap you. This is too rampant. Through this time of getting along, everyone in the group has probably known each other's identity and status. Senju Changsheng responded, no problem, I can go there now, but I have to deal with some things first. Tony Stark, okay, thank you very much. I am safe now, but under house arrest. Immediately, Senju Changsheng logged out of the 10,000 Realms chat group. This trip to Marvel was a bit faster than he expected. If he goes to other worlds, he will definitely come back soon, but in Marvel World, he wants to stay there for a few more days. This is about to explain to Tsunade, otherwise she will definitely think that something is wrong with her, and she will lift Konoha at that time. Tsunade-chan, I will leave Konoha these days, you have to take care of yourself. What? Where are you going? I also want to go. Senju was only halfway through his speech, and was interrupted by Tsunade, who was studying medical techniques. Even the ninjutsu scroll in his hand was thrown aside, and he rushed over and hugged Senju Changsheng tightly, refusing to let go. You can't leave me, I will go wherever you go. Senju Changsheng's mouth twitched slightly, but he couldn't push Tsunade away. He said silently, just go out and do something, save a friend, and come back soon. And you can't go, I'm an interplanetary action, your strength is not enough, when your strength comes up, I will take you there. Senju Changsheng can only use fudge da fa. Without a chat group, he can't cross the plane himself, not to mention Tsunade's small cultivation base. It's a pity that Tsunade doesn't believe in any transplanes, she thinks Senju Changsheng is lying to her. Unless you cross the plane in front of me, I won't believe it. There was doubt in Tsunade's beautiful eyes. Chapter 31 Rescue Mr. Stark. Okay, I will show you live. I will walk for a few days and come back soon. Remember to let Itaka not come over these days. I will look for him when I come back. Senju Changsheng heaved a sigh of relief and opened the 10,000 Realms chat group with joy. Senju Changsheng, Tony, I'm going to pass. Tony Stark, okay, no problem, I'm ready, do I need to find a hidden corner? Senju Changsheng, no need, just a bunch of mortals who use thermal weapons. After that, he turned on the function of passing through the group and locked Tony Stark. Tsunade looked like he was about to watch a play, staring at Senju Changsheng closely, ready to expose his lies. In the next second, Senju Changsheng's body began to fade away, and finally disappeared without a trace. Only Tsunade with a look of sorrow remained, stunned in the same place. This, really went to other worlds. Tsunade said in disbelief. She thought that Senju Changsheng was teasing her, but she didn't expect it to exist in other planes. Marvel Universe World. Tony Stark was wearing an oil-black tooling, and there was an energy reactor on his chest, emitting a faint light. Standing next to him was Ethan in a small suit, who was the benefactor who gave Tony the most help in this cave. Stark, the person you are talking about will really come? It's heavily protected here, and there is no signal. Ethan said in his mouth, but his hands didn't stop at all, and he continued to work with all kinds of small parts, which did not arouse the suspicion of the people on the camera side. Tony Stark pouted proudly, "The power of that person is beyond your imagination." Coming. Tony Stark gave a soft drink, ecstasy on his face. Ethan's heart was slightly stunned. He looked around the silent area, and asked his head all over. "No one is there?" Suddenly, a phantom was constructed in front of the two of them, gradually intertwined. Senju Changshen's feet fell gently to the ground and completed the crossing. Ethan's eyes widened, full of incredible colors. He pressed his hands on the back of his head, wondering if he had hallucinations. Big change alive? This is even more magical than magic, and even a little frightening. Oh. Welcome, Mr. Immortal. Tony opened his arms with a smile, and walked forward to give Senju a big hug. Immediately they shook their palms, and Tony glanced around and apologized. "I'm very sorry for not being able to welcome you in a grand way." "Ha ha ha ha. It's never too late to make up after I go back." Senju Changshen was a little excited. It has been a long time since he had seen such a product full of machinery and modernity. Hey. Although I said it was amazing, it doesn't seem to be a time to relive the old days. The cameras there are there. I think the group outside. Boom. Ethan didn't finish his words, and the door was directly opened by artillery fire and exploded to pieces. A large group of robbers armed with rifle weapons rushed in, all of them strong and sturdy, with fierce complexions, and Baba shouting in unintelligible language. Tony and Ethan both felt tight at the same time, and took a few steps back in fright. "I hope this friend of yours can save us a few bullets," Ethan said nervously with his hands up. Tony also raised his hands, but his expression was complacent. "Mr. Immortal, I'm sorry to trouble you, let these shit guys see what the power of the gods is." Senju Changshen laughed. He liked Tony's flattering way with translation accent. "Ice done ice wall." Senju Changshen took a step forward, and chakra burst out from under his feet. Click, click, click. A layer of frost condensed from under his feet, and ice cones suddenly formed, like a swimming dragon climbing under the ground. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, the bandit leader yelled, everyone pressed the handle of the gun, and a shower of dense bullets shot out, bright orange-red light. But it was completely resisted by a rising ice wall. Those bullets that can penetrate gold and iron are all embedded in the ice wall, and the distance to break through the ice wall is 30 centimeters thick. Senju Changshen grinned lightly, exhaling white chill from his mouth, and the chakra wave that he had done before burst out all over his body. The ice wall, which had stood still, stretched forward in vain, and in the blink of an eye, all the bandits in the cave were submerged and turned into a huge ice sculpture. The entire cave has become an ice cave. From the outside, it looks like a huge block of ice, standing in the hot desert, quite magical. For a while, the cave where the gunfire echoed became deadly silent. Both Tony and Ethan were a little sluggish. Looking at the robbers who had become ice sculptures but still kept raising their guns, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva, unable to return to their senses for a long time. There is no resistance. In front of Senju Changshen, these people's thermal weapons were the same as none, and if they didn't move, everyone on the scene would be wiped out. This turned out to scare me a bit. Ethan pretended to easily tidy up the neckline of his suit. Ha 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 ha. Tony laughed happily. Is this ninjutsu? I have always wanted to try it, but unfortunately I am not this piece of material. He knew very well that refining chakra by himself would make his body better at best, but it was really too difficult to release ninjutsu. Instead of pursuing the release of ninjutsu, it is better to develop more technology, which is his strong point. Fire style. The fire is gone. Senju Changshen took a deep breath, and suddenly spit out a meteorite-like fireball, exuding fiery energy, moving forward. A passage was burned out of the ice cave, and it went straight to the outside of the cave. Okay, let's go, I am looking forward to visiting your house. Senja Changsheng waved his hand, and then the first one to pace outside. Tony and Ethan looked at each other and immediately followed. Passing through the corpse ice wall, the sunlight outside made the two of them feel a little uncomfortable for a while, and it took a while to cushion them. It's finally out. Tony and Ethan have been trapped in the cave for a long time, and they planned to form a suit to kill them, but these robbers seem to have been suspicious. The two assembled only one set, and the other set did not have time to assemble. In desperation, Tony had to ask the 10,000 Realms chat group for help. So, how are we going back now, Mr. Stark? Can you contact outside? Ethan asked the question by covering the sunlight with his palm. In the vast desert, in the sun, there is no one around, and only the three of them stand here. There is no signal here at all, damn it. Tony took out his self-made mobile phone and pressed it for a long time, but there was no signal at all. Just when he was furious and was about to throw his homemade mobile phone into pieces, Senja Changsheng suddenly said, I can take you directly to fly back, or I can take you to a place where there is a signal, and then contact rescue. Which one do you choose? Now that it's in the heavens and humans, Senja can fly naturally, except that he usually lives in Konoha, so he basically never flies. Chapter 32 New Member, Heart Gem. Tony was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly he was surprised. That's great, I'm sorry to trouble you. Call out. Senja Changsheng grabbed the arms of the two of them and jumped directly into the air. Disappeared with the two of them. The speed is so fast as to jump in space, the gust of wind is blowing on his face, and it is almost unbearable, and the mouth is full of cool breeze. Seeing the two people eating shit expressions, Senja Changsheng immediately released aura to help them resist the wind pressure, and then the speed increased again. Tony only felt the images on both sides, turning into countless black lines, as if falling into a wormhole in space, making people dizzy. Even if there is no wind pressure, he still feels a little embarrassed by the scenes that pass quickly in front of him. Senja Changsheng flew over and over. With the help of observation haki, he can easily explore the terrain within a radius of 100 miles. When he saw the bustling city, he couldn't wait even more. This is a picture he has never seen before in Hokage for 50 years. Finally, after Senja Changsheng took the two of them into the city, he found a place to stay. Then he lowered slowly and placed the two on the roof of a building. And he stood alone on the highest point, looking down at the bustling and hustle and bustle of the city. The streets were rushed by pedestrians, and his face was filled with the joy of getting off work. The wide streets were crowded with cars, and the sound of dripping sounds a bit noisy and irritable. But Senja Changsheng felt so kind. He didn't expect that one day he would feel comfortable in traffic jams. Tony and Ethan knelt on the roof at the same time, extremely pale. It's really good. It's faster than the rocket. If there is another time, I will definitely choose to wait for rescue. Fortunately, Tony lay down, gasping for breath, looking very embarrassed. Ethan was even more nauseous and squatted in the corner, very uncomfortable. This FK is too fast. Air was poured in directly from their mouths and noses, their throats were blown dry and uncomfortable, and the surrounding scenes were switched too fast, and their eyes couldn't keep up. Who can bear this kind of flying speed? If it hadn't been for Senja Changsheng to release the aura shield to help them block the wind pressure, they would have been crushed into flesh by the wind. Is this really the speed that humans can achieve? Hey, people nowadays, their physique is not good. Senja sighed helplessly. He helped to withstand the wind pressure, but he didn't expect that neither of them could bear it. Tony Stark, old folks, I have been saved by Mr. Immortal. It's very exciting. If you have the opportunity, you must let him take you around. It's really cool. Tony, who had escaped from birth, immediately sent a message in the 10,000 Worlds chat group instead of contacting Xiao Xiao. Senja Changsheng also admires Tony's big heart very much, and is not in a hurry to go home at all. Tanjiro Kyaman, that's great. Inzur Christine, don't forget to give Mr. Immortal a grand welcome ceremony. Tony Stark, ha 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 ha. Rest assured, Tony is definitely not an ungrateful person. Ding. The activity of the 10,000 Realms chat group reached LV2. Ding. Beatrice joins the chat group. Ding. Jin Wen joined the chat group. Ding. Izumi Sajiri joins the chat group. Ding. Polygonum cuspidatum urine joins the chat group. Seeing a series of prompts in the chat group, everyone including Senja Changsheng was stunned. The new members who joined suddenly directly caused the 10,000 Realms chat group to explode. Polygonum cuspidatum urine, huh? What is this and why is it in my head? Jin Wen. Beatrice, is this some magic? Tanjiro Kyaman, wow. The newcomer is finally here. Inzul Christine do you also know magic? It seems we can have a good exchange. Tony Stark, is the newcomer here? After Tony sent the message, he looked at Senja's back. The other party didn't seem to be in the group, but looked at the scenery of the city outside indifferently. At this moment, it has entered the twilight stage, the bright light is shining on the city, and the golden clouds are slowly floating in the sky, which is very beautiful. Senja Changsheng learned that the newcomer had joined the group, but he did not go out to express his position. As the group leader, he was naturally the last to appear. Rather than explaining the 10,000 Worlds chat group to newcomers in the group, it is better to appreciate the beauty here. Mr. Immortal, I just contacted my assistant and he will be there in about 10 minutes. Tony put away his self-made mobile phone and said casually to Senja Changsheng. At this moment, Senja Changsheng was staring at the city scenery in a daze, with a faint smile on his face unconsciously. System sign-in. Ding. Marvel World sign-in is successful, congratulations on getting the Gem of the Soul. Senja Changsheng was shocked when he heard the system prompt in his mind. Heart Gem. This is one of the infinite gems in the Marvel Universe. There are 6 infinite gems, which can control space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul respectively. Each one is an incomparable heaven-defying existence. Collecting all 6, it is able to create all possibilities. Unexpectedly, this time signing in, he directly gave him a gift package. Mind gems are the incarnation of cosmic consciousness, allowing users to improve their spiritual abilities and enter the hearts of other people. In addition, it can read, manipulate, modify, create, and guard the spirit of life. It can allow users to enter other people's thinking, and all dreams, thoughts, and ideas can enter the user's brain. It can enhance the spiritual power and increase the spiritual power, so that all existence with the mind is dominated by it. At the same time, the soul stone itself also contains huge energy. With this gem, Senja's spiritual power will directly soar to infinity, and mind manipulation will no longer be a problem. Call out. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed across the dim night sky and flew towards Senja Changsheng at an alarming speed. Snapped. Senja Changsheng transferred the power of the deity's jailbreaking force, and a strong force collided with his palm, rippling a shock wave. Both Tony and Ethan were almost untenable by the shock wave. I opened my palm and found that it was actually a spiritual gem rewarded by the system. A icy clear stream flows from the palm to the brain, and the surrounding scene seemed to be a little different at this moment. Senja Changsheng feels that he has an unexplained energy, as if he can manipulate the will of others. This time the reward is not directly distributed, but attracted from other places. Senja Changsheng was very surprised. This was the only time that the sign-in reward was not obtained through the system space. Could it be said that in the same Marvel universe, at the same point in time, 2 same infinite gems cannot exist at the same time? So the sign-in system grabs this infinite gem in the Marvel universe directly into his hands. Really overbearing. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if this reward will cause Marvel Earth to be attacked by Thanos in advance. Chapter 33 Izumi Sajiri's manga. Wow, are you holding the meteorite block? What a wonderful performance. Tony shrugged, he was too weak to complain. No matter how you look at it, it feels a bit weird. Since seeing Senju Changshen, the things that have subverted his three views have been staged one after another, and now they have gradually become numb. Did I? At this moment, Tony's cell phone rang, and after hearing a few sentences, he hung up directly. Mr. Immortal, the person who picked us up is here. Tony smiled coolly. At this moment, Xiao Jiao had come to the downstairs of this house according to the coordinates of Tony's phone, and was looking up at the top of the building. That's okay, let's go. Senju Changsheng put the spiritual gems in his hand into the system space, and directly reached out to grab Ethan and Tony. The expressions of the two changed, and when they were about to refuse, they were taken from the top of the 60-story building and jumped off. What? Tony was pale but not bad, but Ethan's screams resounded through the city. Little Chili, who was waiting anxiously below, raised his head immediately when he heard the screams. The three of them fell from the sky, like falling from a building. The place where they fell was just above Little Chili. If hit by these three people, Little Chili would turn into mashed flesh. Call. Suddenly, a heat wave came from above. Senju Changsheng grabbed Tony and Ethan and paused in the air, then slowly landed. Tony. Little Pepper was stunned for a while, but he didn't expect that it was his boss Tony who fell down the building. Even more unexpectedly, the three of them had nothing to do. Ahem, it's really not working, dear Mr. Immortal, please don't take me to fly again in the future, I'm afraid I won't even dare to ride in a plane in the future. Ethan threw up again, his face very ugly. Seeing his pity, Senju Changsheng kindly released a medical ninjutsu to him, which was relieved. It's more exciting than jumping from a building, and it's even a bit addictive. Tony chuckles, then walks to Pepper and greets with a smile. Under his introduction, Xiao Jiao also understood Senju's longevity ability and was also Tony's lifesaver. Little Chili is very enthusiastic and grateful to Senju Jiangseng. The four people got into an extended luxury business vehicle, and under the protection of several armored black business vehicles, they headed to the Stark Industrial Headquarters building together. The Stark Tower is extremely magnificent, with a large number of bodyguards guarding it, and many high-tech products controlled by Jarvis, monitoring every corner. Even a fly that breaks in without registration will be shot as dust by the laser. It is the first time for Senju Changsheng to see the real Stark mansion through himself. It is really magnificent. The bright lights are brilliant but not dazzling, the clean floor, and the spacious office area make people feel very comfortable at a glance. Senju Changsheng and others went directly to the top connecting floors, exquisite and luxurious decoration, a dazzling array of black technology machinery, almost all of the exterior wall composed of floor-to-ceiling windows. With sufficient light, you can also have a panoramic view of the bustling night scene. Senju Changsheng has experienced such a luxurious and exquisite house for the first time, and his heart is full of curiosity. Welcome home, Mr. Stark. Welcome to Ethan, welcome to visit from strangers. The voice of artificial intelligence Jarvis sounded. There was no emotion in the voice, but it was polite. Ethan's information can be investigated through the internet, but Senju Changsheng's information, Jarvis did not find. Tony let Senju Changsheng walk around, and he and Ethan both went to take a comfortable hot bath. Under house arrest in the cave, there was no chance to take a bath, and the whole body was greasy and unbearable. Senju Changsheng drank expensive coffee made with chili peppers, sat on the comfortable sofa, and boarded the chat group. At this moment in the chat group, after the long talk of Tanjiro at the door, finally made the new group members believe a little bit. Jin Wan, aha, I can understand a little bit, it is the chat group on my mobile phone that ran into my mind. Polygonum cuspidatum, I can also understand it. It seems that the world of Jinmu is almost the same as mine. Beatrice at, I saw your necromantic magic, the magic path is very unique and alternative, you really are from other worlds. Inzur Christine, is it different? I also want to see how your magic works. Beatrice, sorry, I can't show you my magic casually. Polygonum cuspidatum urine, huh? Magic? What are you talking about? Tanjiro Kyaman, it turns out that other worlds also have magic. It seems that Beatrice is also a great powerhouse. Beatrice, humph, of course. Tony Stark, I finally got home, it was too exciting today. Picture. Tony lay in the bathtub and uploaded his luxurious bathroom by the way, which aroused the envy of the group. Polygonum cuspidatum, oh. What a luxurious bathroom, it seems that Mr. Stark is a super rich man. Jin Wan, envy. Beatrice, humph, it's just so, a bit worse than my castle. Image. Not to be outdone, Tribes directly posted a photo of her castle and the vast library. The area is not smaller than Tony's group. Beatrix comes from the zero-started life in Otherworld, she looks like a little lowly, but her actual age is more than 400 years old. It can be said to be the oldest in the group. She lives in Roswell House. In a space called the Room That Doesn't Exist, I acted as an administrator of the Forbidden Library. In fact, the castle she now lives in is not hers at all. Inzul Christine, in that case, my tomb is also considered an underground castle, right? Picture. Seeing everyone show off their residences, the Bone King happily put up his photos of the tomb mansion. Tanjiro, Polygonum cuspidatum, and Jin Wan exclaimed again and again. The various horrible dead objects inside aroused the curiosity of the three people, and they kept asking questions. Ding. Izumi Sajiri uploaded 100 particularly good-looking manga comics. At this moment, the abrupt reminder of the 10,000 Realms chat group caused the originally noisy group into a brief silence. Even Senja Jiang-seng, who was sitting on the sofa watching the scenery, couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. From the moment he joined the group, Hequan Sajiri hadn't said a word, and he was the only one who hadn't spoken. Senja Changsheng thought she was shy and didn't say anything. He didn't expect to make such a shocking move. Izumi Sajiri comes from an everyday world, without any superpowers, only one who learns from his mother's ergonomic manga skills. It can be said that he is the only ordinary person in the group at present. Kamen Tanjiro, what is this, is it a picture album? Tony Stark. Tony Stark, it seems that this silent group member knows better than me. Polygonum cuspidatum Uhito, this thing, seems like that kind of manga, right? Jinmuken, aha, I suggest Tanjiro better not look at this thing. Beatrice. Izumi Sajiri, that. Izumi Sajiri, are there restrictions on what I can upload? Izumi Sajiri, if it doesn't work, I will withdraw it, right? Hequan Sajiri, who had been silent since entering the group, finally bubbling. Chapter 34, Vigilance from the Ancient Master. What surprised Senja Changsheng was that Sajiri Hequan didn't guess whether the 10,000 Realms chat group was true or not, and he was too calm. Senja Changsheng, it doesn't matter, anything can be uploaded, but Jin Wan is right. Tanjiro shouldn't look at these things, it will affect the speed of your knife. Tanjiro Kyaman, okay, everything is subject to Mr. Immortal's arrangements. I have already set off with your beans, and I will arrive at the place soon. Senja Changsheng, okay, after apprenticeship, work hard to become stronger. Beatrice at Senju, hello, you are the group leader, did you make this thing? Can you tell me how to do it? Inzul Christine, a newcomer who dares to be disrespectful to Mr. Immortal is really not afraid of death. Polygonum cuspidatum, oh. It seems that a great character has arrived. Jin Weian, you are the owner of the group. Senja Changsheng, the 10,000 Worlds chat group is indeed something I made. As for the principle or something, even if I say it, you will not understand it. Senja Changsheng, you just need to know, if you encounter any trouble, you can always find me. Beatrice at Senju, it looks like you have a high prestige in the group, I want to see your strength. Senja Changsheng, ha ha ha. There will be a chance. After speaking, Senja Changsheng set up an announcement in the group so that everyone who entered the group would not ask every time. Among the newcomers, Beatrice is also a magician. Izumi Sajiri was a completely ordinary person with no ability at all. Polygonum cuspidatum is a superhuman being defined as an ordinary person. He comes from the world of spell back to battle. Without using the spell, he can easily break the world record in all physical exercises. Polygonum cuspidatum ate the finger of the cursed king by a coincidence and was noticed by the conjurer. After being tested, he was determined to be a once-in-a-millennium wizard, thus starting his incantation career. Finally, there is Jin Weian, he comes from the world of ghoul, and the ghoul inside, also known as ghoul, feeds on human flesh. He was originally an ordinary person, just like Izumi Sajiri, nothing special. However, due to various reasons, the viscera was replaced with a ghoul viscera, which became a half-human and half-ghoul state, and must eat human flesh. This is also the most difficult thing for him to accept. Just fighting against this kind of psychology has been fighting for a long time. In the end, he found another way, eating the flesh and blood of the canyon, and fighting with fate. The power systems of the three worlds of Polygonum cuspidatum, Tanjiro, and Jinmukin are similar. If it were to fight, it would be quite exciting. Senja Changsheng on the sofa smiled happily, and immediately turned on the 100-inch TV set in Tony's house. Tony's black technology is not average, even the TV is 8K high definition. At this point in time, the highest civilian TV is only 2K. All the things played on his TV are recalculated by Jarvis, turning the low picture quality into 8K picture quality. Well, my TV is not bad, but I made it by myself. Any picture quality can be improved by Jarvis before playing it. Tony was wearing casual shorts and short sleeves, with a towel draped over his head, and walked over with a smile. Senja Changsheng laughed, and when he was about to answer, the picture in front of him changed in vain. Jingle. The scene seems to be rolled back by waves, and the scene resembles fragments cracking and reorganizing. He was drawn into the mirror world. This is the magic of the Marvel world. Tony thinks magic is just a legend, but in fact, there are many magicians in his world. Senja Changsheng stood up slowly and turned to look at the bald woman in a yellow robe. She was looking at Senja Changsheng cautiously. Who are you and where are you from? Supreme Master, Guyi. She has guarded the earth for countless years, but today she suddenly felt a threat coming to the earth. In the process of tracing the source, she also saw the descending of spiritual gems. Within a day, horror came, and the gems of the soul also landed on the earth, which is not a good sign. Guyi's heart sank, feeling that something big had happened. The moment he saw Senja Changsheng, he directly released the mirror space without any hesitation. The origin of this person is unknown, and he must not be allowed to act at will on the earth before he has figured out his purpose. Who am I? It's your business, but you, who pulled me into the mirror space for no reason, are you planning to be an enemy of me? Senja Changsheng said coldly. Even if the opponent is a supreme mage, it would be disrespectful to shoot him casually. With that said, Senja Changsheng suddenly burst into surging energy fluctuations, shaking so that the mirror space was faintly broken. The ancient face looked ordinary, and the golden magic circle in his palm hurriedly twisted slightly, increasing the intensity of the mirrored space and preventing Senju from escaping forever. She has seen the horror of Senju's longevity. This terrifying energy storm is not weaker than her at all. I want to figure out the purpose of your coming to the earth. You are definitely not a human being. Guyi said solemnly. I am indeed not a person on earth, or even a person from this plane and universe, but I advise you to leave as soon as possible, otherwise I will ignore any affection. Boom. Senju Changsheng stepped forward, and the building under his feet was rippling with waves, and the scene became a little fuzzy at this moment. If that's the case, it's offended. Guyi suddenly turned the mirror space, the whole world rang out with a distorted sound, and Stark Industrial Daxia began to tilt to the right. The two ran out of the Stark Industrial building at the same time and fell towards the street below. Bang! 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 Guyi stepped on the void, and a golden magic circle appeared under his feet, as if stepping on the air. At the same time, the arm suddenly flicked, and a golden long rope made of magic was taken to the fallen Senju Changsheng. Extreme Master? It just happens to move your muscles and bones. The corners of Senju Changsheng's mouth rose slightly, and the fallen body froze in vain. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab the golden long rope, and pulled it hard, bursting out a lot of flames in his mouth, and the whole space became hot and dry. Fire style, the fire is destroyed. Boom. Guyi, who was involved, didn't panic. She took advantage of the trend and sank into the fire. He chanted a mantra, a magical array suddenly appeared in front of him, forcibly resisted and rushed into the flames. A golden longsword was grabbed from the magic circle and slashed at Senju Changsheng, bringing out a golden streamer and making a sound of breaking through the air. Quack quack. At the same time, the entire mirror world twisted again, as if the sound of the clock shaft could be heard. The original ground was bent to the sky at this moment, as if it had fallen into other dimensions. The city above was suppressing the Senju Changsheng, making people dizzy. Guyi's magic is like the Lord of the world, able to control a world, and the scene is particularly terrifying. Chapter 35, The Collision Between Sage Art and Magic. Mirror Space. Senju Changsheng and Guyi fought against each other one after another. Various magical light waves and ninjutsu went back and forth, and the buildings in this world were being destroyed in one piece. Well, if you can stop my ninjutsu, let's try the power of Sage Art. Sage Art Wind Style Spiral Shuriken. Senju Changsheng's complexion was flat, an aura popped from his fingertips, mixed with wind attribute spiral shurikens, spinning out a huge wind blade with a diameter of 10 meters, and swept across it. Hoo-hoo! The wind blade took a sharp cut, and several void cracks appeared in the sky that it slashed. Ding! The magic golden sword used by Guyi just smashed the first wind blade, and instantly fell apart and rotted into golden fragments. This made her feel shocked, and she hurriedly stepped back on the magic circle, with a large magic shield in her hand to resist the impact of the wind blade. The magic shield shattered and reorganized. No matter how she condensed, she still couldn't stop the opponent's attack. These energy fluctuations are several levels higher than the previous method. Guyi realized that the attack released by Senju Changsheng was very different from the previous one, and her magic weapon could not stop it. Senju Changsheng didn't froze either. The buildings above were being suppressed by him, but he couldn't just ignore it. He urged the blood throughout his body, and a golden giant elephant suddenly appeared, as if it was about to step through the sky, and hit the earth and buildings above. Boom! The deafening blast sounded, the golden elephant collided with the earth, and the vast might of power rippled and fluctuated, as if the heavens and the earth had first opened, and the rays of light were immense. Guyi became more and more frightened as she fought. Her mirror space would be smashed by this giant elephant. If it hadn't absorbed the dark energy, she would definitely not be able to resist it. So strong. This guy's power is a bit weird, like the ability of an Eastern Kakir. What's the origin? Gu had a solemn look, and he didn't dare to go up and face Senju forever. She could feel the strong energy and blood of the other party, almost turning into an idol, stepping out of the world. Is this all your strength? It doesn't seem to be as strong as in the legend. Senju Changsheng said indifferently with disappointment. You will try it? Guyi snorted coldly. The sky suddenly formed a golden magical array with a width of hundreds of meters. Rumble. The thunderous rumbling sound suddenly sounded, with lightning flashes, blasting down on Senju Changsheng one after another. It's a pity that Senju Changsheng didn't even look at the thunder and lightning above his head, so he rushed directly to the Guyi mage. He who cultivated the power of the gods, let alone the magical thunder and lightning, even if it was thunder, he could bathe happily in it. Guyi frowned, secretly using telepathy, and wanted to stop Senju's longevity thinking for a while. In vain, a consciousness flooded into Senju Changsheng's mind. He raised his brows and took out the soul gem without hesitation. The cold energy flows in from the palm of the palm and goes straight to the brain, just like being charged, the power of the mind skyrocketed. Hum. The two invisible energies collided and exploded between the two. Guyi Mage was directly shocked by the energy of the soul gem, and he was able to maintain the mana of the mirror space. Accompanied by the sound of broken glass, the mirror space suddenly exploded like fragments. Senju Changsheng stood floating in the air outside the Stark Tower, while Guyi fell down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as she was about to touch the ground, a magic circle appeared behind her, buffering a large amount of impulse. She turned over vigorously, and her spirit and soul were all shaken by the energy of the soul gem. Call. Senju Changsheng fell in front of Guyi and stared at her indifferently. Do you want to continue? At this moment, Guyi was completely weak, and his spirit was the first, which was a heavy blow to the mage. As soon as these words came out, Guyi's complexion was also a little hard to look at. The shock of the mind just now really had a big impact on her. Even now, it has not been able to ease over. Sure enough, you got the gems of the soul. The purpose of your coming here is to collect infinite gems. Guyi frowned. Hearing what Koichi said, Senju said with disdain, you think too much, I'm just here to meet a friend. As for the spiritual gem, just got it by chance. Friend? Is your friend Tony Stark? He is just an ordinary person, do you treat me as a fool? Guyi immediately retorted. She wouldn't believe that a person with such a strong strength would waste time befriending an ordinary person. This has nothing to do with you. For the sake of protecting the earth for many years, I will not embarrass you if I leave now. Senju stood with his hand holding his hand, and said lightly, if you continue to struggle, don't blame me for being ruthless. To be honest, he was very speechless in his heart, and obviously he didn't do anything. As a result, some people would always trouble him. What makes him most helpless is that these people are still some good people, such as Tanjiro's senior brother Tomioka Yoshiyuki, and Guyi Mage who guards the earth. The former is just to kill ghosts for the peace of mankind, while the latter is to protect the earth, and has to find out the purpose of Senju's longevity. Facing such people, Senju couldn't kill him in cold blood. Guyi heard the words, pondered for a moment, and then a teleporting aperture appeared behind him. When she stepped into the teleportation aperture, she turned her head and said, I hope you won't be harmful to the earth, or even if you lose my life, you will be exiled to the dark space. Just now, she was just taken advantage of by the psychic gems. If she hadn't taken the initiative to release her telepathy, and if she continued to fight, it wouldn't be certain who would lose and who would win. After all, the aperture dissipated, and the ancient master disappeared without a trace. Senju Changsheng disagrees with her harsh words before leaving. Aside from saying that he really wouldn't do anything to the earth, even if he really wanted to move the earth, he would not be able to defeat him with the power of the Ancient One. Although the battle between the two of them ended hastily because of the existence of the spiritual gem, Guyi's strength was not fully displayed. But what about Senja Changsheng? After the end of a farce, Senja Changsheng flew directly back to the Stark group. Tony, who is in the Stark group at the moment, is extremely anxious. Because he was talking to Senja Changsheng just now, a living person just disappeared suddenly. It was too caught off guard. He thought that Senja Changsheng had traveled back home, but after asking in the chat group for a long time, he didn't see Senja Changsheng coming out to reply. Zayat, did Mr. Immortal encounter any powerful enemies? Tony frowned and kept calling up the scenes recorded by Jarvis, playing it over and over again. Even artificial intelligence cannot analyze what happened just now, but can only measure a mysterious energy fluctuation. Ethan stood beside Tony and said solemnly, with the strength of Mr. Immortal, no one should be able to do anything to him, right? That being said, I must pay attention to Mr. Immortal's great kindness to me. Tony frowned. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your concern, but the current humans on the earth can't threaten me. At this moment, Senja Changsheng flew back and walked in from the place where the plane was parked on the roof. Chapter 36 Sign In, a full set of Mark armor technology. Tony and Ethan breathed a sigh of relief at the same time seeing Senja Changsheng back. Tony smiled and poured a few glasses of red wine and handed it over, and said, I have been worrying about it. Come here. This is the wine I have treasured for many years. Let's try it together. Tony is very knowledgeable about the world. Senja Changsheng did not take the initiative to say where he went, he did not mention a word. Everyone has their own secrets, and the other party does not take the initiative to say it, and there is no need to inquire. By the way, Mr. Immortal, I think you have the ability to fly, and you have a little yearning in your heart, and the kidnapping this time really made me feel scared. I plan to build a set of combat armor that can fly. I wonder if you have any suggestions. Tony drank the red wine in his hand and asked softly. He doesn't know whether Senja Changsheng understands these, but he can definitely put forward some ideas that can inspire him. In Tony's view, while Senju is almost invincible, he must also possess a wealth of knowledge. Hearing this, Senja Changsheng secretly said in his heart, it seems Tony is about to make a steel suit. Although Tony was directly rescued by Senja Changsheng, he failed to build a complete Mark I armor. But this did not end there. Tony's Iron Man wrote. I think it's good, but what I want to remind you is that the big light bulb on your chest has to be replaced. That thing has an element in it that is not good for you. Senja Changsheng pointed to Tony's chest, the reactor inlaid in meat. In the story of Iron Man 2, Tony almost died of palladium poisoning. Tony nodded when he heard the words, no problem, this thing is uncomfortable for me to look at. I will remove it after a while. He didn't care too much. Since Mr. Immortal said it, he should deal with it when he has time. As for the unfavorable elements, he believes he can deal with it. Next, Senja Changsheng, Tony, and Ethan sat here and talked happily, chatting all over the world, very enjoyable. The three were on the top floor of the Stark group, looking at the bustling city and the bright lights below. Drunk gold fans, leisurely and at ease. The next day, Senja Changsheng woke up from the luxurious room arranged by Tony and rubbed his heavy head. The wine last night was still a bit terrible. Although he is a fairy and can't get drunk, the alcohol still affects him a little bit. At least it's not as comfortable as before. System sign in. Ding. Stark Group has successfully signed in. Congratulations on obtaining a full set of Mark armor manufacturing technology. Mark armor, also known as the Iron Man suit. In the future Marvel world, various Iron Man suits have appeared, and the functions and effects of each set are quite different. What suitcase armor, new energy armor, flight cabin armor, anti-Hulk armor, anti-Thor armor. It can be said to have everything. I don't know if Tony in the future will develop an anti-immortal armor. A large amount of profound knowledge began to pour into Senja Changshen's mind. All kinds of black technology knowledge made him instantly from a mechanical white to a black technology boss. Arc pulse, space folding, reactor technology, quantum compression, nanotechnology, laser energy, etc. The technology is so complicated that it makes people feel headache at first glance, but Senja Changshen feels that it is so simple and casual at this moment. Senja Changshen's eyes have also become deeper at this moment, full of wisdom and light, and his temperament has improved several levels. After a brief wash, he walked out to the living room. Tony and Ethan are busy with all kinds of machinery. There are complicated drawings on the 9-meter-long table. The two shared their sorrows, and now they have a very good relationship. Ethan directly became Tony's assistant, helping to develop the Iron Man suit. Ethan, I have written the code here, how is your work there? Tony is very serious at work. There is no joke in it. Every string of code and every small part must be taken seriously. Okay, the polishing is perfect, you can try the function of the palm first. Ethan said with excitement. He couldn't wait to see the power of this suit. Connected to the computer, the code is implanted in the chip, the circle in the center of the two steel palms gradually emits dim light, and there is a slight energy fluctuation. Neither of them noticed that Senja Changshen was already standing behind them, looking at the running code, and nodding slightly. As expected of Tony, the code was written very rigorously and there were no logical errors. Only the output power consumption is a bit too fierce. Soon after the code was implanted, Tony pressed his palms directly on it, a mechanical turning sound rang out, and slightly hot steam came out, wrapping his two palms close, just like his own skin. Laugh. A blue flame bloomed in the palm of his palm, and Tony opened his palms and the energy was activated. His body began to rise slightly, and seeing the initial success, Tony couldn't help showing a surprised smile on his face. But before he was happy for 3 seconds, the flames in his palm soared in vain, and Tony's body was directly rushed towards the ceiling. Fortunately, at this moment, Senja Changshen from the back reached out and grabbed Tony's ankle. With a slight force, Tony was pulled down forcibly, and with a flick of his finger, the flame on the manipulator's palm was extinguished. Otherwise, Tony's head might be kissing the ceiling. Huh. I was scared to death, I almost ran into it, thank you. Tony breathed a sigh of relief and smiled awkwardly. Senja Changshen waved his hand, beckoning him to be welcome. He asked Tony to take off his steel palm, then glanced a few times, and smiled lightly. Ethan's mechanical craftsmanship is done well, but Tony's code has a small problem, and the output power consumption is too large, resulting in the current energy is not stable enough. There is also a code framework that automatically balances energy to be added to the code, otherwise the energy response is easy to be convulsed. With that, he picked up the tools on the table under Tony and Ethan's stunned eyes, and removed them in twos or twos. And the energy response device in the center of the palm is finely adjusted and polished. The energy response in the center can be made smaller, and an electronic pulse device can be added to the extra position to prevent electronic weapons. You also need to add a small cold-resistant reactor to the palm of your hand, otherwise it will freeze when flying too high, so you can just wait to fall to the ground. Senja Changshen instantly became a doctor of mechanical. He not only personally polished and modified the appearance craftsmanship of Mark's armored palm. As I walked to the computer, I crackled out a bunch of codes. Tony and Ethan were stunned and dumbfounded. I have written the framework. I believe you will write the detailed code. I will help you get a copy of the Mark armor drawing. It will save you too many detours. After all, Senja Changshen got up again, picked up the blank drawing, and started writing and drawing. Tony? Ethan? Chapter 37. Tony and Ethan stared blankly at the exquisite steel palm and the frame code with the logical word order completely correct. Always unable to recover. The machinery built by Senja Changsheng has extremely clear and complete structural details. The size of each line is indistinguishable, and it fits perfectly. The code is the most important framework that has been written. You only need to write the content code to complete the work. Tony and Ethan glanced at each other, almost thinking that they were assistants. Their creativity and ideas belonged to Senju. What's the situation? Did they drink too much last night and haven't woken up yet? Tony's eyes widened, and he immediately boarded the 10,000 Realms chat group. Tony Stark, everyone, I don't seem to be awake, please support. Tanjiro Kyaman, what's the matter, Mr. Stark, isn't Mr. Immortal on your side? Polygonum cuspidatum, oh, it's the rich Tony boss. Beatrice, when did you wake up from sleep? Jin Weian, ha 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 ha. Don't worry, Mr. Tony, you are definitely awake. Tony Stark, no, it is precisely because Mr. Immortal is here that I feel that I am not awake. Tony Stark, the technological talent that I have always been proud of has been hit hard and I am beginning to doubt life. Jin Weian, did something happen? Kyaman Tanjiro, curious. Tony doesn't sell it, he just tells what happened. Tony Stark, just now, Mr. Immortal not only helped me perfect the robotic palm, but also helped me write a more perfect frame. Now he is drawing the design drawings that make me feel amazing. I am so special. Silly. Kyaman Tanjiro, although I don't quite understand it, it feels like it's amazing. Polygonum cuspidatum, I can understand a little bit. You mean, Mr. Immortal also understands technology, and the level is higher than you? Jin Weian, I didn't expect Mr. Immortal to be the master of black technology, which is too awesome. Inzur Christine, as expected of Mr. Immortal, it seems that we still know too little about him. Tony Stark, although I don't want to admit it, it's true. I feel like I'm dreaming. Inzul Christine, ha 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 ha. It doesn't have to be like that. When I saw Mr. Immortal release the supernatural magic, I was also shocked, just get used to it. Beatrice, it seems that Mr. Immortal really has something. I don't know who is better than our castle owner. Tony Stark, haha. Although I don't want to argue, I feel that no one can surpass Mr. Immortal. Tony sneered, then quit the chat group, looked at Senju in awe, and immediately started his own work. The three of them got busy at the same time, and Ethan performed processing and transformation again according to what Senja Changsheng said. Tony typed the content of the code, and Senja Changsheng drew the drawing of the fourth generation of Mark's armor on the side, and wrote out how to extract the palladium element. Palladium is very important, it is an important energy supply for Mark's armor, and it is also the key to solving Tony's palladium poisoning. Don't think Tony is okay now, in fact, he has been poisoned, it's just chronic poison. Everyone worked together for half a day and finally got their work done. Senja Changsheng's drawings were also drawn, and he was happy with it, and he successfully realized his dream of being a technical house. A perfect drawing of the fourth generation Mark steel suit was rolled out and presented to Tony and Ethan. Senja Changsheng also added a small jet device in the steel suit, which can make the steel suit fly out automatically lock the user with GPS, and complete the assembly during the flight. In the beginning, the steel suits needed to be assembled in advance, but later, just step on the position, and the machine would automatically splice it piece by piece. On the drawing of Senja Changsheng, it is automatically spliced on the way to the user, eliminating the restriction of the location. The steel suit at the back will also add space folding technology, directly folded into a suitcase. The more advanced is the nanotechnology battle suit, which allows the steel battle suit to be worn on the body like clothes, and then automatically assembled with nanotechnology when necessary. So perfect. This is simply the art of God. Every part is considered very thoughtful, and new things have been added, which is amazing. When the two saw this drawing, they called an expert. They seemed to see a sexy beauty, indulged in uncontrollably. Palladium extraction. At this time, Tony saw that there was a pile of paper next to Senja Changsheng, and the big words instantly attracted his attention. This seems to be somewhat similar and related to some things recorded in the notebook left by his father. This is what's left in your body, Palladium. Senja Changsheng embraced his arms, with a young and handsome face, and said with a faint smile, "You have to take out the reactor in your body as soon as possible, and you must also remove the palladium element in your body. This thing is a chronic poison that is slowly eroding your body. At the same time, palladium can also become a new energy source for Mark's armor." He pushed over the pile of drawings on the desktop and let Tony take a look at it for himself. Tony heard the words and took a deep breath. "Thank you very much. If you have any needs in the future, just tell me. This is too expensive." Tony was very grateful to Senja Changsheng for his help. Not only did he help develop Mark's armor, he also helped him write out the method of extracting toxins from his body. This is equivalent to the grace of regeneration. "No need to be polite, I will stay with you for a few more days until your Mark armor is made." Senja Changsheng laughed. Tony and Ethan also smiled knowingly, not being polite. Unknowingly it was night time. Tony and Ethan were immersed in the research and development of the steel suit. Senja Changsheng was a little boring and studied artificial intelligence Jarvis on the sidelines. This artificial intelligence is very powerful. It is obviously composed of code, but it can generate new code on its own, as if it has life. Such a program is simply a genius design, which completely subverts Senja's previous understanding of code. The birth of Jarvis actually created a new life. A code is equivalent to a cell, which grows and decays on its own, which is amazing. "Hello, Mr. Immortal." Jarvis's blurred face was projected virtually, and suddenly he said, a large mobile unit appeared near the Stark Industrial Headquarters, and strangers appeared downstairs. According to the staff's response, "Mr. Immortal is here to find you." "Find me?" Senja Changsheng was taken aback for a moment, and then Observation Haki was released, feeling everything in a radius of 100 miles. "I found an invisible flying object floating above, and then looked downstairs. A one-eyed sturdy black man, with a beautiful woman with burgundy hair and a rugged figure, walked side by side and boarded the elevator to the top floor. At the same time, Jarvis directly released the scene in the elevator, attracting the attention of the three. Chapter 38 The Proud Shield. Bureau. Shield. Senja Changsheng immediately recognized the origins of these two people, one of whom was the current director of SHIELD. Nick Fury. The other is Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Senja Changsheng was not surprised by this. After all, he was holding Tony and Ethan and flying so long in the air, even if SHIELD reacted slowly, he could still detect them. Ding. The elevator door opened slowly, and Fury and Natasha walked in at the same time. Tony said with an unhappy expression, What do you want to come to my house without permission?" "Hello, Mr. Stark, we are from S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury took out the SHIELD work permit from his clothes, shook it in front of Tony, and said, "We are here to find the one next to you. Please forgive me." As the head of SHIELD, he naturally has his own arrogance. He has seen many capable people and seen the true appearance of the world. So it's not polite to speak, even if it is the super-rich Tony Stark who is on the opposite side. "Hello, we are from SHIELD, and my name is Nick Fury. This is our agent, Natasha Romanoff. We want to invite you to SHIELD to make a record. This is the origin and responsibility of our SHIELD Bureau." With that said, Ferry's pocket is like Doraemon's treasure bag. He took out a tablet and introduced himself and others through video. He is not afraid of Tony knowing, after all, the relationship between Senja Changsheng and Tony looks very difficult. For the capable person, Tony definitely knows a little bit, so there is no need to hide it. Senja Changsheng smiled, did not take the tablet, and didn't even glance at it. He said with a plain face, "You go back, don't know what is good or bad, just rely on USHIELD. Bureau. You are not qualified to control me. If you want to know my information, just collect it yourself." After that, he ignored the other party and sat there to continue studying the code of artificial intelligence. Hearing this, Fury glanced at Natasha awkwardly, and Tony sneered. Since becoming the head of SHIELD, no one has ever spoken to him like this. They have countless abilities subdued by SHI. Now there is actually a superpower who just sits in front of him and pretends, really almost amused him. But Fury is still very professional, no matter how funny things are, he can keep smiling unless he can't help it. It seems that this gentleman doesn't know much about our shield. We are not malicious, but simply want to make a record. It is as simple as ordinary people need a residence permit. Fury was not too aggressive, spreading his palms, and said flatly. He only has a one-sided understanding of Senja's longevity abilities. Presumably he has the control of ice and fire, as well as the ability to fly. Not a big problem. He has dealt with a lot of people with this kind of ability, and even developed a lot of black technology to catch those with ability, so it is not to be afraid. Thinking of this, Fry suddenly became more confident. "Sorry, Mr. Braised Egg, we don't welcome you here." Tony can't stand it anymore. He hates the way others look high in front of him. This is his place. The bodyguards, who were on standby at any time, were notified by Jarvis and directly came up to surround Fury and Natasha, ready to force them to drive. Unexpectedly, Natasha moved her hand directly and put all the bodyguards down in 2 or 3 strokes. At the same time, a group of armed forces landed on the stealth plane suspended in the air, landed on the tarmac of the building, and rushed into the room. Click. Each of the precision-improved guns still has red and blue lasers shining through them, and they are loaded with drugs that can paralyze those with power-type abilities. Damn it! Jarvis, ask everyone to come up and support immediately. Are they just a rice bucket? Let this kind of people come in. Tony was frightened and angry, and immediately asked Jarvis to send someone up. Unexpectedly, Tony Stark was actually pointed at him with a gun again. Tony was so angry that he put on the Iron Man gloves directly, and the assembly was completed in less than a second, and the laser was fired at the opponent's armed forces. Die to the Lord! Boom! The blue laser flashed past, hitting a transparent energy shield like a turtle shell, making a muffled noise. Retreat. They also have dangerous weapons. Fury raised his brows and immediately retreated behind the armed forces with Natasha to prevent Tony from attacking them. S.H.I.E.L.D's technology is not inferior to Tony's black technology at all. Even in a complete Iron Man suit, SHI. Of course, Tony's black technology is not fake. If SHIELD has developed a countermeasure, then Tony will also develop a black technology that can break through the opponent's countermeasures. Like a doll, the two sides keep going back and forth. But in the end it will only be Tony. Because he is too rich, the research and development of technology consumes manpower and financial resources. Tony has both. There is a laser energy protection method, but fortunately, Mr. Immortal helped me improve it. Tony grinned and directly activated the arc pulse. Boom. Hum. A light blue light wave electric current expanded with Tony as the center, instantly extinguishing all weapons and equipment of the armed forces. The red and blue light emitted by the armed forces of SHIELD also dimmed directly at this moment. Everyone's complexion changed, only to feel that a flash of light was shining in front of them. Boom. Several members of the armed forces were shot by Tony's laser and hit the tarmac. The laser energy exploded like a small sun. After one blow, Tony didn't stop there, and fired several lasers again. Even Ethan, who was next to him, didn't know where he took out a pistol, and shot the armed men continuously. Of course, these SHIELD agents have many weapons, and they must have hot and cold weapons for self-defense. They also took out their guns and fired at the joints of Tony and Ethan. Boom 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 boom. The fighting between the two sides broke out in an instant, and the gunshots reverberated in the room, and the night was full of murderous air. People on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s side kept bleeding from their bodies, and some of them were blown to blood by the laser. On the other hand, Tony and Ethan, they are intact, holding their weapons and moving forward without any intention of stopping. And the bullets fired by SHIELD agents were all strangely stagnant in the air. That's right, of course Senja Changsheng won't really watch the drama on the sidelines and do nothing. He still released Aura to help Tony and Ethan block the bullet. For a time, the gun battle between the two sides turned into unilateral beatings. Fortunately, the clothes of these agents were made of special materials, so they did not die, but they were also seriously injured by the impact of lasers and pistol bullets, very embarrassed. The blood of the agents even stained the patterns on the tarmac. Request support. Hurry up. Looking at the downed agents one after another, Fury was a little anxious and shouted to the sky. Call. Under the gaze of Senja Changsheng observation Haki, a figure that was fast to exceed the speed of sound descended from the invisible plane and headed directly to Tony. Chapter 39 SHIELD. Bureau retreats, Sandstorm sends Hulk. Superpowers. There are also many superpowers in SHIELD, and the speed of this agent has already broken the speed of sound. If it weren't for Senja's superb strength, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to capture the opponent's figure at all. Interesting. It seems that Fury has not been severely beaten. Senja Changsheng couldn't help laughing, and he dared to use superpowers, so don't blame him for being rude. With a knot in my mind, Chakra is condensed into a cylindrical wooden block, one horizontal and two vertical, and it falls immediately. Wood-style Myojin Gate. Without the injection of Sage Art, the Myojin Gate is not as large as it was when the tail beast was suppressed. But it had the same suppressing effect, when the supersonic person ran in front of Tony. There was a loud bang, and gravitational pressure came from above in vain. She was forced to kneel on the ground and couldn't move. Puff. The Myojin Gate and the supersonic figure appeared almost at the same time. The body of the Myojin Gate pressed the supersonic figure and knelt in front of Tony, spouting bright red blood from his mouth. Even Fairy didn't know that his own superpowered agent had already arrived here. Only knowing that SHIELD had dispatched superpowered agents, and as a result, he was kneeling on the ground and vomiting blood as soon as he appeared on the scene, which really made him stay for a while. It was as if the two sides were fighting and fighting. Suddenly something changed, and the result was a patient passing by, feeling extremely weird and embarrassing. Huh? What the hell is this? Tony was so scared that he took a few steps back before he could see the other person's appearance. It was a woman, and the wooden Myojin goalkeeper kept her tightly bound. Suddenly, the figure of the woman slowly disappeared, as if time had gone backwards. He returned to the invisible plane in an instant, leaving only a wooden torii, still standing in place. If it weren't for the existence of Myojin, Tony might have doubted whether he had hallucinations just now. This is the superpower of that woman, which can break the supersonic speed in a short time, but the disadvantage is that once the heart beats, it will return to the original point. The ability of chicken ribs. This. Fury's complexion was a bit unsightly, and Natasha on the side was ready to resist Tony's laser cannon. The stealth aircraft could not be hidden, and it directly revealed that the huge fuselage was parked in the air. One after another, capable people landed and protected Fairy. Stop it! Don't do anything, just step back. Fairy, who was hiding behind, raised his hands and yelled towards Senju Changsheng. If you continue, the two sides will completely become deadly enemies, which is not the result that Fury wants. Especially the hands that Tony used just now, but they are not simple at all. Such technological capabilities have caught up with their SHIELD. I just heard Star K call you Mr. Immortal, didn't I? Then I called you that too. All this is just a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk about it? Fury finally let go of the arrogance in his heart, and was forced to put down his posture to speak. Hearing this, Tony glanced at Senju Changsheng behind him, only to see him smiling, and he didn't mean to pay attention. So Tony turned his head back and said, I advise you to get out of the way. Do you think it's suitable to sit down and talk at this time and scene? Fury was taken aback, glanced at the messy scene, gave an awkward smile, folded his hands together, and apologized, Sorry, I was negligent, and I will sincerely come to apologize next time. He didn't stay anymore, and took the SHIELD agent directly onto the plane, went invisible again, and flew away at an alarming speed. S.H.I.E.L.D's visit turned into a brief fight, and SHIELD agents severely injured more than 20 people. Of course, this time is not without gain. At least the strength of Senju's longevity has become the highest risk level capable person here, and Tony is also included in the observation range. The Iron Man palm he used just now is obviously a semi-finished product, but it already possesses such power. This has to be taken seriously. After SHIELD Bureau left, Senju stayed at Tony's house for more than 10 days to help complete the Iron Man suit. Tony controlled Mark's armor to leap in the air, shouting with excitement. He was completely obsessed with flying in the air. Ever since Senju Changsheng took him to fly once, he has become obsessed with the joy of flying. On the other hand, Ethan is determined not to fly, and only stays behind the scenes to observe information and adjust data. After making the Iron Man suit, the next copy is very easy. Just wait for the machine to produce automatically. It can be completed directly in less than an hour, and finally loaded into the programming of Jarvis. A new set of Iron Man suit was completed, and Senju unceremoniously put the Iron Man suit into the system space. Even if he doesn't need to fight with the Iron Man suit, he can still use it as a collection. How can you not collect the real Iron Man suit? After taking away the Iron Man suit, Senju Changsheng flew to various places alone to sign in. He met the newly born Hulk in New Mexico, and he was being chased by helicopters. The brutal force made him throw a tank with his hand to smash the plane. Senju Changsheng ignored it, and did not go up to help. Instead, he said silently to sign in. Ding! New Mexico sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting Gamma Bomb. Grass, what the hell? Seeing the reward for the first sign-in, Senju Changsheng suddenly scolded. The first sign-in is a high probability of getting a huge reward. In other words, there is a small probability of getting garbage. This is the first time he has signed in and received a rubbish reward. He was so angry that he took out the Gamma Bomb, and it was a thunderbolt toward the bottom. Boom! In the vast desert of New Mexico, a loud noise erupted, and the terrifying gamma rays killed all the surrounding creatures. Even those military personnel were also affected by gamma rays, and their whole bodies became bloated or directly exploded into pus and blood. What this military area does is related to human testing, and it does harm to others. Senju Changsheng threw thunder in his hand, directly blasting this group of people out, leaving only the Hulk, a stronger Hulk. Roar! Hulk yelled at Senju Changsheng, expressing that he was in pain, and even jumped up to get Senju Changsheng down and slammed hard. However, Senju, who was floating in the air, shook slightly and escaped Hulk's palm. While Hulk was falling, Senju Changsheng gave a cold snort, blood boiled all over his body, blood condensed on the golden giant elephant, and stepped on Hwok's head. Bang! A large amount of sand and dust flew up like waves, and Hulk was stepped on by Senju Changshen's foot. Like a green onion fell to the ground, the head is embedded in the sand, but the body is outside. Magnet-style sandstorm funeral. Senju Changsheng flew into the air again, and squeezed his palm firmly. The fine sand in a radius of tens of miles all gathered, drowning Hulk inside. The pressure of the sand seemed to crush Hulk to pieces, making a crackling sound of bones breaking, and the painful roar of Hulk could be heard vaguely. But Senju's observation Haki could feel that Hulk was not injured. Although the bone was broken, it healed again in the next second. Sure enough, I won't play with you anymore, magnet-style prison sand burial. Senju Changsheng smiled slightly, the surrounding sand began to sink, and directly buried Hulk in the desert 500 meters deep. Even a reckless man like Hulk can't get out for a while. Chapter 40 Domum's Magic Inheritance. After getting the Hulk, Senju Changsheng flew to the Himalayas to explore where Taj Kama was. As a result, he didn't need to actively search for it, and Guyi Mage had already felt his existence. A golden aperture was drawn in front of Senju Changsheng, forming a spatial passage. Through the aperture, you can see that there is a tea room inside. The ancient master Guyi has already made tea, and there are many old Kamatage masters standing around. Welcome Mr. Immortal to visit Kamatage. You are a guest from afar. Why not come in for a cup of tea? Guyi's face showed a kind smile, not as domineering as before, making people feel extremely cordial. Since leaving that night, Guyi has been secretly observing Senju Changshen's every move, and even ready to fight. As a result of observation during this period, it was discovered that Senju Changshen did not act unfavorably to the earth. Except for a few frictions with Shield, he stayed at the Stark Group every day to study technology, acting no different from mortals. Guyi finally realized that he was too abrupt at the time and went up to find trouble without finding it out. No matter who it is, it will be upset. Senju Changsheng smiled and walked into Kamatage. Even if it was a trap, he was not afraid of it, and he believed in Guyi's character and would not do it. The aura here is much richer than the outside. The quiet and elegant decoration style, and a light tea fragrance, make people feel more comfortable. I apologize for what happened before. I was reckless. This cup of tea is regarded as an apologize. Guyi raised his teacup with both hands. No matter what he said or behaved, he was full of strong Hyuxia style. The tone of the apology was very sincere. Senju Changsheng could feel it, and the same toast. Mage Guyi is polite. I was also wrong back then. People respect me, and I respect others. Guyi is sincere, and Senju will naturally not treat each other badly. It's just that when too many people saw him for the first time, they spoke very strongly, which made Senju Changsheng stronger than the other. After both sides calmed down and talked, they found that they were able to talk unexpectedly, and they had the same ideas about many things. The ancient hostility to Senju Changsheng also disappeared, and even took the initiative to lead him to visit Kamatage. This is the so-called no-fight or acquaintance. System sign-in. Ding. Kamatage has successfully signed in. Congratulations on getting the magic inheritance of Domum. Domum. Isn't that the ruler of the dark dimension? Why is it dark magic again? This thing seems more suitable for Bone King. Ding. Senju Changsheng uploaded unparalleled dark magic. Senju Changsheng himself has passed the reward. The master has dark magic, but he doesn't need these things. Magic or something is always only one of his methods, and will not be the main method. Instead of burying the dark magic, it is better to give it to the group members to download. Inzur Christine, dark magic? Beatrice, interesting, let me download it and have a look. Polygonum cuspidatum, it's been a long time since I saw the group leader come online. Jin Wan, ha, it's a pity that I'm not interested in this stuff. At this time, Jin Wen should not have become a ghoul, otherwise his personality would not be so gentle. In the original work, since Jin Wen became a ghoul species, mental problems began to appear, and every sublimation made him stronger. At the same time, the color of the hair will also change, especially obvious. Tanjiro Kyaman, by the way, Mr. Ace hasn't been online for a long time. Is there something wrong with him? Polygonum cuspidatum Yahito, Mr. Ace? Oh, it's him, we haven't seen him since we joined the group. Polygonum cuspidatum, by the way, I discovered that there was a spell in my world. It was really exciting. Jin Wen, hey. Do you even have special abilities in Yoren's world? I really envy you. Our world is all ordinary people, but there is a kind of monster called ghoul, which is especially terrifying. Tony Stark, and, if you are in danger, just yell in the group as soon as possible, and the group owner will definitely save you. Inzul Christine, damn it, dark magic costs 100,000 points, how strong is this magic? The Bone King was unwilling, and the full-level necromantic magic he contributed only had 60,000 points. Doesn't it mean that this dark magic is more powerful than his necromantic magic? Beatrice, oh, I don't have enough points. Poor Gasti Ace, long time no see, I did not expect a new group member, welcome everyone to join. Tanjiro Chiaoman, wow, Ace is finally online, we are still worried about you, thinking you have had an accident. Polygonum cuspidatum Urin, when we first met, my name is Polygonum cuspidatum Urin. Jin Wen, hello, Mr. Ace. Poor Gasti Ace, ha ha ha. Hello, although I am safe now, there are indeed some minor problems on my side. One Piece World, Impel Down. This is the first prison in One Piece World. The Calm Belt, located in the first half of the Grand Line, is extremely tightly guarded. The prisons are full of felons, which is very eerie and terrifying. Various jailers patrol daily and monitor by video phone bugs. On the seabed outside the prison, there are a large number of large sea kings. The Sea of Pirate World is definitely the most dangerous place. Therefore, Impel Down has the title of Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. There are 6 floors in total, and each floor is comparable to the hell on earth. The highest tier holds the weakest prisoners, and there are too many to count. And the 6th floor in the deepest place is holding a super felon who is enough to set off the sea. At this moment, Ace was imprisoned on the 6th floor, without any lights, only endless darkness. With a few horrible breaths around him, he was also imprisoned here immobile. Tony Stark, what happened? Tanjiro Chiaoman, does Mr. Ace need to ask the group leader for help now? Inzul Christine, I remember that the world of Ace is not simple. The combat power is very heaven-defying. If it doesn't work, let Mr. Immortal go there. Poor Gasti Ace, ha ha ha. Thank you for your concern, but I can still solve it for the time being. After all, I'm standing behind, but Whitebeard. Apart from Senja Changsheng in the group, no one knows what Whitebeard represents. But his confident words still made everyone less worried. Izumi Sajiri, that. I also want to learn black magic, but I can't afford it, can I trade it with comics? At this time, Izumi Sajiri, who often dives, said softly. Although no one can see her, her words make people feel soft and cute. The content just said makes people feel a bit speechless. Even the Bone King who contributed necromantic magic can't afford it, how can she get her comics? Could it be impossible to draw a few million comic books? Chapter 41 The Temptation of Modern Commodities. The chat group suddenly fell silent, and Sajiri was a little overwhelmed in the daily world, feeling that she had said something wrong. Jin Wen, Sajiri must be a cute girl. Although I can't give it to you, you can ask the group leader. Polygonum cuspidatum Urin, ha 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 ha. Yeah. Maybe you act like a baby with the group leader, and he will give it to you. Both of them are very gentle, and their jokes are fairly moderate. But Izumi Sajiri was naturally timid and shy, and at the moment she was ridiculed by the two, making her face blush. The little white hand was at a loss, pinching the corner of the cute pink pajamas, not knowing how to answer the conversation. Senju, who has been peeping through the screen, is also a bit speechless, wondering why Izumi Sajiri is interested in magic, or black magic. Isn't it true that the legendary little demon fairy is not a success? Senju, Sajiri, black magic is not suitable for girls. It mainly manipulates elements, soul, life, and death, and various dark things. Senju Changshen, if you really want to learn magic, I actually recommend you to find Beatrice, her magic may be suitable for you. Just by looking at Beatrice's little loli, she knew that her magic must be suitable for Izumi Sajiri. Of course, this is nothing more than Senju's random thoughts. In his opinion, Izumi Sajiri is not suitable for magic or anything, but a drawing book is the best. Senju Changshen at Porgas d'Ace, if you need help, you can come to me directly. Porgas d'Ace, I understand, don't worry, Mr. Immortal, if you can't stop it, I must look for you. At the end of the chat, Senju Changshen withdrew from the chat group. It's almost time to talk with Guyi. After staying in the Marvel world for so long, it is time for him to return to Konoha. I don't know if Konoha was opened by Tsunade. Thinking of this, Senju couldn't help but smile wryly and shook his head. Goodbye Guyi Mage, I am going back to my own world. If there is any danger here, I might come to help. After Senju Changshen left a sentence, his figure disappeared. The picture in front of me changed, and what I saw was the familiar living room, very peaceful and peaceful. There seems to be no one in the house, but it is clean and tidy, and it seems to be cleaned every day. I don't know if Tsunade cleaned it, or if someone came over to clean it. It's better for Konoha. Although Tony's home is luxurious, Senju has lived in Konoha for so many years, no matter how good the place is, there is still no home comfort. Huh? Are you willing to come back? At this moment, a clear and sweet female voice sounded, and Senju Changshen suddenly realized that Tsunade was standing on the lawn of the yard with a broomstick, looking at him angrily. Yes, the breath has converged pretty well, if I'm not paying attention, I haven't found you yet. Senju Changshen laughed and tried to change the subject. I originally went there for a few days, but it has been almost a month, which is a bit unreasonable. Seeing Tsunade's posture, it is obvious that he is helping to clean the yard, and Senju Changshen's heart is a little warmer. Tsunade snorted slightly, obviously not so easy to forgive his master. This was the first time her master had deceived her, and she was very dissatisfied. Senju Changshen also knew that the matter was not so easy to end, so he was well prepared. From the system space, he took out the Marvel world, specialties from all over the world, and some exquisite desserts. No matter which world it is in, absolutely no girl can resist the temptation of food, even if the other party is not a foodie. Moreover, Senju Changshen also bought a lot of shiny accessories, most of which were paid by Tony, and a few were obtained by signing in, but this is also his heart. Oh, this trip, I brought a lot of things back, tut, some can't finish it. Senju Changshen deliberately lengthened his voice, looking distressed. At the same time, he took out many accessories, opened the box, and faced Tsunade. Hey, there are some decorations that I can't use. They are so beautiful, but I don't know who to give them. Senju Changshen exaggerated, acting like a kid, shaking his head and sighing. Standing in the yard, Tsunade knew that Senju Changshen was coaxing her. Although he didn't want to forgive him so easily, the workmanship on the table was very beautiful and it was so attractive. Before he knew it, Tsunade had walked up to Senju Changshen and looked at the exquisite desserts on the table eagerly. It looks delicious at first glance. Tsunade was not originally a foodie, but was attracted by the beautiful food and colors. People always have a curiosity and want to taste new things. She doesn't like jewelry, but things made with modern craftsmanship are too exquisite and shining. Even if I don't want to wear it, I want to pick it up and watch it a few times. Humph, next time, don't want me to forgive you. Tsunade glared at Senju Changsheng angrily, and immediately grabbed the dessert. The mouth was sweet but not greasy, and the aroma was smooth, making it extremely satisfying. Senju Changsheng was relieved. In fact, he also prepared a lot of wine, including red wine, white wine, beer, and foreign wine. Fortunately, there is no need to use these. Sure enough, modern cuisine is still very tempting. Not only does it look good, but it also tastes very good. Seeing Tsunade, whose eyes were shining from eating, Senju stretched out her hand to touch her golden hair habitually, and said, "You eat slowly, I'll go look for Itaka to see if he is lazy during this time." Go. Tsunade waved his jade hand, and if he had dessert to eat, he didn't want the master. Senju Changsheng smiled and walked out of the house. He hasn't walked out here for almost a month. In the eyes of others, he just stayed at home for a month. When the surrounding villagers saw Senju Changsheng walking out, they were taken aback for a moment, and then they came in surprise. "It's Mr. Immortal. Ah, Mr. Immortal has finally come out. We miss you. How are you doing lately? My native chicken has laid eggs. Can I bring you some? Mr. Immortal, do you want to eat beef offal? I am a good offal, no money." The villagers are very enthusiastic, and Senju's heroic gesture of saving Konoha that night is still unforgettable. Surrounded by everyone, Senju Changsheng came to the Uchiha station with great strength. The Uchiha clan, who had always been cold-faced, immediately greeted Senju with a smile after seeing Senju Changsheng. No way, the eldest son of the patriarch is Senju Changsheng's apprentice, that is his family. Moreover, Senju's longevity is so strong that everyone in the village is in awe. I'm looking for Itaka to see how he has practiced during this time. Senju Changsheng smiled lightly. Please, Mr. Immortal, please. Several members of the Uchiha family bowed their heads, their smiles crowded together, like flowers. It's still comfortable in Konoha, the service is attentive and comfortable. Unlike other worlds, everyone saw him with hostility, and even pretended to be coercive in front of him. Soon, under the leadership of the Uchiha tribe, Senju Changsheng came to a clearing, and Itaka was seriously practicing ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku stood beside Itaka, supervising with a stern face, extremely serious. Chapter 42 How about a taste of ghosts? From the perspective of cultivation, the ferret only has a chi condensing period, and its chi and blood have only reached 1,000 particles. It was almost the same as when I taught Tsunade, even slower than Itaka. Is it only me who can practice so fast? Or is my physique special? Senju murmured. After thinking about it, I think the possibility of the latter will be greater. After all, he was originally very slow in refining chakra, but the speed of cultivating the exercises was exceptionally fast. With the aid of the pill, it was almost the same as opening up. Teacher. Seeing that it was Senju's arrival, Itaka walked with joy and bowed, "You are back." Uchiha Fugaku on the side also watched a lot, but there was no smile on his face, instead there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Senju Changsheng sees all these. In the original work, Uchiha Fugaku is the leader of the rebellious village. After being reported by Itaka, the night of genocide was triggered. Now that Senju is born in this world, Fugaku thinks it will take more consideration. Wanting to betray the village under the nose of Senju Changsheng is not a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan that can succeed. Yes, I have improved a lot, and I will remember to come and find me tomorrow. Although Senju Changsheng feels that Itaka's progress is slow, but he still speaks out of his conscience and can't beat the opponent, right? Good teacher, I understand. That's fine, go back and continue practicing. Itaka nodded respectfully, then returned to the clearing and continued his ninjutsu practice. Senju Changsheng and Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other, and Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharinan flashed past. Although it was fast, Senju Changsheng was caught. The gem of the soul quietly fell into the hand, and the power of the soul poured into the brain. Senju Changsheng smiled slightly, his mind released, and he read Fugaku's voice in front of him. No, this person is too strong, I am afraid it is difficult to implement my plan, I must find a way to get him away. I don't know if my Mangekyo ability can beat him, damn it, how can such a monster exist in Konoha village? Now I can't be exposed, I must let him reduce his attention to me. It's not right, why does he keep looking at me with a smile, does he know my plan? It's impossible, how could he know my plan? In a short instant, a lot of thoughts flashed through Uchiha Fugaku's mind, all of which were accurately known by Senju. In order to prevent accidents, I can only tamper with your will. Senju Changsheng murmured, and the power of the soul penetrated directly into Fugaku's brain. The power of the soul gem was very powerful. The Mangekyo abilities like Shisui are just one of the abilities of the spiritual gem. The effect that distinguished heavenly gods can achieve, the mind gems can also be, and there is no limit. The soul gem comes to the Hokage world, which can be called a dimensionality reduction blow. Fugaku was completely unaware that Senju Changsheng had begun to tamper with his will while the two silently met each other. No way, this kind of person is too powerful, I'm afraid we Uchiha people have no chance to betray the village. Itaka is this person's apprentice, maybe it is our Uchiha clan's chance to stand up. Yeah, I didn't expect that, as long as we take refuge in this person, our Uchiha clan will surely raise our heads again in Konoha village. We don't need to betray the village, we just need to let Itaka continue to follow Mr. Immortal, and the future must be boundless. Fugaku's will was changed unknowingly, and he even thought it was a thought he had figured out by himself, rather than being manipulated by Senju Changsheng. Hearing Fugaku's inner words, Senju Changsheng smiled mysteriously and nodded at him before turning and leaving. A few months passed in a flash. Senju Changsheng did not go to other worlds, but practiced in Konoha with peace of mind, eating and drinking with Tsunade every day, life is still fun. Konoha village did not die on the night of Nine Tails attacking the village because of the fourth generation. Now it has become more prosperous, and the village's Tianjiao is growing at an alarming rate. However, Jiraiya returned to Konoha village and informed Senju that Orochimaru was still alive and seemed to have joined a mysterious organization. Senju Changsheng gave Jiraiya a few talismans and asked him to investigate this mysterious organization. Maybe he had some connections with him. So Jiraiya, who had just returned to Konoha, went out to perform the task again. The chat group is as lively as ever. Tony Stark has become Iron Man, has maintained peace many times, and has completely established his reputation. The world knows that Tony Stark is Iron Man. His life has also become more dazzling and magnificent. Tanjiro at Kodoman uploaded the Breath of Water, learned chakra extraction, and successfully released the three-body technique. The combination of breathing method and ninjutsu gives him a penultimate leap in strength, especially chakra can also improve his physical fitness. Chiyomen Tanjiro directly went out in advance and was successfully admitted to the ghost-killing team. Polygonum Cuspidatum Urin also became a conjurer during this time. He studied conjuration at Tokyo Metropolitan College of Conjuration, and recently completed several missions to eradicate curses. After uploading the mantra application method, I downloaded Tanjiro's Breath of Water. He discovered that the moves released by the Breath of Water had a miraculous effect on the cursed object. Tanjiro and Polygonum Cuspidatum are working hard to become stronger, and their growth rate far exceeds that of the original work. But Jin Wen was caught in a predicament. His internal organs were replaced with those of a ghoul species, and he thought about cannibalism every day. He spent many days in painful struggle, and finally there was no way, he could only offer help to the group. But the magical thing is that Jin Wuan's internal organs have been fused with his flesh and blood, and now he is a complete person, or a complete ghoul. Even if the Bone King beat him to death and resurrected it, it would still have such internal organs, and there was no solution at all. It seems that the internal organs transplanted are Jinmu's own. To put it simply, it was too late for Jinmu to seek help from the chat group, and the ghoul viscera had completely integrated with him. Polygonum cuspidatum urinat, or you come to our world to try and see if you can feed on curses, maybe you don't have to go hungry. Tony Stark, Urine is really a funny guy, he can think of such things. Inzul Christine, or come to my world to eat the dead, and I will resurrect after eating. Tanjiro Kyaman, there are many ghosts in our world. Would you like Mr. Jinmu to come and try it? The flesh and blood of ghosts seems to be similar to that of human beings. After all, ghosts are changed from human beings. Izumi Sajiri, terrible. Beatrice, hey. Don't be scared of Sajiri. Since the last time Senju Changsheng proposed, Izumi Sajiri has been looking for Beatrice, but it is a pity that Beatrice said that her magic is yin, which is similar to dark magic. Although she couldn't learn magic, Beatrice took great care of Izumi Sajiri. During this period, Sajiri gradually became acquainted with the people in the group. Chapter 43, First Mission Action. Jin Wuan, flesh and blood, let's talk about it later, I need rescue now, please, anyone is fine, save me. Polygonum cuspidatum urine? Tanjiro Kyaman. When everyone was chatting happily, Jin Wuan's message suddenly sent everyone amazed. Tony Stark, judging from Jin Wuan's text, there seems to be something wrong with his consciousness. Inzul Christine, it's like words that will only be said after being executed by my subordinates. Izumi Sajiri. Everyone just remembered that Jin Wuan hadn't said a word in the past few days, combined with what the Bone King said just now, had been abused. Beatrice, so call Mr. Immortal for help. At Senju Changsheng. Poor gas ace, that. I might need help too. Kyaman Tanjiro, this. Polygonum cuspidatum uhito, Mr. Ace is also in danger, but it seems that Mr. Immortal can't help both sides at the same time, right? Tony Stark, it seems that this is indeed the case. Seeing the distress message in the group, Senju Changsheng immediately responded while sitting in the yard at home. Senju Changsheng, this is easy to solve, I can post a task, and you will rescue it? Inzul Christine, huh? The task, there are already points. It's awesome. When it comes to the task, the Bone King immediately said that he is familiar with this. Tanjiro Chiaoman, it can be like this, it turns out that we can also have the right to cross. Tony Stark, as expected of Mr. Immortal. Beatrice, it's just a lack of points. I will do this task. Senju Changsheng, yes, you can also cross, so be prepared to travel. Everyone was eagerly excited. Senju Changsheng opens the task release function in the chat group, selects the number of people as 2, and the number of points can be set at will. Senju Changsheng thought for a while and set it to 100,000 points. The two split equally, that is, 50,000 points, the number is not small, and at the same time not too much. The task of saving Jin Wuan does not require all members to be dispatched, and any 2 people in the group can pass through the pass to solve all problems. Jin Wuan's world level system is not very high, 2 people are enough. Senju Changsheng don't participate in the crossing operation, it is too dangerous for you. Izumi Sajiri, terrible, I won't go. Senju Changsheng smiled at all members. The action task is a random election, and the conditions of participation are just click to confirm. Senju Changsheng, the first task is to rescue Jinmuken. Ding. The group owner releases a rescue mission. Task content, Rescue Jin Wan. Limited number, 2. Reward points, 100,000. This task is a campaign mode. Candidates, please click the confirm button. During the mission, the perspectives of the participating members will be presented in a live broadcast throughout the whole process. Except for Izumi Sajiri and Senju Chinsei, everyone chose to click. Ding! Congratulations on the successful acceptance of the mission. The personnel involved in this mission are Tanjiro, Kenomen, and Yuahito Notweed. Tony Stark, shit, I didn't get Tony. Inzul Christine, oh. I didn't get it, so I can only try the rescue mission on Ace's side. Tanjiro Kyaman, I'm really lucky. Polygonum cuspidatum, oh, I actually got it. I have to talk to the teacher. Poor Gasti Ace, my father has come to rescue me, but Marine is too powerful, and I am worried that there will be problems with father. Ace looked at the cheerful chat in the group, feeling speechless in his heart. He is fighting for real here, a large number of Marines and pirates keep falling down, if the great powers of the chat group do not come quickly. The power of his father Whitebeard, I am afraid it will be defeated soon. And Ace also saw his brother Luffy, also in the center of the war, rushing towards him desperately. Senju Changsheng, okay, let's run for the next task, the operation to rescue Ace. I will also participate, so there is only one position left. Ding! The group owner releases a rescue mission. Task content, Rescue Poor Gasti Ace. Limited number, 2. Reward points, 100,000. Fixed person, Senju Changsheng. This task is a campaign mode. Candidates, please click the confirm button. During the mission, the perspectives of the participating members will be presented in a live broadcast throughout the whole process. One person owns 100,000 points, and Senju does not need points for longevity, so this is the biggest highlight. Senju Changsheng shot it himself, the purpose was originally thought. In case Tanjiro, Kyoto Yuhito, and Tony draw, he can take care of each other and obtain the right to open the One Piece world by the way. As a result, in the first round of the election, 2 were directly eliminated. At the moment the task was released, the remaining few people also clicked. 100,000 points is too tempting. 100,000 points can be directly exchanged for dark magic, which is a huge temptation for Beatrice and the Bone King. Ding! Congratulations on the successful acceptance of the mission. The personnel involved in this mission is, Inzur Gong. Inzul Christine, ha 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 ha. This king won the 100,000 points. Inzur Gong, who was sitting in the tomb mansion, laughed loudly, exuding a majestic aura, and the monsters around him were startled in the dark. Lord Inz is so strong. Beatrice, damn it, why did you grab it? Tony Stark, what's the matter, my Tony's luck is so bad. Inzur Christine, I can finally meet Mr. Immortal, I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Senju Changsheng, okay, now that the task is completed, then relax your mind and I will get your coordinates to help you cross. After all, he directly clicked on the traversal button on the task and selected everyone's name. For a time, the world coordinates of the Bone King, Polygonum Cuspidatum, and Ace were directly obtained by him, and the world right was opened. Hey! I didn't expect that I could get world rights without crossing the past. I would have given a few more places if I knew it a long time ago. Senju Changsheng felt a little speechless. He thought he would not be able to gain the right to open the world without crossing the past world. Unexpectedly, as long as the members of the group pass through, they will be able to directly obtain the world right of the other party. Forget it, there will be opportunities in the future. In this way, I can only go to the world of tribes and Sajiri, and I can go in and out of other worlds at will. When Senju was thinking about it, his body started to pass through at this moment. He hurriedly turned around and reminded Tsunade next to him, saying that he had something important to deal with and he would be back soon. Even if Xian disappeared inside the house, leaving only Tsunade alone, his expression looked a bit lonely and sad. Chapter 44. Let me add a little bit of buff. One Piece World. Marineford. Marineford, also known as Naval Headquarters, is an organization directly under the world government. In the name of absolute justice, we will maintain law and order in the oceans of the world. Naval Headquarters is one of the three major forces of Grand Line. But at this time, Marineford has become a huge battlefield, with countless casualties and live broadcasts all over the world. The Whitebeard pirate group led its 43 pirate groups and launched an attack on Naval Headquarters with the purpose of saving poor Gas d'Ace. Naturally, Marine is not a vegetarian. Marine has 100,000 elite, and together with 7 warlords of the sea, they launched a defensive battle. The sound of fighting, buzzing, clanging, screaming, noisy, and frightening. Sons. Kill me and let them know what happened to offending Whitebeard. Rumble. An Uncle Whitebeard who is more than 6 meters tall, holding a knife of several meters, standing on the damaged half of the big boat, his voice is loud and vibrating. Accompanied by them are pirates of various fruit abilities, with fierce complexions and rainbow-like aura. Their target, Ace, was kneeling on the execution platform in the center, staring at the battlefield below. "Father, go away, don't save me!" Ace shouted loudly, but his voice couldn't penetrate the battlefield and could only fade away in the hustle and bustle. Even if Whitebeard heard Ace's words, he would only smile to reassure him. Whitebeard is known as the most powerful man in the pirate world. How can he abandon his son and flee timidly? The battle between the two sides was on the verge, and the terrifying energy drama swept through, and the clanging and the sound of gunfire were intertwined. Demon fruit power is the most heaven-defying existence in this world. No matter what kind of ability, there are 5-8 gate, 100 flowers bloom. As a result, the scene was very chaotic, and the explosion was like a missile exploding, tearing one hole after another in the battlefield. At this time, a wave of spatial distortion suddenly appeared beside Whitebeard, and 2 figures appeared on the deck of the broken ship at the same time. One person was wearing casual short-sleeved shorts, with a light smile on his face, like a mortal young man, but with an impeccable sense of sight. The other person, no, it should be said that the other is a moving skeleton, wearing a large robe, holding a scepter studded with diamonds of various colors, as if holding a star in his hand. Ding. Arrived at the mission location, the mission will be broadcast live. After Senju Changsheng and Inzur Gong arrived in the world of One Piece, the chat group reminder also appeared in their minds. Tony and others have been able to see from the group, the pictures of the world on both sides, the different perspectives of the 4 people. Tony Stark, is this the War of Pirate World? Both the venue and the scale are beyond imagination. Beatrice, I have to admit, this is indeed amazing to me. At the same time, Tanjiro and Polygonum Cuspidatum also appeared outside a large building. The sky is gloomy, but it is full of chilling whistling sounds, as if the building in front of you is an abyss. Yo, Mr. Tanjiro, we meet for the first time, let's act together, Mr. Jinmyo should be in this building. Polygonum Cuspidatum grinned, fists fisted, his eyes flashed with excitement. He is activist, does not procrastinate, and does it when he comes. Tanjiro smiled gently and nodded slightly. The two walked side by side and walked into this abandoned building full of ghouls and investigators. On the other side, the appearance of Senju Changsheng and Inzul Christine caused Whitebeard's pupils to shrink suddenly, and observation Haki directly locked on them. Hello, Mr. Immortal, meet for the first time. The light spot in Inzur Gong's eyes flickered slightly, and he said respectfully to Senju. You are polite, everyone is friends. Senju Changsheng responded with a smile. The Bone King was really polite to him, and he was not arrogant at all. It seemed that his brain supplementation had reached a sky level. Inzur Christine nodded slightly, and then looked at Whitebeard. Is this Ace? No, that's the one on the execution stand over there. Senja Changshen motioned his eyes. Ace, who was nearly 100 miles away from the two of them. He and the Bone King didn't want to pay attention to the reactions of the people around him, and talk to himself. The pirates around were looking at them with a vigilant face, but did not dare to act rashly. Although the two of them didn't make a move, they were very powerful in terms of their aura. If the old man didn't speak, naturally they wouldn't do it. Whitebeard's face moved slightly. Judging from the conversation between them, they looked like Ace's friends. Goo la 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 la. Are the two friends of my son Ace also? Whitebeard laughed loudly, his voice loud, shaking the air. Senja Changshen took a step forward and said, yes, but you don't need to pay attention to us, just as long as we don't exist. Their mission is to rescue Ace, but they didn't plan to have too much overlap with Whitebeard. A quick fight is the most important thing. The two of them ignored the ferocious pirates around, standing on the deck and looking in the direction of Ace, their expressions relaxed and indifferent. Let's go, start the rescue mission. Senja Changsheng stepped forward slowly, and the black knife Kiashui took it out of the system space, tied it around his waist, and was ready to go. Such a big battle scene was really exciting. He couldn't wait any longer, and the black knife Kiashui in his hand began to tremble slightly. Sorry, let me add billions of buff before the battle. Just when Senja Changsheng was about to jump out and kill the quartet, the Bone King suddenly panicked. Senja Changsheng turned his head in doubt, and saw the Bone King cough slightly and began to sing magic. Flight. As his voice fell, a humming sounded, and purple light suddenly appeared on his body. Blessing of the magic chant. Hum. The golden light like glass suddenly appeared on his body. Infinite barrier. Hum. The emerald green fluorescence covers the whole body, as if a barrier is unbreakable. Magic enchantment sacred. Hum. Essence of life. Hum. High level all attribute enhancement. Hum. Under Senja Changshen's jaw-dropping gaze. Inzur Song chanted a full 3 minutes of magic chants, set a full of more than 100 buffs, and his aura climbed to the apex, as if he could break the world at his fingertips. Senja Changshen, degree. FK, is this going to destroy the pirate world? Do you need to use so many buffs? Not only was Senja Changsheng silly at Bone King's operation, but the other members of the group, as well as the pirates around, were shocked. As the momentum and pressure on the Bone King grew stronger, even Whitebeard's eyes became dignified to ultimate. Obviously he is recognized as the most powerful man in the sea. At this moment, he felt the danger, and his heart was shocked to ultimate. Chapter 45 The Black Magic of the Bone King. Have been waiting, Mr. Immortal. Inzur Gong, who finally added buff, pretended to be calm. Senja Changsheng. Obviously, he was afraid of death, so all the gain buff was added, but when he said it in his mouth, it gave people an inexplicable feeling. Okay, let's go. Senja Changshen's complexion was a little stiff. Although he knew the Bone King, he was still quite speechless by his operation. It's not that the Bone King doesn't understand the power system of the Ace world, but he still chose to add so many buffs. It's purely cautious in the heart, afraid that a strong will appear to attack him midway. Senja Changsheng almost thought that the king of bonelessness in front of him was the brave man of Shen. The two of them stopped talking nonsense, and directly rose into the air. Inzur Gong hovered in the air and began to chant magic again, and a black magic circle suddenly formed on the ground. A monster like a black lamb, slowly rising from the black magic circle, like an army marching forward, a large swath of darkness marches in the direction of Ace. Such a large-scale scene naturally attracted the attention of the pirates and marine. What is that? Is devil fruit capable? Who the hell is it? Is it from the pirate? No, it seems that a third party has stepped in. In vain, without knowing who yelled, everyone immediately discovered that this silent lamb walking silently would only move forward. Regardless of whether it is a marine or a pirate, no matter whether someone attacks it or not, as long as it is blocked in front of it, it will be swallowed. As the number of people swallowed increases, the size of the lamb becomes larger. In less than a moment, a large area of open space was cleared in the battlefield. Wow! Damn, what is that? Devil fruit's ability can't cause damage to it. Don't go over, everyone, run away, don't hit it hard. Who is the other party? Why do you want to intervene in the war, and what is the purpose? Marine and the pirates were frightened and angry, but no matter how they attacked, they couldn't cause a slight obstacle to the black lamb, and would only continue to grow its size. It's the bone man in the sky, attacking him. A pirate with a sharp vision yelled. For a time, all kinds of brilliant and eye-catching fruit abilities, like stars dotted around, bombarded the floating Inzulgong frantically, reflecting the colorful scenes. Rumble. The explosion sounded suddenly, just as the fruit ability of the 5 Flowers 8 Gate was about to touch the Bone King. Layers of transparent defensive magic array, in the form of a circular aperture, suddenly appeared beside him. The mysterious magic patterns and characters made Beatrice, who watched the live broadcast, amazed. Beatrice, what a powerful magic pattern! Is this the magic of Inzul Christine? It's complicated and terrifying. Tony Stark, although I can't understand the magic lines, this beautiful pattern makes people feel particularly powerful. Izumi Sajiri, so beautiful, I really want to learn. Foolish mortals, dare to be disrespectful to this king. The crimson light in Inzulgong's eyes throbbed slightly, but now it is broadcast live, he must show his majesty and strength as much as possible. The huge magical defensive wall, resisting all attacks, made a muffled sound. He calmly took out a silver-white bracelet from the void, put it on the bone of his hand, and pressed his fingers on the bracelet a few times, making a beeping sound. Dear friends from the previous life, help me. Inzulgong said inwardly, his hands suddenly widened, his momentum rose in vain, and he shouted sharply. Superposition magic sky falling. In an instant, the magic circle ratio suddenly magnified 10 times, and layers of magic auras were superimposed on it. The dazzling white light with trembling magical energy erupted from Inzul Christine. Power rushes straight into the sky, like the end of the world. The energy shook so that the entire Marineford was shaking, and half of the Marineford was covered by this white light. Whether it's a pirate or marine, it's all submerged. Rumble. F***CK, crazy, do you use superposition magic for a rescue mission? Senja Changsheng, who was moving at full speed, looked back and suddenly became full of black lines and yelled. The Bone King releases not only superposition magic, but also a bunch of superposition magic under the buff. The ear-piercing buzzing sound caused the ears of everyone present to fall into short-term tinnitus, and the white light pierced both eyes and made them sore. The location where Whitebeard was located was the center of the energy storm. Boom! Shock Fruit's power tore the space apart, and the scene in front of him was like broken glass, protecting the suns behind him. What a terrible power! Who the hell is this guy? When did Ace know such a person? Whitebeard exclaimed, today's scene has completely broken his cognition, there is still such a powerful existence in the world. It turned out that the strongest person in the sea that I was doing was just a joke. And this moving skeleton is still headed by the young man before, how strong will that person be? The light and energy lasted for a full 5 minutes, and even Whitebeard hit 100 punches before finally cancelling out all the magical energy. You know, Whitebeard's shock fruit, but shaking everything apart, is equivalent to blocking the splitting void. But even so, facing the supernatural magic of the Bone King, he still has to fight 100 punches. Call. After the energy dissipated, the ground below had become a huge crater, just like a meteorite with a diameter of 10 miles hitting and falling. Tony Stark, oh sir. From today, Master In's status in my heart is second only to Mr. Immortal. Tony, who is in the war zone, is controlling the steel suit and sweeping the entire army. While maintaining the peace, he watched the live broadcast. The Bone King's super magic trick made him excited. Beatrice, humph, so, I can also create such a scene. Izumi Sajiri, that's amazing. Polygonum cuspidatum, wow, Mr. Ins is really terrible. I thought we were fighting fiercely here, but I didn't expect the group owner to be even more terrifying. Zayam and Tanjiro, we have found Mr. Jinmuo, and we are fighting with the ghoul in their world. We are very strong. Poor gas Ace, hiss. It's horrible, even if it's me, I can feel a heat wave. I am a Maramara fruit capable person. Ace collapsed a little. He was a Maramara fruit capable person, and he felt that the energy of the other party was very hot. But what broke him most was that Inzul Christine's super magical enemy was irrelevant, and many of their white-beard pirates were killed below. Poor gas Ace, although I am grateful to Lord Ins for his rescue, I still beg you, don't make any more attempts. Many pirates are my father's subordinates. Chapter 46 Mr. Immortal is still reliable. Ace was really scared. Inzurgong killed so many pirates as soon as he shot it, and he didn't even care about it. Sure enough, only Mr. Immortal is more reliable. This Inzul Christine doesn't look at the situation at all, it will only destroy everything. Inzul Christine, huh? With your people in it, don't worry, I will release a resurrection magic at that time, it's not a big problem. Inzur Christine, their deaths should be regarded as punishment for this king. For the Bone King, death is just a choice between resurrection and non-resurrection. Senja Changsheng, Ins is right, just resurrect, this is his special skill. Hearing this, Ace couldn't help laughing, but he could still operate like this. It turned out that the clown was himself. Knowing that Dad's subordinates could be resurrected, Ace's inner grievances disappeared at once, but this method is a bit too rude, right? Sure enough, Mr. Immortal is reliable. Thinking of this, Ace looked towards Senja Changsheng. I saw it was flying fast, but was intercepted by a figure and descended. Hawkeye my hawk? The world's largest swordsman. His swordsmanship represents the swordsmanship ceiling of the pirate world. At the moment Senja Changsheng rushed, my hawk locked onto him instantly, because he felt a strong sword intent from Senja Changsheng. This is a great swordsman, the sword intent is even above him. Originally, my hawk was just playing soy sauce and paddling. But the moment he saw Senja's longevity, his desire to fight was completely aroused. So he drew the black sword knight and slashed towards Senja Changsheng with a swift force. Kang! A sword aura of dozens of feet high slashed towards Senja Changsheng, making a sound of breaking through the air, and a large number of pirates along the way were knocked into the air by the sword aura. Senja Changsheng did not hesitate to pull out the black sword Kyushui, armament haki covered the blade and quietly used the breath of the moon. Moon breath, one type, Dark Moon O Palace. Senja Changsheng gave a soft drink, and Qiu Shui with the black knife in his hand cut through the void instantly, reaching the ultimate speed. On the path of swinging the knife, there was also a red road mark and a large number of golden moon blades. Boom! The moon blade and the sword collided with each other, the hurricane swept across, the moon blade scattered, and while penetrating the building, it also took away several lives. This is the so-called fight between gods and mortals suffer. Although the pirates and marines around are not mortal, they are also killed by the aftermath of the battle between Senja Jiangxi and my hawk. My hawk arrived in a flash, and unceremoniously swung his long knife again, simply and neatly, without any bells and whistles. Just like breaking through 10,000 laws with a single knife, All enemies in the world can be wiped out with a single knife. Senju Changsheng only felt that there was a strong wind blowing in front of him, as if he was going to take him away. The opponent's sword chi forms a straight line in the air, and the person who touches it will die. Oh, although swordsmanship is good, there is not only swordsmanship in this world. Senju Changsheng gave a faint smile, and the blood rolled up all over his body. At the same time, he took a deep breath and exhaled it gently. The breath of the moon, the shape of the ba, the tail of the moon dragon. His sword was not fast, but his strength was so powerful that it made his scalp numb. It swept across a large area, forming a trace of lavender, with a blue moon blade spinning on it. Senju Changsheng's black sword Kyushui, the moment when it collided with Mihawk's black sword knight, the sword spirit swept out all around. The pirates and marines around were scared and hurried back. They were a little slower, and were directly cut into pieces by the wanton sword energy, and blood flowed all over the place. The real war on the top is more cruel and bloody than seen in the animation. Marineford has already been bloody. Ding! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, as if startled in the silent lake, especially harsh and clear. Immediately afterwards, a slight crack appeared on Mihawk's black sword knight. In the world of pirates, the strongest knife is the Supreme Great Knife's 12 skills, second only to it is the Great Knife's 21 knives. Mihawk's black knife knight is one of the strongest 12 knives. But Senju's longevity is only one of the 21 jobs of the big knife. One supreme sharp knife, one big sharp knife. But now that the two collide, it is Mihawk's black sword knight that splits. This is enough to show that Senju's swordsmanship and artistic conception are superior to him in all aspects. How can it be? Mihawk, the humiliating eagle eye, couldn't help shrinking his pupil slightly, and a ripple in his heart. For so many years, he has reached the top of the world's largest swordsman, and no one has shaken him. But now, not only did he meet his opponent, but the opponent completely crushed him. Even his black sword knight was cut off by the opponent. Mihawk couldn't understand when such a figure appeared in the sea. Boom! When the two bounced away, they also fought with sword energy, blinking for dozens of rounds. Mihawk glanced at the black sword knight in his eyes, his cracking tone gradually increased, and his face became a little gloomy. Both of them use armament haki to cover the blade, and the strength of haki is very similar, so there is no armament haki suppression. Mihawk lost to swordsmanship. Get out of the way, you are not qualified to stop me. Senju Changsheng gave a faint smile, and Feng Qingyun paced past Mihawk lightly. Kang! Mihawk's black sword was lifted in vain, and once again stood in front of Senju Changsheng. His angular face said coldly. As a swordsman, there is no possibility of conceding defeat. Either defeat me or... Puff! A stream of blood splashed up, Mihawk's arm holding the black knife broke in vain, and the blood stained half of his shirt. Senju Changsheng did not know when he had come behind him, and coldly retracted the black knife Kyushui. I could vaguely see the light of thunder on his body, flashing by. I really don't know good or bad. Senju Changsheng said coldly, then he soared into the air and flew in the direction of Ace. The reason why he didn't cut Mihawk before was just to respect his dedication to the pursuit of swordsmanship, but not to fear him. As a result, Mihawk didn't understand the difference between the two at all, and Senju Changsheng had to teach him a lesson. A broken arm has a great influence on the strength of the swordsman, but it does not mean that there is no strong. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, also had a broken arm, but he was still able to hold a knife in one hand and compete with the eagle eye. Beatrice, the master's swordsmanship is very powerful, even if it is placed in our world, no one can match it. In the chat group, Beatrice directly recognized Senju Changsheng's swordsmanship, which is no longer just the power of swordsmanship. More, it is Senju Changsheng's understanding of swords and the power of sword intent. Polygonum cuspidatum, huh? It's finally over. This guy is like a gecko, can climb walls, and has agile movements. Tony Stark, I didn't expect your side to be faster than Mr. Immortal's side. Tanjiro Kyaman, the battle on Mr. Immortal's side is even more intense. Although our enemies are tricky, they can deal with it. Polygonum cuspidatum, we have rescued Mr. Jinmua, but he has fallen into a coma. We have to take him to a safe place. Tony Stark, remember to watch the battle on Mr. Immortal's side, it's really exciting, and Master In's magic is also very powerful. Tanjiro Kyaman, ha ha ha. We saw it and it was really shocking. Polygonum cuspidatum Uhito, the swordsmanship of Mr. Immortal is truly breathtaking. After Tanjiro and Polygonum cuspidatum joined the chat group, which was somewhat silent, became hot again. Tanjiro is over there. It seems that the strength of the two is much stronger than in the original book. Senju Changsheng muttered to himself slightly unexpectedly. Chapter 47 Sage Artwood Style Shinsu Senju. Hawkeye Mihawk and Senju Changsheng played against each other in dozens of rounds. But the next moment, Mihawk, known as the world's largest swordsman, was cut off by Senju Changsheng. Such a scene shocked everyone in Marine. On the Admiral stage, the three Admiral of Headquarters, who are sitting in the King's chair in a position and wearing Marine coats, frowned at this moment. The person who can beat Hawkeye Mihawk in such a short time is definitely a monster-level existence. Aokiji, Kizaru, you two go up and try him. Akainu Sakazuki said with a cigar in his mouth and said with a straight face, and the smoke from his mouth was spit out, and his tone was beyond doubt. But Aokiji Kyuzan just curled his lips, did not respond, let alone move. On the other hand, Kizaru Polusalino chuckled, shining golden light all over, rushing towards Senju Changsheng like a teleport. Sky Kong Yunjian. Laugh. Polusalino's whole body was elementalized, and he drew the golden sword in his palm, and slashed it with a whistling sound. Senju, who was flying, suddenly drew his sword to respond. When the two collided, a strong laser wave erupted. Ah la la la. The young people nowadays are really terrible. Polusalino's old wrinkles moved slightly, like a flexible monkey. The eyes under the yellow-rimmed glasses looked very calm, without a trace of tension. Hearing that, Senju smiled disdainfully and said, little babies dare to lean on the old and sell the old. My age is much older than you. As soon as the voice fell, Senju Changsheng took a deep breath, breathing quietly. The breath of the moon, the shape of the nine, the moon and the face. The blade covered by the armed color swept crisscross sword aura slashes, forming multiple purple hums, and the blue moon blade swept along with the sword aura. Swish. In an instant, dense winds roared out, like a sharp blade cutting, causing great pressure on Polusalino. The two clash with swords, and the speed is as fast as ultimate. Kizaru is a sparkling fruit-capable person, too fast to catch, but Senju Changsheng took all his sword moves, just like a pair of sparkling fruit-capable persons face-to-face. Boom! After more than a dozen rounds, Kizaru Polusalino was forced to retreat, shooting a large number of golden beams from his fingertips. Like a tracking missile, it contains restless light attribute energy. Don't leave when you come. Senju Changsheng's complexion remained unchanged, and the wind lightly raised his palms glowed with white light, dazzling and violent. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. Hum. The white light suddenly formed a small cube, which gradually grew larger and flew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. While swallowing Kizaru's laser, he drowned towards Kizaru Polusalino with an unstoppable force. No. This guy is a bit scary. Polusalino's expression was startled, and he didn't dare to make soy sauce more leisurely, and hurriedly urged all his strength. Boom. At the moment when the primordial realm strip technique was about to drown him, he escaped the fatal blow dangerously. Looking back suddenly, I saw that the buildings in the field that had been submerged by the original realm stripping technique had disappeared. His own admiral coat also turned into dust under the primordial realm stripping technique. At this moment Polisalino's forehead was sweating coldly, without any hesitation at all, and he chose to retreat directly. No matter how high the salary is, you have to live it. Aokiji Kyuzan and Akainu Sakazuki on the high platform, seeing this scene, suddenly couldn't sit still. The two of them stopped pretending to be forceful, they shot one after another, and punched out at the same time. Two strands of elemental energy, one cold and one hot, swept from two respectively. Senju Changshen was still calm, and he swung a sword to draw a huge gully on the ground, and the sword aura rose up, as if it could block the heavens and the earth. Boom! The cold icebird and the blazing dark hound struck at the same time, and the two mutually repulsive energies hit the sword gas respectively, blowing up a thick mist of steam. Senju Changshen was intact, and he couldn't even feel the energy on his face. He struck out again with the sword. The sharp sword aura seemed to split the sky, rolling out with the dense moon blade, and attacking Akainu and Aokiji. Ice ball. Meteor volcano. The two shot at the same time, throwing an ice hockey puck and a giant magma punch respectively, blasting away Senju's sword energy. Puff. 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 The dull sounds sounded one after another, and a large number of elemental residues were scattered from the sky. As soon as the whistling of sword energy was finished, Akainu and Aokiji felt the surrounding light dim and looked up. I saw a big wooden Buddha, which suddenly fell down. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and vibration from Marineford again, and even everyone in the chat group was shocked. Sage Artwood style Shinsu Senju. Senju Changshen's cold voice sounded, and the whole body's aura and chakra poured out like waves. A Buddha statue that was taller than the Marineford building suddenly formed in the void, sitting on the ground, and trembling violently. Boom! Thousands of big hands are presented in a semicircular shape behind the big Buddha. While they are huge, they are also dense enough to make the scalp numb. Tanjiro Kyaman, damn, what is this? Polygonum cuspidatum Yahito, what a huge Buddha statue, it's really scary. Tony Stark, well, I admit, I underestimated the strength of Mr. Immortal again. Beatrice. Izumi Sajiri. Poor gas d'ace, is this the power of Mr. Immortal? At this moment, I am already shocked. I can only block 3 Admiral alone, and unleash such a terrifying power. Inzul Christine, ha 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 ha. As expected of Mr. Immortal, he is not as well known as Meeting, this scene is really shocking. It's so scary. Fortunately, Mr. Immortal belongs to us. Zayadai guessed that he was right. Mr. Immortal is the god of the earth. Even though the Bone King was laughing in the group, he was actually shocked by Senju's longevity trick. Huh, being huge is just grandstanding. Akainu snorted coldly, dismissing it. In the world of One Piece, there are too many huge things, and he will not be afraid of the huge shape of the skills released by the opponent. I hope that your strength can be as powerful as your mouth, and you will be on top of the Buddha. Senju Changsheng sneered and drank again. Senju Buddha handed his master's fist in vain, hammering down at Akainu and Aokiji. Even Kizaru, who retreated, didn't let it go. Everyone and things around him were all targeted by the great Buddha of Senju. Boom! Rumble! In an instant, a pair of big fists bombarded down. Everyone changed their expressions and used their strongest attack and defense methods at the same time. However, the power of the big Buddha's fists far exceeded everyone's guess. Sage Artwood style, which contains aura, can be resisted by ordinary means? Akainu was hit with a fist directly, and the ground beneath his feet shattered every inch, flying up, and a large amount of magma was flowing. Boom! Another punch hit, and Akainu punched again in front of him before he even lifted his breath. Chapter 48. Marineford. In the stand of a big Buddha, punch after punch bombarded the battlefield, and the sound of the explosion resounded through the sky, shocking people's hearts. Every boxing can drive the shock of Marineford, like a giant spirit god descending to destroy the island. Countless lives were taken away by the big Buddha's boxing, and even beaten into meat sauce. The scene was chaotic and violent. Boom. 50 punches fell, Akainu was beaten with blood in his nose and mouth, and his mind fainted. The surrounding marines and pirates had all rotted into blood. Aokiji and Kizaru even lay on the ground, receiving attacks again and again, and there was a sound of broken bones. With 100 punches down, Akainu is also like Aokiji and others, and his whole body moves can only be resisted with difficulty with the ability of the fruit. The marine hero Garp has already attacked with a heavy punch, a terrifying breath erupted all over his body, and he kept facing the Senju Buddha. Every time the muffled sound erupts, it is amazing and shocking. Garp is really not old. Don't think he is just a vice admiral, but his strength is definitely stronger than Marine Admiral. And Marine Marshal Sengoku did not dare to have any more reservations. At this moment Marineford has completely lost control. Both Marine and Pirate were killed and injured by this big Buddha nearly half. Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha in the form of human fruit, monster species, and giant Buddha, and collided with Senju's wood-style giant Buddha. One big and one small, the collision between the big Buddha and the golden Buddha, the impact produced is enough to shock most people. Thousands of punches fell, and Marineford had been destroyed so that no one was intact. Senju Changsheng himself fell directly on the execution platform where Ace was. When the two marine soldiers saw Senju Changsheng's arrival, their legs and feet were so frightened that they couldn't stand still. It's not that they are too embarrassed, but that Senju Changsheng is too terrifying. A big Buddha descends, directly blasting 3 Marine Admiral and pinning Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. Such a feat has already shaken the entire pirate world. The soldiers who Marine broadcasted even urgently cut off the live broadcast signal. The execution of a pirate turned into a public execution that Marineford broke. From today, Marine's reputation will be greatly fluctuated and will even be questioned by the world government in many ways. This is the first scandal in history since Marine was founded. Mr. Immortal. Kneeling on the execution platform, Ace smiled bitterly, watching Marine and the pirate lying down, and didn't know how to speak for a while. He thought that Inzurgong was messed up enough, but Senju Changsheng was messed up even more. The rescue method for the two of them was to throw big moves, regardless of whether they were foe or foe, simple and rude. I thought about the reliability of Mr. Immortal before, but is it reliable now? It seems to be reliable, but I always feel something is wrong. First meet. Ace held back his words for a long time, and finally greeted him dumbfoundingly. Yes, it looks pretty energetic, come here, I'll help you cut off the handcuffs. Senju Changsheng kicked the 2 eggs at will, and then pulled out the underworld Kyushui. No, this is sea stone, it can't be cut. Click. Before Ace finished speaking, the sea stone handcuffs were cut into several pieces and scattered on the ground. Huh? What did you just say? Senju was puzzled and put away Kokutowaki. No, nothing. The corners of Ace's mouth twitched slightly. Polygonum cuspidatum urine, ha 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 ha. Killing me. Tony Stark, look at Ace's embarrassed expression, the speed of light makes a slap in the face. Zayaman Tanjiro, take a screenshot, take a screenshot. Izumi Sajiri, picture. As soon as Tanjiro's news was sent out, Izumi Sajiri had already posted a screenshot. Sure enough, those who silently watch the screen are the most terrifying. Senju Changsheng showed a faint smile. He was planning to try it, but he didn't expect it to succeed. Aura is attached to the blade, which can cut sea stone directly. Thinking about it for a moment, all the various golden stones in the world of cultivating immortals can be refined into liquid by aura, and cutting a sea stone is actually not a difficult task. System sign in. Ding. Trigger a special sign in. The top war sign in is successful. Congratulations to get shock fruit, no side effects version. Hearing the reward prompt, Senja Changshen's eyes glowed with a faint golden light, and Whitebeard looked shocked with his mouth widened in the distance. Whitebeard was not dead, but the system gave him shock fruit as a reward. It seems that the shock fruit and Whitebeard given to the system are not the same. In other words, the shock fruit in his hand is a new fruit created or optimized by the system. In particular, there are no side effects as noted later. I think the latter is more likely. The handcuffs are all released, you should be able to fly back to Whitebeard by yourself. Senja Changsheng smiled lightly. In the original book, Ace was rescued by Luffy, and finally in order to save Luffy, Akainu pierced his chest. Today's Akainu has been beaten to the ground by Senja Changsheng, and naturally there is no future trouble. Of course there is no problem. Thank you Mr. Immortal. From now on, I will repay you with the Logia fruit or the Eudemon's fruit. Ace smiled and stood up and patted the dust on his trouser legs. Ace. At this moment, a heart-piercing cry sounded, and Luffy rushed all the way, past the dead bodies of Marine and pirates. Extending his hands in vain, he grabbed the execution platform and bounced up. He hung directly on Ace happily, smiling like a child. Ace, it's great that you are fine. Luffy laughed, then looked at Senja Changsheng, and smiled, thank you for saving Ace, you are such a good person. As he said, he also stretched out his hand and patted Senja Changsheng's back. This action made Ace sweat on his forehead and hurriedly grabbed him. In front of him is Mr. Immortal, a godlike existence that can cross the world. Fine. Senja Changsheng smiled and motioned for him to relax. Our mission is completed, so we will go back first, and then just remember to give me devil fruit. After all, he directly clicked on the teleport function within the group. Senja Changsheng at, let's go, you can click on the end of the mission in the group and you will be able to return to your own world. Inzur Christine, no problem, I will revive them and leave. At this moment, the Bone King was still floating in the air, but was attacked by Whitebeard. Because of his superpower magic just now, while killing Marine, he also killed a large number of pirates. Now Whitebeard reacted, naturally angry and attacking the Bone King mercilessly. Upon seeing this, Inzurgong was so scared that he immediately began to recite the supernatural magic, and the atmosphere of terror once again enveloped the whole Marine fort. Wow! There was a sudden downpour in the sky. Two figures were in the air and the other was on the ground. At the same time, they made moves, and the earth broke apart. Senja Changsheng ignored it, and Whitebeard could not have beaten the Bone King. He directly teleported away. On the contrary, Ace looked anxious and hurriedly used the fruit ability, and flew Luffy towards the father to persuade him to fight. Don't fight anymore. Chapter 49 Kirajiing Self-Introduction. Ace tried to fight in the rain, while Senja Changsheng returned to Konoha village alone. This trip went quickly, and came back quickly. It was only an hour or so back and forth. Tsunade still sat in the living room and did not leave, but his delicate face was full of unhappiness. Seeing her appearance, Senju was also silent. It seems that Tsunade's inner yearning for other worlds far exceeds his imagination. However, he currently does not have the ability to take Tsunade across, unless the chat group adds new features, or he signs in to gain some traversal abilities. Otherwise, he can only wait until he becomes stronger, break the void forcibly, and take Tsunade across. Ding! The liveliness of the 10,000 Realms chat group has reached LV3. The chat group joins the new function, you can spend points to lead others through. The group owner's privileges are increased, there is no need to spend points to take people through. Ding! Yun Yun join the chat group. Ding, Yefan join the chat group. Ding, Ace join the chat group. Ding, Shiozayas Haikyuu join the chat group. Ding, Sayatama join the chat group. Ding, Kira Jiying join the chat group. Senju was stunned for a few moments when prompted by the news in the chat group. Whatever you lack, you can come. Just thinking that you can't take Tsunade to travel through the world together, the chat group opened this function directly. And the host brings people for free. Secondly, the people who join the chat group this time are a bit vigorous. Kira Jiying of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure World, a big boss-level villain, goes to bed and wakes early every day, an ordinary office worker. General Ace in the world of Crimson Eyes, a female figure shaking S, the strongest blow can even freeze time and space. The Sayatama Sensei in the One Punch Man world, a man who has become bald and stronger, so strong that he has not found any opponents so far. Then it was Yefan that caught Senju Changshen's most attention. The protagonist of the world that covers the sky, cuts off an era, cuts off the superheroes of ancient and modern years. If the future achievements in the group can be as strong as Senju Changshen, who is even surpassing him. Not the invincible Sayatama, not the ace who freezes time and space. But Yefan. His world is a real world of cultivating immortals, and his power system is no worse than Senju's longevity practice. As for the remaining Yun and Xia's Haikyuu, one of the two women came from the world of fighting and breaking, with an average cultivation base, and a good power system, but compared to Yefan's world, they looked very weak. On the other hand, Xia's Haikyuu, like Izumi Sajiri, comes from an everyday world and does not have any special abilities. Polygonum cuspidatum, welcome newcomers. Porgasti Ace, welcome everyone, come in and become a partner. Tanjiro Zayaman, welcome. Izumi Sajiri, welcome +1. Senju Changshen, welcome newcomers to the group, everyone first go to the group announcement. After Senju Changshen sent this message in the group, he directly chose to quit the chat group and walk towards Tsunade with an awkward smile. Reaching out and gently stroking Tsunade's hair, he whispered, "Don't be unhappy, it was an emergency just now, and this time through, I got a way to take you through." Really? Tsunade turned her head, questioning in her beautiful eyes. Senju Changshen smiled softly, "Of course it's true. Well, if you lie to me again, I'll run away from home." "Don't worry, I won't lie to you." Ding. Yefan uploaded the Taoist Sutra, round C scroll. Yefan, ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, the Taoism is actually worth 10,000 points. Now you can change the breathing method and extract chakra. Yefan's acceptance of the chat group is very fast. He is not questioning here, but choosing to exchange for something to become stronger. This is also one of the reasons why Yefan will become a strong man. He never hesitated. Yefan at Senju, hello group owner, I wonder if you have anything about the practice of exercises? In Zurgong, the newcomer's ability to accept is somewhat beyond my expectation, but cultivation techniques or the like are just a piece of cake for Mr. Immortal. Porgasti Ace, thanks to Master Ins for his resurrection magic. Father asked me to apologize to you for him, saying that he would invite you to drink next time as an apologize. In Zurgong, you don't need to be so polite, you won't know each other if you don't fight. While Senju Changshen coaxed Tsunade, the Bone King had already fought a battle with Whitebeard. Finally, under Ace's explanation, this misunderstanding was finally brought to an end. Bone King's character is still good, even if Whitebeard shoots him. He also looked at Ace's face and resurrected the pirates that he and Senju had killed. As for those killed by Marine, he wouldn't care. The Bone King's ability to resurrect sentient beings shocked everyone present. There is also the redhead who rushed to save the field, originally intending to save face, but did not expect to come here to be a melon eater. Ding. Yun uploaded the Yunlan Fengju. Yun, There are exercises in my world, I don't know how it compares with yours. Polygonum cuspidatum uhito, it seems that the world where the newcomer lives has a strong power system. Chiaoman Tanjiro, we have brought Mr. Jinmu to the hospital. There should be nothing wrong with him. He is a half-go, will he be killed suddenly? Tanjiro and Polygonum cuspidatum stood by the medical bed, looking at the unconscious Jinmuken. They boarded the group and chatted together. Poor Gas d'Asat, I heard that the ghoul in the world of Mr. Jinmu will not be discovered unless he reveals his original form. Izumi Sajiri, I have also heard of it. Polygonum cuspidatum, if that is the case, then both of us have to return to our own world. After such a delay, Teacher Wu Tiao is going to train me again. Xiao's Haikyoshiu, are all the people here capable? Is anyone like me as an ordinary person? Xiao's Haikyoshiu was a little mad, originally inspired by a novel that had just come, and was about to write 10,000 characters, but was also interrupted by this chat group. In desperation, he just took a look at the 10,000 Realms chat group in his mind, what exactly it was. As a result, at this point of view, I almost thought that I was stupid in writing. How do you listen to the way these people speak? It seems that they are all superpowers or immortal cultivators. Is she the only one mortal? Xiao's Haikyoshiu was a little anxious at the same time, but also a little excited. This is a great opportunity. Izumi Sajiri, I am also an ordinary person. Sister Shiu, I am also an ordinary girl. Xiao's Haikyoshiu, wow, what a cute little sister. Ace, give me your address, I want you all to submit to me. Ace Desi, anyone with the ability to cultivate immortality will be trampled by me. Ace Desi stepped on it. Tony Stark, wow, there is an amazing newcomer, and the name is a bit similar to Ace, I almost got it wrong. Chapter 50. The addition of Ace suddenly made the atmosphere in the group weird. Ace is an extremely confident woman. She is the most powerful existence in their world. She doesn't think anyone can be stronger than her. Even in other worlds, she is confident that she can trample all men under her feet. Unfortunately, Ace pretended to be in the wrong place. Saitama, oh. Are you strong? I'm already excited if I can fight with me. Sitting at home, Mr. Saitama's original fish-eyed expression suddenly became sharp, and his painting style changed suddenly. Even eagerly flexing his hands, the inner heart that had been dull for a long time was finally rippling. He has been invincible for too long, and it is difficult to find an opponent. He was very excited when he heard someone say that he was strong. Ace, trash, tell me where you are, I will conquer your world now. Tony Stark, wow, there is a quarrel between the newcomers. Mr. Immortal hastened out to suppress them. Kyaman Tanjiro, this. Tanjiro Kyaman, don't quarrel, it's more expensive to make peace. Yun, this is really bad. Kira Jiying, I don't know if what the announcement says is true or false, I hope this thing won't affect me. Having said that, Kira Yoshikage, who is in the villa area in the northeast of Two Town, is already sweating on his forehead and his heart is beating wildly. He doesn't know what a chat group is. In his world, this communication method has not yet been born. Kira Jiying is also an extremely cautious person. If this thing monitors him, his ordinary life will be completely broken. Kira Jiying, hello, introduce myself, my name is Kira Jiying, 33 years old. Kira Yoshikage, lives in the villa area in the northeast of Two Town, unmarried. Kira Jiying, I work at the Gyo chain store. Kira Jiying, I have to work overtime every day until 8 o'clock in the evening to go home. Kira Jiying, I don't smoke, the wine is only a taste. Go to bed at 11 o'clock in the evening and sleep for 8 hours a day. Kira Jiying, before going to bed, I must drink a glass of warm milk, and then do soft exercises for 20 minutes. When I go to bed, I will fall asleep immediately. Kirajiying, as soon as it dawns, I never save fatigue and stress until the next day. The doctor said I was normal. Kirajiying, I want to be able to quit this chat group, I don't know how to do it. Tony Stark. Tanjiro Kyaman. Porgas das. Polygonum cuspidatum, oh, why does his message sound like dull and silent music? Yefan, you don't know the blessing in the blessing, and you don't want such a good thing. Is it possible that you have done something with a guilty conscience? Zayas Haikyoshiu, acknowledge. Saitama, oh, I don't want to hear you introduce yourself. I want to fight Ace. How can I fight her? Tony Stark. It seems that you are a fighting freak. You are so eager to fight. Maybe you can ask Mr. Immortal. Saitama, Mr. Immortal? Is it the group leader? Okay, thank you. At Immortal Longevity. Saitama at Immortal. Saitama at Immortal. Hokage World, Senju Station. Senju Changsheng from Tsunade just finished coaxing him and boarded the 10,000 Worlds chat group. The 99+ information did not surprise him. However, Saitama's screen refresh at and Kirajiying's self-introduction made him a little dumbfounded. However, the fact that Saitama wants to fight is very simple, just open the crossing. Only. I was afraid that Saitama would blow Ace with one punch. Senju Changsheng. I can really let you travel through the world and fight each other, but Ace Desi can't beat you. Saitama, the group leader finally bubbled up. It turned out that she couldn't beat me, which is a pity. Kamen Tanjiro, listening to Mr. Immortal's words, it seems to know Saitama and Ace. Ace, what did you say? You dare to say that I can't beat it? Believe it or not, I can make you kneel and lick my toes. Seeing Ace's words, Senju Changsheng didn't bother to pay attention. This Ace is a mad woman and has not been beaten up by society. Although she is very strong in her own world, she is just a little girl looking at the world. Senju Changsheng, I do know it. As for the reason, I won't talk about it. Saitama's strength in our group belongs to the top one. Senju Changsheng. If I have a chance in the future, I will fight with you. Now is not the time. Whether he can beat Saitama now, Senju himself is not sure. If he had to fight with Saitama, he planned to wait for his cultivation to break through to the next level before trying again. Saitama is a person who breaks the human body limiter, his strength will continue to grow, there is no limit. But this does not mean that he is still invincible in the 10,000 realms. He can do the same, Senju Changsheng and Yefan can do the same. But Senju Longevity can break the plane, and Yefan can block the past and the present. These things, even Mr. Saitama, can't do it. Senju Changsheng. I have the immortal cultivation technique and the body refining technique, but the price will be very high. You can use the techniques you will obtain in the future to exchange points. Ding. Senju Changsheng uploaded the undead longevity gong. Ding. Senju Changsheng uploaded the Shenxiang Genjajin. Senju is still very interested in the exercises that cover the world. With the sign-in system, he doesn't worry about miscellaneous and imprecise problems at all. The two exercises of fellow practitioners are not a problem at all. You can even ignore the conflict between the exercises and have two cultivation systems at the same time. All kinds of impossible restrictions can be broken through sign-in rewards. Although he has not received these rewards now, Senju is not in a hurry. He has a chat group, can travel through thousands of worlds, and will be able to sign in one day. Yefan, okay, thanks to the host. Ace Desi at Senju, hello. You haven't answered my words yet. Inzurgong, a foolish woman, dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Immortal, do you want to die? Ace, who are you again? I didn't expect that in this so-called chat group, so many people would dare to talk to me like this. Kirajiying, I just want to leave the group. Xiao's Haikyushiu at Senju, the owner of the group, I will send you the welfare photos, and you will give me this exercise for free, okay? In the everyday world, Shiokajige no Oka looked, shaking Black Silk's long legs with excitement, waiting for Senju Changshen's reply. Her simple and straightforward, without any disguised group chat messages, made Senju Changsheng feel astonished. This naked trading behavior, as the owner of the group, is naturally impossible to agree to. And just a few photos in exchange for fairy fate, which is too whimsical. Senju Changsheng, in order to ensure the fairness of the group, I suggest you exchange points, step by step. Xiao's Haikyushiu.